Okay, there. About to be dead ass fucking confused. Pain, existence, pain, existence. Yes, yes, I know. Late, gay, again, late. Late, it's already filing for emancipation, etc., etc. This just goes to show that I needed the nap that I needed to take. While I got a fucking hair in my throat. You didn't do anything wrong, guys. You guys didn't do anything wrong. You're supposed to be here. I got a hairy frog in my throat. And I'm inviting you in the room because that's the format of this event. This is a debate pip. Everybody gets to be involved in this. Now, if you don't want to be on air, just let me know if I click the button so that if you deny and I know, alright, they don't want to be on air. Because everybody gets the ability to go into the stage and be a part of the presentation. As how else would I know your opinion unless I invite you into the voice comm so that I can hear you talking? God, it's like a fucking lump. Can the ghost that's currently throat fucking me just pull his cock out real quick? So I can breathe? Okay, button. PIP panel shot. Presentation across all of the places. Pinned comment. Pinned comment. Ouch. video. Where is that notepad? Where is that notepad? That notepad is over here. That notepad is over there. This is my information from my job. And then PAP.
Criticizing.
Okay, there we go. Doing thing, screen up. And then screen up here as well. Project window. Live. Need to make a post real quick. Do. And then this. And then the link. And then put on the post. And my thumbnail. Thumbnail. and post. Unpin this. Pin this. Put this through here. And post. Retweet said post. And we're cooking grease. Alright. Everything, all the buttons are pressed, everything's pushed in the correct places, yada yada yada, bloody body. I literally say I'm going to go off air and I'm going to take a nap, and I end up oversleeping for about 30 to 35 minutes, and I wake up to 70 fucking DMs. In the other situation, people are completely incapable of responding. This situation, that. Regardless, the error is mine. It just goes to show I need the motherfucking nap. Anyways. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back yet again for night 2 of the debate PIP. Loomer will be eventually joining us, I believe, as he is currently on an escapade taking a family member to go get some good pipage. We return here as we wait for the audience in peanut gallery to form. As we go back through the debate, as we went through early prep ahead of time to look at the context of conversation being discussed, the content that came from the stream prior, going over the VODs and the information extracted from said VODs that I had done research on moments before going into the debate. And we are currently paused at the moment of 21:39, where we're going through the beginning parts of the debate. Ow. Gonna wait a bit and let the audience collect for this, since this is the intended point of critique. Proudly one of 70. Why does your Shadow the Hedgehog look like he's hanging from a noose? Because he is. He's got a fabric loop on the top of his head. That's what he's mounted on. Also, get your ass in here, Funky!
Check, check.
Hello. I don't know when Bromer will be back. He didn't say how long the trip was going to take. There's Belsker.
Gotcha, okay.
You know where Belsker is?
I do not know where the local Jew is.
Unfortunate. But yeah, picking up from where we had left off and what I discussed before yesterday that I told you, this is the reason for why I'm doing the events the way that I'm doing them now.
Understandable.
It just works more copacetically. Especially if you read what's in the live broadcast. I don't blame everyone. Some people don't have anything to add. But this is the intended purpose was him being here. So
Also, totally did not use the live stream for a quick EQ check on my mic. Totally didn't do that.
I'm out. That happens all the fucking time. Something that keeps happening is that, like, whenever I have a live broadcast on and I'm, like, tuned into the kick window for the output, sometimes something undeafens or unmutes the fucking broadcast and starts playing the fucking kick audio in the background and starts doubling for no reason. I haven't yet identified what's causing that. But it's annoying when it does it.
Beautiful.
Anyways.
God, I hate that.
We left off at the 21:39 mark. So, on last broadcast, this was after we had done the prior look at the first VOD where the original clip came from, the entire context, the entire stream, and we had finished looking at the Endario clip from the Joe Rogan podcast where we had discussed the point that the marketplace and its reflection of how it is correcting itself for intentional Marxist control was that there were people constantly blaming just basic mercantilism instead of addressing the fact that they're trying to balance for a 50-50 parity in gender, and they're using companies to do it, and when the company isn't capable of succeeding at doing that because it is now falling to the fact it's losing market revenue from having pandered for over 30 years to the left wing, and in gaming for the last 15, pandering to the gender parity, pandering to the political zeitgeist, and being told explicitly, do this and you'll get infinity money, and then them finding out that they had crazy ideas and it produced no money. The response effectively being like, well, isn't it the case? Isn't it the case? And we are picking up from there.
Forspoken, my beloved. That's just all I'm reminded of. You said all of that, and my brain just said Forspoken.
I mean, this was more than this. It was more than Forspoken, but Forspoken was
I know.
literally.
I just needed to pick an example. I just needed a prime example in my head.
Well, see, when you use a single example, what happens is they say, "Well, isn't it a case that they just made a bad game?" And when you use more than 5, they interrupt you in the middle of the sentence, 30 seconds in, and it's like, "Bro, you're taking too long to answer." Forspoken, the reboot for Saints Row, Kill the Justice League.
Yep, that's 3. That's 3 good sources. From the intellectual sense, whenever you're sourcing something for an argument, isn't it usually good practice to source 3 examples?
Yeah. See,
so
what happened in this situation is that every time I use a case example, one example I used was south of midnight, and quoting the fucking panel that they had on the Black Voices for Summer Games Fest, and he tried to use the case example that would have been obvious if he had played the video game, that constantly using racism as a replacement for an actual story about a mother and a daughter was literally being out of tone with what they said was supposed to be the game experience. But upon giving that example and them fucking bullshitting their way through with the clip, Irrelevant effectively attempting to claim actually it doesn't prove anything because they didn't play fucking idiot. They didn't play the video game. They didn't play the game in question to know it. They were only going off of the examples they heard about on the surface level, which has been a critique I've been giving all week and gave before. But this is what I was talking about before when I was mentioning this example from my saved information today. Presenting this for the stream here. It was this tweet that I had mentioned and brought up earlier on the broadcast before I went off for the nap, where it's effectively the stupidest and wackiest fucking gaslighting that can only matter if a person basically decides to pretend that the truth isn't the truth. You'll be seeing the wackiest gaslighting. We actually have no influence at all. You were imagining pop culture catering to us for the past 30 years. Can't admit that they got their way on everything because it would mean that the beliefs suck and have unintended consequences. I wish gender studies were this Marxist leviathan that writers think it is, and not a bunch of middle-aged autists who treat transsexuals as a weird kind of bug. This isn't even people attacking the transgender-coded video games, like Don't Stop Girly Pop or Unbeatable, and other things like that. You don't even have to go to those targets. It's specifically...
There's also the people doing the post-release co-opting years and years later, like things with Fallout New Vegas.
Yes.
Same argument.
That one's more the shit that I called the Bayonetta superposition, which as many people recognize is just that very world famous webcomic from Kukurio, where it keeps shifting the female character after shaming the first character and saying, why couldn't you be like the last female character? Where it then becomes a conversion of, actually, it was never for you. It was always for the queers.
Lara Croft to Samus Aran to Bayonetta to 2B to Eve, and wherever we're going to go next in this weird, wild world of actually having strong female leads in video games that aren't cringy.
The constant need of shuffling the goalposts, which happens throughout the entire debate, a lot of it gets stemmed on the fact that, yeah, they don't know shit. He doesn't know shit.
Yep.
He's lying and he doesn't know shit. But at the same time, the thing that I could be able to do is just simply not adding the context. Because this is the problem that we discussed last night that I mentioned.
Yep.
They don't know anything, so you have to tell them. Then when you tell them, they get angry that you're talking too long, so they can then antagonize saying, you can't summarize anything. You don't know anything. You're going off of other people's knowledge.
And this is how they win and leverage the ADHD audience.
My opinion is that if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, shut the fuck up and learn. Because literally...
No, get out the kitchen.
Because literally, this has been the case all the time. Go educate yourself. I could have been an asshole about that the entire time, and I would have been 100% correct in the argument. But of course, leftists don't give a shit about this. But at the same time, it's like, I could either tell you shut the fuck up, you don't belong here, or I can take the time to educate you. Because if you can't actually speak to a market number, you don't actually have the ability to address the market capital. So there's nothing to discuss. You don't know what's happening. If your viewpoints only come from reading the front page of LSF, which, ironically, is half the goddamn problem. Even fucking Charlie can see that was the case, and that was the last thing that we watched on the broadcast before I left, which was the former LSF mod basically coping and sniding, saying, please, give me my job back. I didn't know I was promoting a scam. If even a popular multi-million sub-channel YouTuber like Charlie can tell that LSF is not a gaming subreddit. It is a drama subreddit full of mid and higher upper tier broadcasters having their clips spammed and farmed for attention and for clout and for reach. Because they're doing stuff that people want to discuss. Things that would have naturally happened anyway. Why would a business try to give you money, LSF mod? And why, LSF users, would you try to claim that actually politics isn't at the root cause of things that happen in the business? And why would you blame it on Jews and money? That doesn't make sense. And we're not talking about the example I gave the other day, where I was talking about the NFT shit. That is a sub-issue that comes to consumerism, where why are you nickel and diming me for things that should have already been in the video game? That is a concern to the holistic sense. You could say that's probably a fundamental gaming concept. If I play a video game, give me cosmetics. Don't sell me a fucking penny dollar cosmetic for fucking $5. But why are you trying to tell me that a business like Luminous, developing a game like Forspoken, didn't get manipulated by political reasons and monetary reasons? Either one or the other, or both at the same time. And why are you then making the excuse to say, well, it's just a bad game, therefore it deserves it, therefore it just is? And then why name check good game successes that you're again pulling from normal view that are literally the case example of propaganda accepted by Sweet Baby Incorporated. Examples of things that they've directly worked on. Examples of things that they claimed was responsible for their script doctoring. Examples that can then be sourced by name from the keynote speeches they give. And they tell you this is their tactic. How are you going to tell me that I'm wrong? And then never deny the point that I made, but keep saying, oh, it's that actually the marketplace is not fucked. The marketplace is not corrupted. The marketplace is not dying and slowly rotting. It requires that you basically say that actually it's a 0-1 binary. Because it's either 0-1 and it's completely dead and dying and it's feminism's fault, blah, 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 which is the exact framework that this keeps pushing on in the debate. Or it's a 0-100 binary where against the 1, it's, well, the industry is completely fine, but actually, no, it has been tarnished. You can't actually discuss things with certain people. The kind of thing that I did with you last night, where I was showing you a new video game and trying to take you through it to how it appeals to you, that's the actual hand of the market that pushes people into things they never heard of. That's what gaming culture does.
Word of mouth.
Gaming culture isn't, I heard about a video game, now let me go on this debate and lie to a person's face about the Longhouse because I think that a woman writing a man can be able to tell a man about how to be a father.
Yep.
And then let me use the Longhouse to try and shame that man. In the same breath.
Yep.
All this shit cannot coexist at the same time while also having a political view about the world and how geopolitical theory requires people to be affected by socio-economic wealth and growth.
Yep.
It can't exist at the same time.
When I was watching the original VOD, the thing that really poked out to me, it's the most insidious part of this kind of ideology, is that you can kind of tell there were some places where he genuinely did not know the systems at play, and yet he was acting them out directly in front of you, and he had no idea he was even doing it, because that's the kind of system that a lot of far leftists employ. It's classic Gramscianism. And it's just been ingrained into his little brain, and he doesn't even realize that he's doing it. In some places, he does know that he's a shitheel, but there's a couple of times, like you there explaining the Longhouse thing, where he probably did not know half of that, and yet he just played it out in front of you immediately after you explained it.
Yes, that was the point of my original opening statement. You clearly don't understand what gaming is, because gaming is not asymptomatically buying video games, completely removed from a marketplace and playing them in a corner of the universe alongside other people that share your fucking leftist ideals. That's not gaming.
That's just living in a fucking bubble. That's not actual gaming. Gaming has always been go into the COD lobby, put the headset on, and whatever happens, happens.
I think it's because he doesn't socialize. He only socializes with people that have his viewpoints.
Frankly, and while this may be, in terms of, if I were to say this in a debate, it would be, why does my Latin escape me?
I don't know.
This exact moment, when I need it.
I don't know.
I literally used this word the other day.
Do you know what it is in English?
Basically, attack on character.
Ad hominem.
Yes. But it would be an ad hominem for me to say this in front of him on a debate, but he is a broccoli-haired tourist.
I mean,
look at him.
Anybody could have called him a tourist.
Yes. Bonus points for having the pedo stash with the broccoli hair doing the soft boy scumbag thing.
Mm-hmm.
This was running through my head the entire time I was watching this debate, which I watched a solid 2.5 hours of just in the background.
Alas, we must continue.
Run it back.
Thus becoming a part of the discourse of people having the wrong way of discussing it and having the wrong way of the conversation. Because this exact tone policing was the basis behind Asmongold's rebuttal to what Stephen said. The entire
and mine at the same time, because the entire time I never said that I was an average Asmongold viewer or that I was an average Asmongold watcher or that I agreed that feminism in gaming ruined the culture. Explicitly, I said there are parts of it that were tarnished, which was explicitly to the point of the 1-1 here, of the 0-100 concept. but they continue speaking to it from a binary, and every single time he tries to fight that.
Just to be clear, you disagree with Asmongold.
Example. What, you would disagree with Asmongold? Yes, you stupid retard. Did you not hear my opening statement?
Yes, I've always
Of course
disagreed with Asmongold. I presented that as the case in my opening statement that I disagree with Asmongold, just like I disagree with you and with Steven. Because it's
I disagree with you. I disagree with Asmongold. I disagree with Steven because the interpretation that it has to be the view that you say it is. Otherwise, why are we even here, bro? You're retarded. Why are we here? Because you're a tourist. And being a tourist, you're an elitist that thinks he can tell other people how to play video games. It's ironic because in the Endario clip from the Joe Rogan Experience, he even says with his own words, I'm not interested in explaining and talking about what a gamer is. I'm explaining to you the business macro of how we make choices on what kind of demographic we're trying to sell to. And even if you wanted to use the demographic of gender, there's more than gender than how you appeal to people with video games. It's ironic, actually, if you really get into the matrices of it. But of course, when I try to describe this to them, they're going to constantly filibuster me when I talk about that, especially when we get to the open panel statement. But I'll use the example from last night. Return of Return. It is a Battle Royale game. For it being a game and a Battle Royale that has medium to high APM, you'd think that the demographic that it immediately panders to must be men, right?
I don't think that inherently. It looked like a game that could appeal to men and women. There's a lot of really well designed feminine characters.
Don't worry. I'm making a point. This is gonna come up.
I know. I'm just being literal and off the top of my head. Like, I'm just saying the first thing that comes to my head right now.
Yeah, the game, it is a Battle Royale, and sure, men are going to be the more prototypical demographic that's going to play the video game, but it doesn't inherently include women. In fact, the fact that it is effectively an anime fighter, in that it has cute girls and interesting guys and also hot women, means that it could be men and women.
And Marcus. Don't forget Marcus.
And Marcus, the beefcake that you're falling in love with.
No. That's the one for Bawoomer to fall in love with. That's his boyfriend. I'm just here to slam people into the wall with a big fucking axe. Don't look at me.
But it has all the demographic markers that it can include men and women down different demographic lines. But, and I make this point this way, they attempt to use this binary of male and female to say that because this either markets to or appeals to, because the answer of what they're really saying is that it panders to only men or women, is that it entirely disincludes the opposite gender.
Yep.
Hello Kitty Island Adventure only is for women. Only women can play it. Except that
I
no.
could play that if I wanted to. I would unironically go find that and stream that in a Discord call for some buddies because I'm like, hey guys.
Mm-hmm. The same thing with using an argument about Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing appeals to and markets to women, therefore it's only women. But it's not. And in fact,
I also find it very funny that a lot of left-leaning people are very tight on the gender binary only when it comes to products that are consumed and nowhere else. Like, the
consumption is a priori of the way in which they choose to organize the world. I was discussing this ahead of time before by bringing up a video that was made by mutual of the channel, Bass FCZ, where he said that women should not be leaders or be the people in leadership, which when you first hear it sounds like an extremely aggressive statement. But the point that he was making is that when June made her video about Charlie Kirk's assassination, she explained that when she originally spoke on her motherhood status and how she thought about the world, that people said she'd only understand this once she became a mother, and that she would get it. And she said, no, I wouldn't. I'd still have my views. And then she had her child, and she admitted, well, yes, now I decided that the world must be safe. I made a point of this while we were looking at a video earlier called Slopulism that was suggested to me by somebody else that joined the Discord recently. But the point that I was making it was not a very good video. The point that I was making during the content, because they just kept getting consistent details about pop culture and reality and about the character of the people that they were bringing up wrong. One of the things that is evidentiarily wrong about the ideal of what leadership is supposed to be and how you should do it is that leadership is not something that you do selfishly for yourself where people give you resources. It's you giving resources back to other people and leading them in the direction that is best for their benefit and their growth. And it's not about what the people can do for you, it's about what you can do for other people. Hi, Teddy Roosevelt. And so, or was it FDR? Which president was it?
I believe that was probably one of the only good things FDR ever said, because that was during the that was during the war years.
Yeah. So the problem that he was bringing up with his point is that everybody is somebody's child. If you have to have a child and you have to spawn in order for you to now become conservative, in order for you now to become libertarian, in order for you to now wish for the world to be safe, then you're living your life on that fucking Medarda pack. You're out here just like a fictional character in content that they are a warlord, and then the moment that they have a child, they decide, warring's over, I want to build a nation of peace. Which is ironic, especially with the example of God of War. Oh, Kratos wasn't stable and capable of understanding things, but then he became a father. And then it became soy-coded. Therefore, it was perfect logical sense. But it wasn't. Because that's... The duology disincludes the third video game into a DLC cutscene where he cries about becoming a god of peace. Or becoming a god that can be a symbol and figure of peace who deserves the fatherhood. But it just gets packed all into fatherhood, and then I'm told I'm not allowed to be a father, or that I shouldn't be a father, or that I'll never be a father. All of these things being mentioned at the same time. I bring this up because in order for that to presuppose that point, you have to ignore his entire canon story as a bit of progression through his narrative from the 3-part trilogy. And maybe even including the PSP games, like fucking Ghost of Olympus, where you have to hit a quick time event to abandon your child, into the Greek duology. Because the entire point of God of War 3, especially with Pandora, and the last thing in the box being hope after it was open, and Pandora was consumed by it, with him choosing to lance himself through with his Olympus sword, was that he was choosing to stop making other people suffer second and third and fourth order magnitude consequences for him slaying the gods so that the world could live in peace. Taking that into context, it means that an angry, violent man, a quote toxic man, is learning through self-sacrifice and lessons and building to learn the building blocks to then become capable of being a father. Not that, therefore, because he's a father, this is a story that should be resonating with everybody. This doesn't resonate with you because you're an incel, despite the fact that fucking Relevant himself has been on a 2-year incel arc. As I have been informed by recent camaraderie from other people. So, when you then say, is God of War meant to appeal to men? I would probably say the franchise would have appealed to men, and it probably would have catered and been a market tool for men. But when you take it and you turn it into what it obviously became, with a writing staff such as what they employed, including people like Alana Pierce, including people like Kim Belair and her company, including people like the original fucking Kincaid jackass, and also including Gamergate 1 aficionado and veteran Maya Rudolph, the transgender that was a part of Silverstream Media, that was alongside Anita Sarkeesian, and then you also include Anita Sarkeesian's desire to make writing intersectional and to make gaming intersectional, that everything is problematic.
Media is a name that just gave me the 1,000-yard stare. I had deleted it from my mind, and now that you speak it again, I'm just like, oh...
A majority of these script doctoring companies have 50% of all those employees from those companies, and they all use the same tactics that they're all getting from Sweet Baby because they're giving seminars on how to teach them. Anyways,
question.
Yes.
Question. If the Longhouse is being invoked by someone that is a transgender individual, does that mean it's become a banana cabin?
Yes.
Cool.
Because it's about appealing to the ideal of femininity and using the female status as a means to lecture people. So they're still hiding behind the power of a woman and the softness of a woman, which, when you extrapolate that out into the point, getting to what I was about to explain, when you take that energy and then you apply it to God of War, you're inherently rewriting the character of Kratos, and thus the interpretation of Kratos. Does that mean that completely poisons any attempt of it, and it's now all bad, it must be thrown away. No, but you separate the good lessons from the bad lessons. And you say, this would be a great example, if it weren't for the fact that this was poisoned, with feminist tripe.
Yep.
So, in the case of Kratos being a father and learning how to manage it, you can clearly be able to say, if you are a father, you should learn the important part, which is that you cannot, as a divine masculine energy speaking to another man, attempt to teach that man without connecting to him first as a man. Because a woman cannot teach a man how to be a man.
Yep.
By the same idea, a woman cannot teach a man to be a woman, and only a woman can teach a woman to be a woman. Why is this important? Because the entire fucking history of God of War as a franchise involved Kratos being manipulated by women. Being manipulated by Athena. Being manipulated on this fate and quest being given to him in the Greek mythology by his wife. Being manipulated by the Fates. Being manipulated by the Nords. Being manipulated by other men and other women like Zeus and Hera, disguising themselves to continue said manipulations. Etc., 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 etc. Being pulled along by the fate, by other people's decisions and consequences. So, you can't say, actually, it's just men being men, boys being boys. If you reject this, you don't understand masculinity. Because a feminist writer, using masculinity as a tool, to tell me that if I don't behave one-to-one like Kratos, and take my place, and shut up and do my job, and don't perform masculinity to their standard, is just fucking patriarchy with matriarchy in its regard. There's still a handmaiden to the problem. If you would deny that, you're abdicating responsibility. And I guess men used to go to war to die, and they never had opinions, and they never discussed this shit, so that the women talked and led society. Because then because men are then the fuel of the engine and the engine itself, and women are the one that put their foot on the gas pedal and steer. You can be able to recognize that at the same time. They never did that.
And what I'm recognizing right now is that there's a lot of inverted allegory to the Handmaid's Tale, which is making me think God of War is just the Handmaid's Tale for men.
I mean, I don't know, man.
From what you just told me, from what I just now understood.
That's a question for another man, possibly more intelligent than I. However, for me, it's one of those things that never got discussed because Whick never had the intention of stopping him from saying it. I'm not saying Whick was being bad faith and manipulative, but there are very much instances where I'm being interrupted answering a question, and he never addresses the point that is very obvious about the video game industry, because he's just being allowed to say shit and not questioned about it. Granted,
some biases that I don't think he wants to look in the mirror yet.
Oh no, we'll address that another time. But
yeah, no, I'm not here to play armchair therapist as much as I'm starting to reach towards the armchair therapist.
A lot of the so far results that I could say I noticed from the beginning is just literal moments of Carl, shut up. You've answered, try to now stop giving him the ability to reach and run away. Because of course, I want to give him information, because you need to actually understand things. But he's allowed to worm his way out too many fucking times. As well as not playing the clips to show that he was lying about the idea of understanding how business works from the viewpoint with the Andariel bit. Because that was something that was reviewed on the content, which explains a lot of the aggression going in. But I digress.
Somehow it becomes better and more important when you do it and nobody else can do it. But you're more of an authority because you're ours. But I can do the same thing to you.
Just real quick, I was under the impression that you believed that at least a certain segment of women...
Yes, a certain segment of women and a certain segment of feminism and its political aspirations, the fucking cultural Marxism shit, is responsible for it. But it's not all of it. Every single time this is restated as though it's confusing, is completely discombobulating to me. Because realistically, I have to deal with the problem of somebody else setting the frame of the question and being unwilling to flex and accept an answer that said yes, some, but not all. They want a totalitarian. They want an answer in totality that says it's all women and fuck women with and fuck ovaries and fuck femininity in generally, or it's not actually that and it's actually cooked and I don't know what I'm talking about. This was so annoying every time this kept happening.
It was a lot.
Ruin video games, and that you were here to argue that they were ruining video games, and you're going to put forth an argument of why that's true.
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation?
Yes.
Okay.
Because
Can we get to that argument?
yes, because
Example right here. Why? Shut up! Shut up! Let me talk. I'm telling you. I'm showing you. Let me tell you.
if you only ever look in the sphere in which he's talking about, then you're going to miss the forest for the trees. There's entire businesses that have gone under. You could look at any of the games that are currently under the ownership. Yes.
Let's pick one.
Like, pick one. Nigga, shut up. Let me talk to you.
Yep.
Yeah. What do you mean? Did you not notice? Did you miss the fucking thumbnails? Did you miss the goddamn articles? Oh, wait. This will come up in a second. Nobody listens to articles. Nobody reads articles. Nobody reads details. Okay, Dexterito. Okay, Kotaku. Okay, Polygon. Okay, Destructoid. Okay, Rock, Paper, Shotgun. Okay, regular coal posting accounts on Twitter. Nobody reads headlines. Nobody reads articles. There's never news stories about when businesses go under, when games go under, and when they fail and when they bust. When somebody talks about the fact that it was directly pandering to either a political view or a id poll view, and therefore you've never heard of it. I don't believe that. Not from Whick, not from Irrelevant, not from anybody who was on that panel.
Come on, pick a business and we can talk about it.
Compulsion Games.
Okay, why did women...
Compulsion Games. Why did women in gaming ruin it? They set out to try and tell a story about a family and about a generation, 3 generations of women. And what they ended up turning in was a story that's just racism, bigotry, racism. With no actual story. With bad gameplay. With bad development. Period. From their own announcements, from their own interviews, from constant appearances, they talk all about identity and identity and identity, and the character, Hazel Flood, has no fucking identity whatsoever. Because they spend...
Name!
The Flood family, basically, is just a name that they picked because there's a flood that begins at the beginning of the game. She literally goes into the story arc of this black Alice in Wonderland tale from her house that is comically suspended up on cinder blocks and wooden poles into a flood that washes her house down the river stream. And she drowns in a flood in front of her mother, which then prompts the game's revival mechanic to bring you back, and it just goes from there as though it was a story about a woman who's basically going through this soul-growing journey while she's drowning under the water. But that's not where it actually goes, you see. That it doesn't go there at all. It's just a name.
Meanwhile, I'm just wondering if the flood and all of the other symbolism and the woman being named Flood is just allegory for, you know.
No, what they did was that they used it as the paternal name of the family. That all of the land, some of the businesses, some of the wealth was generated by the Flood family. So white men, then giving power to white women, then a matriarch white woman losing her child because the child drowned in the water because her male child didn't keep up and watch his sister, which would have been her aunt. That character then gets turned into a tree. No, I'm not smoking crack. This is the point of the game. She gets turned into a cursed tree so that her soul can live on. So that the grandmother becomes what's called a Dark Stitcher in the game, which is basically a false prophet trying to mutilate and use the magical creatures in this mystical world as a opportunity to bring her daughter back to life. And Hazel, who's been chosen by the world, the energies, the spirit within, as the Weaver, is supposed to heal the unironic stigmata, and wounds that are created from tragedy and pain and heartfelt issues deeply rooted in the community that creates characters and people that are troubled. And if a character is troubled enough, they become a mythical creature because of that agony. And, surprise, all of the agony in the game is caused by racism. White people and racism. The only time a person is absolved of their racism, if they're white, is if they are able to be understood, or if they are just basically a sweet baby angel that would never harm anyone. All of the game revolves around bigotry and racism, written from a perspective of a person who wants to blame white people for everything, who says that they create it in culture, but then when you actually consume and analyze the game's content and its culture, they completely fail on every regard. They fail on the story. They fail on the setting. They fail on how to use the stylized stop-motion animation that they use for some of the cutscenes. The claymation-ish animation effect that they use that makes it feel like Leica animation. They undersell and underuse all of this during the game's content. And not once during this do they accept, hey, actually, this is the case that this is something that I don't know about. And, oh wow, I can't believe that is the case. Yeah, actually, since this was the intention that they said that they had in all of these appearances, why is this something that they didn't do? Surprise, surprise, that goes completely unanswered because actually he doesn't know anything. He didn't play the video game. So I mock him to his face telling him, then you should probably not talk about it because you don't know about the game. So I know something that you don't. I know something, Whick, that you don't either. Take my word for it. I know. I played it. I played it to completion. My audience paid me to do it. We all raised the money together to buy the video game to do it. And yet that doesn't matter because I didn't hear about this. I didn't know about this. Okay, you're living under a rock, just as bad as he is. I'm not gonna mock a moderator on his own fucking panel, but maybe I should. Anyways.
Yeah, I honestly think a little bit of shade would have been valid.
Because they decided that it was more important to try to tell.
I'm gonna fast forward real quick through it because we get there.
Yeah, go ahead, please, dear God, yes.
Oh, that
Actually doing proper insert details and research on that folklore to make it right and make it happen.
I explained there that they were supposed to do research and details on folklore because they try to combine Christianity, they try to combine AMC baptism, they try to combine Southern baptism, they try to combine voodoo and hoodoo, and they try to combine root work all as a part of mythology and lore, and they get it wrong. They use a Baron seal on the ground as a summoning sigil, a Baron seal which doesn't summon a creature, but it summons Aloha, who represents the afterlife for people that believe in voodoo. And they use this just out of place for no reason. They try to bring in pieces from culture that has references to things like the Georgia River Nessie, which is basically a land dragon comparative to the Loch Ness Monster. They bring in character examples that are comparative to a shape-shifting owl, a Rougarou, because the person who is troubled watched his mother die on company script dime because they didn't pay them real money to get actual health care, and watches his father get executed by gun by the foreman that he was trying to convince to help them. Because racism means that men, black men, transform into animals. That doesn't get addressed either.
This hurts my head.
I'm fast forwarding through it because this is just the dialogue of it the entire time. Then we go and we look at the actual clip, and it goes over the fucking head.
The narrative that it presents with what it's trying to get you to care about. And it is, in fact, a story-based game. That is the only thing that is there. Because
you notice the entire time I'm having to fucking talk, and he's allowed to just sit there and mog through it. This we already discussed with Boomer, namely that he's not being pressured, and I'm not able to pressure him because it's always on the presupposition of this presupposed argument. Nobody wants to actually discuss the matter. If it goes longer than 60 seconds, oh no, you talk too much! And certainly,
60 seconds, the ADHD kicks in.
Like, I think that if you can't be able to pay attention to a point, and you need somebody to stimulate you every 15 seconds, that you're not able to have this conversation. Because even in his content, he's like, oh my god, it's just so soy. Which, interesting. The things that don't go your way with your leftist paradigm are soy. I thought was the bad thing. I thought making fun of masculinity is wrong. I thought making fun of people by calling them soy cucks is a bad thing. But only when it's against you, huh? There's a case example of it where you could say, yes, I can summarize better. But again, it falls back into the same problem. If I summarize, they ask for never-ending details and never stop asking questions. When I explain, they say, that's not example, that's not an example, that's not an example. When I give them the example and we try to explore upon it, and then we try to build upon it, can't do it, immediately on to the next thing.
combat is lackluster. They go out of their way to make the most prototypically his let me finish.
How did
for people to see
say that
through line of the game of the story, but it's not. They spend all this time. They spend all this time in the narrative of the game. Let me finish.
how did that
Key example, explaining it. They spend all this time in the narrative of the game making it about racism, and they completely fail to deliver on a character. Oh, how does that have to relate to women and feminism in gaming? A woman is literally on the writing staff and said she wanted to focus on making sure that people could see themselves in the story. And they had a mirror that had nothing. No character, no character traits, no personality whatsoever. This game is ruined because of that. That is a problem of feminism in gaming from Compulsion Games that was then bought lock, stock, and barrel by Microsoft. Boom! Done! But what does that have to do with it? I don't know. Maybe you should try playing it. He's not going to. He'll use the same excuse from people like Smash JT. It doesn't interest me. The same cope he used about Ghost of Yote. It doesn't interest me. I think the lead voice actress is an Antifa super soldier. Therefore, I didn't play it. Okay, so you can't speak on the matter. Shut the fuck up. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. Yeah, you're on the point. You're on point.
interview say that they
Because
did not
if you
care about
played-
making gameplay?
Because they cared more about the story of what they were supposed to perceive for people to see a black character on screen than actually making that black character a character. They made her a caricature. They made her a blank slate that people can insert themselves into, while then delivering a story that, instead of actually giving you a world to be invested in, instead is just the diatribe of somebody off of Tumblr deciding to say, if you don't like this, it's because you're a hateful bigot. While also getting lore wrong, getting mythology wrong, getting mythology they pull from the game wrong, and ultimately delivering a product that's not worth the near $70 for product.
Okay, so I don't get how what the interview had to do with that. She was asking.
I don't get what the interview has to do with that. She said it with her own words. You only watched a clip of the interview. You didn't watch the interview. You watched a clip of the interview. Because he's trying to speed through it. Whick is. So you didn't watch the full video. You didn't watch the full content. You don't know what's in the interview. You saw a piece of it. Why are you speaking as though you are an authority figure?
It's a pointed question about what a game like this would, like, how it connects with her and her real life.
Because if you
ask the question by
How this connects to her and her real life. She said she wanted to see herself in the video game. The same way that multiple journalists and multiple game designers and multiple influencers have said that a game is good because they could see themselves in it. And it ended up being just more derivative tripe that was empty and hollow. But they said they could see themselves in it. And that was fine. Also, filibustering for him again. I try to give deep context and details. He's allowed to interrupt somebody nonstop. I have to struggle to get my points out. He's allowed to fucking go on in a diatribe to say that it doesn't actually address that. Whick is allowing him to speak.
Well, then finish answering. Go ahead, Relevant.
It
Finish.
was important to her to have, representation in her life. Is like, hey, what is important about this game? Obviously, she's going to say it's important to have representation inside of a game. I don't get where this idea
I don't understand the problem here. What's wrong with representation? If you can't represent a character to the point that they're a fucking rock, that's a problem.
Exactly.
Is that a
But
problem?
instead, he just goes after the concept. He doesn't actually try to engage with anything that you said. He just goes off of the vague concept from the buzzwords that you said. He's recognizing these words in his head, but he's not actually thinking about what they really mean. He's just going word, association, boom, topic, word, slander. That's the loop.
I'm sorry, sloganeering doesn't make content. If sloganeering could make video games, then all of the fucking live service games wouldn't keep dying. How about Concord? How about a video game that's got exaggerated characters that look super goofy that technically you wouldn't see the fucking cosmetics of over time since it's an over-the-shoulder, first-person, third-person shoulder video game. But how about that? It didn't hit critical mass. It died before it even fucking launched. It's effectively in one ear, out the other. No time to process because he's too busy trying to get an insult out, trying to get a point out, claiming that, it's words. No, it's fucking not.
He's just going with buzzword soup. It's like, my God, man, did you study phonics as a child, or did you get stuck with the shitty word association thing?
Man, I loved Hooked on Phonics as a child. It's so effective. But it doesn't help.
Hell yeah.
But it doesn't fucking help if you have a brain full of fucking rocks. Rocks that have the identity.
So true.
Rocks that have the identity and the representation of a midwit that learned everything he knows from college. Assuming he went to college.
Judging by that haircut, I think there were a few mistakes made in junior year.
I'm not going to address that.
Is that
Neither am I.
all of the funding for the game went to this one chick to
Did I say that?
just make a black character?
Did I say that?
Did I say that all the funding in the game went to that? No. So what are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. I never said anything about the funding of the game. I'm talking about the actual quantitative content in the material of the game.
Yep.
The thing you interact with. The thing you didn't play.
The thing you could have at least watched a YouTube playthrough of.
As I said,
Because the argument should be that
Now you're telling me what my argument should be.
you
my
believe
argument
that
should
there was
be-
lackluster. Yes. Well,
Tell me my
it's
opinion,
not
please.
that they just made a bad game. Is your argument just that they made a bad game?
No, my opinion is not that they made a bad game. They went out of their way to try and sell you on politics and contemporary worldview, written into a narrative that it had no place and no business being in, and was very obvious that it had no place and no business being in. Because the literal back half of the game doesn't connect to the rest of the story! But you wouldn't have known that because you were too busy trying to interrupt me. Because you
And
didn't
trying to
want
get a clip.
You're trying to get a fucking clip. Literally, they drop you off in what can be called fucking Creole Cajun Bayou Hell, which is basically Popeyes. It's literally an interdimensional room that has music coming from every direction, because it's supposed to be Kuzmo's realm, which is the big bad of the game. A big, giant, dark cloud that's supposed to represent a creature that eats people. He, the dragon of the character, the authoritative lieutenant that is supposed to be to Kuzma, which is Rue, spelled exactly R-O-U-X, is supposed to be this hip Cajun black male that's supposed to be his second hand in command, who takes her to this dimension so that she can confront Kuzma as a part of a trap to hold her in her own perpetual nightmare. And in doing so, he gives her a late game transformation for her costume. Welcome, Sophinet. He gives her a late game transformation of her costume. And what that costume looks like. Sylph of Midnight. What that costume looks like is not the one that she's wearing on the cover of the game. It's an entirely second order magnitude costume she gets later. So, the costume the character is wearing throughout the video game, in the first section, before she talks to the grandmother, which then begins the mid-section of the game, is this number. Her wearing the normal tank top and her jeans that she was wearing before the house floated away. Literally at the beginning of the game. Then, after she talks to the grandmother, she gets this outfit piece, which is supposed to be her traditional, the traditional Weaver clothing, with the open back and the white weaves and shit, etc., etc., etc. But the costume that she gets when she gets to Kuzma's realm, going real quick to just go pull up a fucking video of it, because I can actually pull up my own content.
I also side note, I hate that the writing quality of this game does not match the quality of the art being displayed in front of me, because holy shit, that actually looks really appealing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so disappointed. Like, I'm so disappointed.
When she gets to the end game, she gets this black ensemble piece here that you can see in the cutscene. She gets her hair done up in buns and braids. She gets a fucking black magic girl transformation from top to bottom. Literally when she arrives in the realm.
Yeah.
Trying to fucking find the said cutscene. Here we go. So, she's in the regalia when she's inside of Rue's cavern. She goes through the thing to learn all the shit in the context of the game. Shut up, Carl. She goes through the entire realm to get to this back door that connects the crossroads to everything else. See? Got a little bustier, got the white top, white shirt, black dreads, pantsuit legs, because, you know, she's allowed to be feminine, but she can't be too feminine. Whole pantsuit outfit that, honestly, is actually fine. Not really complaining about the outfit. The point isn't the outfit. The point is how disjointed this outfit is about to be connected to the rest of the narrative.
Oh, no.
Rue's talking to her through the cell phone. She gets pulled into the
Cajun Afterlife, and boom, walks through the door, costume change out of nowhere. There's no connection for this choice or how it affects the story and the narrative. It just happens.
Bruh.
The entire game is like this multiple times when it comes to her.
I would think that would be a cool thing you'd want to address, but okay, I guess.
Because effectively,
Bruh.
what that interview actually showed, when you listen to the entire fucking thing and do your job and research it, is that she basically said, I wanted to see myself as a cool magical, a cool black magical girl. That was it. I want to insert myself into these fairy tales and these narratives, and it would be cool if I could be a black magical girl. Cool, great. We have a black magical girl character that looks cool and interesting at the end that would be great to cosplay. No game, no story, no connective story tissue, and it's completely fucking abject of any actual desire. Congratulations, game's dead.
This is just disappointing.
And what he's logistically trying to argue here is that actually this is not a problem of feminism in gaming. This is not a problem of women in feminism and its problems on the marketplace. Because what does it have to do with it? Isn't it possible they just made a bad game? Isn't it possible they just made a bad game? Isn't it possible that they made a bad game by trying to focus on politics and identity first? It's never allowed.
Instead of trying to tell a story.
It's never allowed. That answer's never allowed, Funky. It was never allowed. Now, what...
This is... Oh, this hurts my head.
Now, that's the case example, right? But the point is, what should I have done instead? When he does that, what I should have done on the moment is, if you play the video game, no you did not. So, there was no connective tissue to the story. There was no connective tissue to the rest of the interview that you didn't watch. Why is it that it isn't possible for them to make a bad video game because they decided to focus on identity politics first and actual story and content and material second? Why is it that bad story and bad gameplay and bad development efforts and bad development elements are allowed to be excused as just a mercantile mistake when they go out and they put their whole foot in it and it comes back fungus? I should have flipped the question on him there. And because I'm constantly having to deal with somebody that's basically being backed up by the moderator to have infinite time to just mog on attention, that it's somehow the case that actually, no, actually, this is a case of just the market making a bad video game. How about any of the other times when this doesn't happen and they make a letter by numbers video game? With Black Ops 6, Black Ops 7. When they say, yeah, we're getting mobbed by ARC raiders, and we're getting mobbed by other video games in different marketplaces, forcing us to have to address the fact that our year-to-year release is dog shit. We need to address the EOMM. We need to address the market share of how we're selling cosmetics and skins. We have to address a bunch of this bullshit that we haven't properly addressed. How does this not become a case of mercantilism affecting the marketplace? But that doesn't get used. Actually, Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7 is an example of the market being good and healthy. So is the culture of ARC raiders, which I discussed that with fucking Cole Cassie Cage and another person by the name of the PlayStation Gamer that was in her audience not too long ago, a couple of nights ago. And we had this exact discussion about the shit we were talking about. And we all came to the same conclusion that we already came to beforehand, that you would naturally would have come to, which is that if the culture of something like ARC raiders is that you have people playing the game because they're casuals, and that's completely fine. This is not an antagonism of casual gamers. It is the factor of somebody who's unwilling to actually do the extra work that goes into analyzing what's being discussed. It's not that you can't have casuals play the game. It's that you have an entire field of streamers that have effectively turned a video game into something that it's not. It's supposed to be an extraction shooter, and it was transformed into a battle royale because of people trying to just destroy the video game and monetize it for content, and then abandon it the moment that it's no longer pulling blood from a stone. How do you try and use that to say, oh, but doesn't Asmongold play that game? Nigga, am I Asmongold? Huh?
No.
What does that have to do with anything? And he does bring this up. He does bring that up as a pivot to say, but Asmongold thinks this. It's like, yeah, but I'm not Asmongold. My name's not Asmongold. I'm not Zachary. Why do you keep speaking as though you're speaking to a person who's supposed to be a representative for an average viewer? It's because that's what he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
if I choose to go through with the idea that I have bouncing around after we finish however long the PIP takes to get through to the end of the content, I have half an idea to run a gambit of one-on-one, like of multiple back-to-back one-on-ones with people that are going to try and argue to say the case that politics is not capable of affecting the gaming market. Because obviously the case is that if the question is set by the other person, they're just going to continue to hide behind pretense, and I'm going to force them to have to address it, because there's no way you can have this conversation otherwise. Because it's demonstrable of somebody being a part of the culture, or somebody being a tourist that doesn't actually pay attention, and the only time they perk their ears up is when they've heard drama.
Which Irrelevant feels like he is one of those. He's a tourist.
Yes. Welcome, Luamar.
He is a tourist.
Welcome back.
Ah! My favorite Mexican! Hola, amigo! ¿Qué pasa?
Hey there, how's it going?
I'm well rested now. Those extra 40 minutes really helped. Amal?
All right, got yourself all wound up there?
He is a little coiled. He is well coiled.
We got to the part of the debate where Irrelevant tries to excuse the one sliver bit of the debate where we were on the South of Midnight question, where Whick pushes me into naming only one example where I should have been allowed to name multiple, because he ends up trying to filibuster and speaking over me. And then we get to the back end of it after we saw a clip, not the full interview, but the clip of the interview, and Irrelevant is acting as though he is an authority on the subject matter, and he's trying to tell me, but isn't it possible that when they set out with their personal identity to make this video game about black women and about being a magical girl in this fairy tale universe that's like Alice in Wonderland, that they just ended up making a bad game? I'm addressing the point of why he can't accept that it's possible that they made a bad game because they focused on idpol instead of focusing on making good content that actually blended together the story, the gameplay, the combat, the non-interactive and interactive parts of it to make a full project that actually turned in a medium performance.
Right. If you're trying to make, rather than focusing on gameplay elements and drawing in the user, if your focus is educating them on, woke matters, you're just gonna end up making a game that beats you over the head.
Yep.
And every single time I try to explain that to them about South of Midnight, he's just sitting there, didn't they just make a bad game then? And it's like, yeah, they made a bad game because they tried to focus on endpol. Why is it that you can't accept this?
They made a bad game because they wanna. I just watched a Mentis Wave video on it. It's that whole what is it? The first order logical fallacy.
Yes, first order bias.
Watching that
That's
earlier.
what they're doing. Yeah, first order bias. There you go. That's what they're doing.
It's like, it's first order, second order, third order magnitude. They made a bad game, 1, because they focused on idpol, 2, and they wanted to try to lecture you and teach you about this fantasy world, 3, that you were invited to be a part of, that Ken Belair explicitly says, if we don't do this, we're losing twice. We won't be able to make the video games that we want, and then the marketplace will ignore us because the marketplace wants to follow the monetary trend. And the monetary trend is the example from the clip that we saw from the first part that we did as homework before we got into the debate prior. That is effectively, what are we going to sell to? The people who actually buy our content, or this 50-50 parody that wants to be interested by queer Marxists and Marxist theories that affect their hand on the marketplace the exact way that politics and socio-economic politics would affect its hand on real-world problems. The two things follow through together. But every single time, they never want to go past that first a priori example in the first order bias. It always stops there, and, well, my example is that they made a bad video game, and it's soy and cooked. Why do we have to talk about this? It's because it all goes together. And as we discussed last time when you were here, to deny this is proof that that you are not actually in gaming culture, and that it is one of three things. Either you're not involved and you don't see the problem, so you're blind to it. You do see the problem, but you don't want to address it for reasons that can only be explained as you would then be punished by a culture that likes to antagonize people, which definitely came through in the debate, especially when they start trying to dogpile me. Or third, you know that it's there, you agree with it, You want to bring more of it, and you want to commit whataboutism so that you can attempt to say that it's just gish galloping and that it shouldn't matter as long as we address that for whatever reason, that it's because it's just a bad video game. When it's probably much more important to identify that it's a bad video game because of the second and third order magnitude. If you only look at the first order bias and you say, who cares, it's because it was a bad game, then it gets lost to time. It's like
it ignores the structural underpinnings in the games industry that's actually causing them to make bad games.
Yes.
It's just saying you don't look no further. Oh, they made a bad game. You don't go, they made a bad game because.
Yeah.
You have to look into the motivations of the people making the game. I mean, it's like, obviously sometimes when people are trying to make a good game, they will make a bad game just because maybe they get carried away on the mechanics or something or other. Maybe the game has a bad development cycle. But I mean, we could pretty much say that those things aren't applicable in this case, in this kind of use case, I would say, because they're not trying to make a good game.
If we do not learn from failure, then we're forced to repeat it, and these people do not want to understand why something failed. They just wanted to say it's bad, move on, consume next product.
It's because
so it's the whole meme, how will this help us sell games? Sell games?
Yes. My entire theory is that the intention is that either one, they don't understand, so they move on to go and find a solution, an example that fulfills their viewpoint. Or they know not to look further, because if they find an answer that then is in the category of against them, they inherently have to ignore it, so that they can continue to act as though they do not know the answer and the cause, when they in fact do. Excuse me.
Because it treads upon their sensibilities.
Ignorance.
Yeah.
Game? Then who cares? There's millions of bad games. Your argument is that they spent too much.
There's not millions of bad games. If we're talking about an entire release fair in a year, just in a fiscal year alone, when you start name-checking 50 games, oh cool, I named 50 games out of 500 released a year. One number is 90, another number is 10. If we're talking from a position of actually having a real discussion about the games industry, does 90% of the marketplace being shovelware, abandonware, trash, ransomware, vaporware, and just generally under par for your personal standards, whomever you are, because you don't even have to say a particular genre, just all of what's being offered. 90% of the M&Ms are poison, 10% are good, but 5% of them are orange. Another 3% are blue and red. Does 10% of the marketplace mean that the industry is healthy? No, it doesn't. Obviously it doesn't. Just by magnitude of how much being offered. So, you can't then say, gaming is fine, actually you're just the person who's delusional. Because I should then say, what are you playing? Who are you playing it with? And it's the case that he's playing alone. So, you don't know what's actually out there. Because you're not playing it. You're not buying them. You're not looking into them. So you don't actually understand what's going on. That shouldn't be allowed, and I didn't allow him to do that. However, I should very much pressure him to actually explain.
I would say, like, whether a person is playing multiplayer games or single-player games isn't really... I think that doesn't really... That's like basically a position that I can't imagine a way to defend.
That's not my point.
As far as
that's not his point.
Validity or
okay.
Not,
okay, so I watched
the sample size is the problem.
Well, what Carl is trying to say, he's not really saying it very well, but what he's trying to say is that even though he's playing these multiplayer games, he's playing them within a bubble. He's not actually interacting with them. He's not interacting with their communities. He's not really reading the updates. He just sees, oh, cool, Marvel Rivals got an update. Goes, clicks, and plays. And he plays with his audience or with his little insular group. He's not actually engaging with it as a whole to actually see the health and the body of it. It's like someone who comes home to play Overwatch 2, a dying game. And they don't know that Overwatch 2 is a dying game. And so one day they say, oh, we're going to shut down the server. And they're like, why? And then they find out it was a dying game. It's like that. He's not plugged into it as a whole. He's not playing it in the big wide world. He's playing it in his own bubble.
He is effectively
it sounds like he's playing it. He's basically a full-time casual gamer. is what
Yes.
it sounds like.
Yes.
Yes.
But the thing is, you do kind of have to like that's who you have to convince, though, right? Because those are kind of the dumb masses that you have to convince that there is a problem, right?
Yes. And the tourist should never be the person who can do that. Who can do that convincing, because from the clip itself, which I don't even know if they've used that fucking clip proper. Let me go see if I can go find an example of it. The original clip that he went viral for, which was that was clipped earlier from his broadcast, that was a part of him spurging that shit. Pull this here. Caramel Cajun the 6th. Here we go. Should be one of these. Why is it so hard for me to find this fucking tweet? I swear to God, you post something and then it basically disappears to the fucking wild once you've been on Twitter for long enough. 1 second.
I know that problem.
It's really fucking retarded. Okay,
Yep.
I know. Here's my one thing. Here. So here's my clicks. Here's my thing. Do. Debate happening at blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. This clip. This clip. This clip. This clip. This clip. This clip. Oh my God. Why is it so hard for me to find the fucking thread? Play it back for the people at home. Play it back for the people at home. I can find everything but the original thing. Oh my God. That's so annoying. I can describe it once I go find it from Awkward20K's account. Shouldn't take that fucking long, unless he deletes tweets.
Highly possible.
January 17th. Scroll all the way back for January 6th. I'm so annoyed. I'm doing advanced search. Here. January 1st, January 6th, let's do 5th to 6th. Lord of fucking mercy. It is possible that he might have deleted the fucking tweet, so I have to go fucking looking for it in mine. Give me a second. I'll do that in one moment once I find it. Let's continue until I get back to that.
That would be wise. Also, I've got about 20 minutes left before I need to go prep.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yes, sir.
resources or effort into making it like have black representation, make it woke, or have something to do with feminism.
I also never say woke at any point during this debate on purpose,
No,
so that they don't have the ability to hide behind that.
You're incredibly wise for doing so. That is like the easiest pitfall to fall into, is to just use the W word. I hate the W word, not because of the tools that it can be, but it's a point.
Because they'll immediately demand that you define it the moment you say it.
Even if I did, I would define it the exact way I described it: political proselytization. You are attempting to antagonize a point on something that effectively is a pulpit that is used to lecture someone about the geopolitical understanding of the world from a viewpoint that either has a root in religion, in social culture, or in politics. It feels... Go ahead.
I do personally also think that it does have to have like kind of a dialectical nature to it as well. But that's just my personal definition. That's the problem with that word too, though, is everyone has a slightly different definition.
Yes, because the definitive example of what people would effectively call woke, as you described with the breakdown that we did with the point system of defining that the queer Marxists are the ones that are woke, the ones that have fully ascended in a position where they are so progressive to the point that it can be slightly regressive, because they are so capable of witnessing this utopian fantasy that they want, but they don't have a realistic viewpoint back to the society that's supposed to be capable of birthing it. It is definitively something that has a place in universities. It's something that only makes sense in text, because when you try to apply it to the real world, they might not share your viewpoints. So it's much easier to define the example as political proselytization. Because, everybody knows when they're being lectured to. Everybody knows when they're being lectured to. Everybody knows when they're being lectured to. Everybody knows when somebody's telling you to just take their word for it. Everybody knows when someone's effectively telling you that you don't know, so you should be educated. And when you ask them, okay, where should I go to get that education? They refuse to tell you. That means that the knowledge and information can only be divined from somebody who is awakened. And that is what woke became. Being socially and politically awakened to the realities of the world is supposedly the case of being awoken. Therefore, woke. It became a colloquial short term for the political awakening. Somebody who's politically black is a person who's politically awoken. They realize that we will never be able to receive the things in the world that we'll be asking for. From the viewpoint of somebody who, say, lives in a suburb and is surrounded by upper middle class whites that themselves are still, quote, asleep. Why? Well, I'm race blind. I'm colorblind. I don't see a reason why the world has to be this way. Well, my brother, you don't realize that they still killing us for even simply listening to responses. That is an example of what a person could call woke, just in their own viewpoint from their standpoint. But I think the problem that comes along, Boomer, is that they intentionally use that standpoint to say that, no, actually it's our version of what the political awakening should be. And if it does not reflect that, then you're not actually woke. So, I could do the posturing with an example of, say, the Kamikaze Karen. Renee Macklin Good. Was Renee Macklin Good woke? Was she politically aware to see something to the akin of someone attempting to use Somalis as a proxy to talk about political black people? And therefore, by harassing Somalis, to quote Papa Gut from not so long ago, a couple of nights back, that actually people like Nick Shirley are just harassing black people and harassing black people for the GOP?
I doubt that she had things thought through to that degree. I think that there are probably people who are feeding people like her information that do, and that is their intent. But I don't think that people like her actually have beliefs that are formulated well enough to be able to see something like that. What they have is more akin to like seeing through a pinhole box. You know, like they have a very narrow scope of understanding and view, and I don't think that they actually the doubt she had ever done any kind of research into this kind of thing, you know?
Yes, and you could probably extrapolate that same view onto leftists themselves. There was a video from Corbin Explains where instead of using the word bread to describe people, you could start calling them pop leftists because of their desire to use pop culture as a reference to give people information about the world. The things like Vosh's world-famous take of, it's like being a hero in a Marvel movie. The hero submits himself to the mob. We recently had video of a person being pulled around by a leftist mob who then got stabbed as the mob assaulted and attacked him. Is that what Rittenhouse should have done back then? Is Vosh
That's what they
woke?
wanted him to do, for sure.
Yes. Like, is Vosh woke by that definition? How about Destiny?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. He is one of the people who actually understands the tools that are being used and is using them intentionally to further his goals. And he's explicitly unprincipled, by his own statement.
Mm-hmm. So it's like, it is very much a bait and switch in the first hand, and then it is an intentional misdirect to corrupt and irrevocably mislead people on the back end. Also, I found the thing in question, but I did not find the post in question. So, give me 1 second. I'm almost about to find it. I probably could have gone down a relevance timeline, because this motherfucker does not engage with anything. Oh, and it appears to be that he deleted his post from January 6th. That was reacted to by the influencer, Awkward20k. He just deleted it after the debate. So much for I'll call everybody retarded and I'll say that I was right. What a coward. Anyways.
Yep.
Let me just continue real quick while I'm scrolling for it still.
That is the argument. Otherwise, they just made a bad game, and who cares? It's like any other bad game.
Just before you respond, $5.
Who should care if they just made a bad game? The marketplace should. Because every time you release a bad video game, it makes people want to not spend their money more. Oh, there's nothing good to buy. Also, I hear nothing from any influencer that I would trust, any content creator that I would trust, any market source, any market reviewer that I would trust about whether or not I should do it. That's who cares. Flip the script and put it into another frame of reference. Movies. Oh, there's no movies out worth to watch, so we're going to re-release The Lord of the Rings again. Who should care? It's just the marketplace, it's just the industry, it's just the business, it's just the actors, it's just the directors, the screenwriters. Every single person who's fed by this engine. Who cares? How about art? He wouldn't use that example for art. Because in his viewpoint, when you use game in this way, the same way people like fucking Neil Druckmann use video games as a proxy for movies and art, he would never make that argumentation. Because when you suffuse it into art, art means that people have to be paid for it. Otherwise, it's a problem. He would never do that the other way around.
From Audacity to say, I was so mad that Baldur's Gate 3 made me have all the gay sex possible. Thank you for $5. Anyway, carry on. Go ahead and respond, Carl.
The point, if you actually played the game, is that when I went through and looked at all of their assets, looked at the actual way they put it together, looked at the other interviews, which we won't have time for this segment, but I wanted to start there with that one. If you
pause for 1 second. The fact that all of this is homework that a person has to do to be able to be informed on the subject matter means that I probably shouldn't have picked this game as this example. We discussed this last time, Boomer. But it's also the case that if we can't have a discussion where the debate panelist can't use an example because the moderator actively will not review the content and clip in full and have an actual discussion about the conversation, that the conversation should be just thrown out entirely, in my opinion. Because if we...
I think it's kind of it's a situation where you kind of do have to, unfortunately, come down to the lowest denominator. Yes, what you're saying is not inaccurate. Like, it would be nice if they actually were willing to review the data, but I think it's better to go for examples of things that are like just so glaringly obvious in the zeitgeist that he can't like say, oh no, we don't have time to review that, or it's like there's no way you haven't reviewed it, so like how was that like that's why I keep coming back to like Dustborn as a great example of something like that.
See, I was only allowed to make so many X examples before Whick decided that there was no further conversation to have one-on-one and then open it up to panel debate. Because literally I have so many other examples I could have referenced. I'm not allowed to actually voice my opinion because, again, I'm having to fight not only the opponent but also the moderator, and the moderator themselves may also be a casual gamer, so they don't have the frame of reference.
Unfortunately, I think, and in that situation, Irrelevant basically brought in like his posse, so to speak, and they basically did the work for him, or maybe they were just Wickers, I don't know, but.
Wickers or his audience. I know that there were some people there that was from half and half.
I think in that situation, what would be strategically, good, would be to try to have like a representative crowd of your own hanging out on Wick's platform in order to hop in and make sure that the panel, when he opens it up, doesn't get oversaturated with folks.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, Boomer. Jay Funky, what did I literally tell you the other day?
I zoned out for a second. Fill me back in for the last 30 seconds.
That's also half my answer there, Boomer. But remember when I told you about the fact that, hey, I'm doing this content today, it's kind of important that you guys show up and show support? Oh yeah, we're going to do that. Oh shit, when did that happen?
Yep.
It already happened. What were we doing? You were watching movies.
Yep.
You were watching TV shows.
Yeah.
The problem, Boomer, with this is it is incredibly difficult, as I have noticed and paid attention to and have done tests of this with just DevCord. Sometimes people in my audience isn't the best case example to use because this is a very small sample size. So I actually use DevCord as a case example. You should already know, as having been a part of Authority, that the way that Dev does his shit is that you can't put links to other people's servers in the thing, otherwise it mutes you, right? And as a current mod, Funky also knows this, right? Right.
Yes.
So the fact that that is a factor, and that Dev's audience is just so large, the only place where there are people that are congregating to have spoken and heard about this was Symposium. I literally asked Lag to go tell people that, hey, reminder, Carl is doing this thing. I told Bilsker, I told Funky, I asked you, I told not Bilsker, but the other person. Bilge? Bilge.
Yes, Bilge, yes.
I told various other people.
What you have to get to you have to go to a higher level of organization with this kind of thing, where what you probably really want to do is actually create like a scheduled event on like a calendar, like Google Calendar or something like that, that your cohort agrees is mutually acceptable for use, and then basically invite everybody to this with an explicit, there's like, this is on your calendar at this time, here are the links in the description, and what we're up to, so that you can actually get everybody together simultaneously. It's kind of, you're getting into a point where it's almost it is organizing, really.
Boomer, what would I tell you if not only did I do that, but I did everything necessary to hype the event up, remind people that it was happening, posted as something that was going to happen, and then making sure people knew that it was live when it was happening by doing a pregame event that told people that it was going to go down literally days before in advance, with reminders all the way through. I did exactly everything you just described, and people did not show up to do that because the greater
there was like a Google Calendar invite.
There was Google Calendar invite. There was a server post invite. There were server posts frequently reminding people, frequent daily updates of it, community post updates, word of mouth updates, literally everything. What I have discovered from doing that, Boomer, is that the problem is no matter how much effort you go through to do it, part of the issue of doing events like this is that if people are not actually directed to the affinity of being people that are going to engage in live form content, let alone content that they can go watch on a VOD later, they're not going to show up live. They're going to show up after the fact. It's the equivalent of basically you're being mugged, but people would rather discuss what happened after you were mugged than getting on their phone immediately and figuring out what's happening. So literally before this event tonight.
I'll be honest with you. The way that you're approaching it might be part of the problem too, because you don't want to assume ill intent.
No, I don't.
I don't.
People, I don't.
It's not anything. It's not anything. But the way you're talking about it, kind of sounds like you could be. and that might alienate people a little bit, where they maybe in the back of their head they might be like, well, I don't know, he's kind of gonna spit fire at me about it one way or the other. So maybe it kind of makes it harder for them to be motivated to show up.
I've had this discussion with people, literally in the content, and what they've told me is that some people are like, some did have the opinion that you did, but it came from the factor that they never talked to directly and they never engaged directly. They were casuals. They casually consume content. Let's remove the example of me and put it on someone like Devin. They consume Devin's content casually. So they'll watch when there's a video. They'll see when there's an update post that drops. Maybe they tune in for the daily sip, and they only watch 10 minutes to an hour. They're not directly the power users that would show up and be physically involved in an event. This would be something more akin to something like Uzulu in Golden Age Cabal, and the members that are the most active that are a part of Cabal outreach that would be responsible for things like going to people's to server and doing.
And then how do you convince people that they want to be that active? Like that's kind of a difficult thing. Like what's like with those guys, they have Uzulu has kind of a cult of personality going on. That I think helps with that, and for better or worse. But like you can't exactly rely on there being a cult of personality. Nor do you necessarily want one because it's kind of shady.
Correct.
So like how do you convince people that they want to interact as a power user, as you described,
Because half of it is that you do it because you're a part of the community and you want to show support. Another example would be that you want to be in the room when it happens, like I described earlier before you came. That half the reason these conversations can go this way is that you need to have the energy in the room. You need to have the people who know who have the knowledge, or people who are effectively what you would call the spirit of the community. So this person is the heart of the community. This person is the leader of the community. This person is Team Mom. This person is Team Dad.
That's kind of an advantage that Whick has, particularly, I think, is that he has a community.
Yes, he has a pre-established community.
He has a community of people who will show up, when he opens the door for them to. And I think he's done a lot of work to cultivate that, even if they are biased in his direction. I honestly, I think the only thing that you can do is to try and really, grind on outreach and try and build a similar community for yourself if that's what you're after. Like it's not going to be a thing where you're going to be able to piggyback off of devs. I mean, you might be able to recruit people for such a purpose from devs, but I mean, you're going to have to build it yourself.
Well, that's outside the scope of what we're talking about, but the thing we're describing, I've literally been doing and I've already done. It's actually literally improved compared to years ago. I've gone from people literally trying to destroy me to now being able to move forward in a positive direction. So, yes, that is correct. That's inside the scope. But the point that I'm getting to is that there are people that would rather watch than engage. There are people that would rather watch than engage by the majority. And literally before we came in, one example of a person who had never necessarily been involved in my versus chat audience engagement content said verbatim, "Thanks, but I don't think I could come up with anything to benefit the conversation. Plus, I'm doing this other thing." So really, it comes down that if it's not a choice of, it's not my thing, it's that I don't know what I could add. And the thing here is that we're now dealing with the problem that is basically gaming is a political space. It is an empty room space that is up for conquest. And there are people that they are a part of it. They would like to be a part of it. They'd like to be in it. But they kind of cede it to other people like myself to be the ones that are the mouthpieces and the leaders that are responsible for occupying that space. They would rather put it in someone else.
Part of the reason for that is it's part of the whole reason that Gamergate even happened in the first place is the vast majority of gamers are grillers. They just want to grill. They just want to be left alone. They just want to play their game and enjoy it. And it's really not until the post Gamergate world and rolling up to now that people are starting to realize that no matter what they do, because all media eventually becomes politicized, that they are going, if they want their games to be made the way they like to enjoy them, they are going to have to engage politically.
Correct. And that was part of my 3-point view. That literally gaming is a culture, it is an industry, and it is a space.
and you have to fight to defend it.
Yes.
And the problem is that in this instance, especially in the instance of dogpiling, if the only person coming into my defense that people are watching it happen, would rather watch me get mutilated, logistically speaking, metaphorically speaking, than the one person that actually gets up and says, no, I've got to go help him, being Dev. Somebody who is willing to enter into the arena because they would rather watch
and
consume.
And honestly, Dev is a pretty. I mean, having him on your side in that conversation. I mean, he is a heavyweight. Whether we agree with him all the time or not. So that is pretty significant.
It's significant, but the way that I would frame it, especially when I was there in the moment when it was happening, is like Dev's agreeing with me, but he's not defending and backing me up and making it like, well, I don't inherently agree with Carl, but you were lying. He was right. You were wrong. This is true. You were inherently dishonest. This is the truth of the matter. You couldn't express this because da-da-da-da-da. Especially when that individual explained exactly the point that I said about the political cathedral and the people in the business that are responsible for the poisoning of that ground.
Right.
The problem there is that if it's a matter of crowds and we're gangs. The problem is that gamers have become a gang. It's gang affiliation at this point. If you're not jumped in, bled out, you are effectively a wag. You're a wife and a girlfriend or a husband and a boyfriend of someone who's engaged and involved. And unfortunately, you don't get to not occupy their space. You use your voice or it's going to be squelched. Oh well, one person using his voice is speaking up against all these other people, and they're able to gang up on them and attack them and effectively jump them. I'm being jumped. You're watching me get jumped, and you're not jumping in to help. This then leads to a problem where, well, I didn't even know that was happening. Why is that? Oh, I was disengaged because I had this other thing to do. And mind you, the point I'm trying to make here isn't that you need to give up everything and you need to perform when I call you as a fucking hit soldier. You need to become my Weimar. You need to become my brown shirt and my red shirts. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making, the point that I'm making is that if the person is supposed to show up for an event that gives the ability of showing what the community looks like when it's at its strongest, because we're effectively going into gang warfare with people who have an ulterior motive and a intentional political theory that is opposite of the grillers, as you called them, the normal casuals, the enjoyers, business professionals, the hardcore players, the professional gamers that have entire industry positions and or careers under their belt by being actual fucking professionals, by being actual contenders and competitors in the market field.
It's the core audience versus the interlopers, essentially.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
And that's a perfectly valid call to circle the wagons, because you need someone who is an example, and it's not just one guy saying this opinion. I hate doing the whole voice by numbers thing. I think the things should stand out on the merits, but some people are bullies, and some days it do be Bloods versus Crips.
Yes. You actually have to be able to occupy the space and take up space and muscle them out if what they're doing is a disingenuous tactic. But if it's the equivalent that one person or a person who's having his position poisoned by someone intentionally trying to foist them out, as often is the case with a struggle session, because it becomes a struggle session at the end. If no one comes in and vocally speaks to the energy of what they're saying to legitimize what their argument is, it is the exact equivalent of watching a murder happen live on camera. And you'd rather discuss the murder.
To be completely fair here, I mean, when Whick opened the mics, like, I was watching and I didn't jump in. I mean, I could have. I think if it happened again, I probably would.
I was tempted to, but I knew that I emotionally was not in the right state to do it because I was way too pissed off. So
it was fairly cool. And I was just taking notes, basically.
Right. And then
that's when I started writing out that point by point I gave you.
Yeah. I kind of left it in the hands of the fat man when Dev pulled up. I was like, okay, yeah, no, he'll go sit on him with his big fat ass and solve the problem.
It was a bit like, Dev coming in was a bit like watching a tank break the line a little bit, you know?
Yes, it was, and it was a relief. And then, did Aaron get in there? I think Aaron got in there for a little bit. Who got in there? I know one of our guys did.
I don't remember if Aaron was there.
He might have joined on, but that might have been the more recent.
He was in a more recent one.
He was in the more recent stream. He was in the ice stop
debate, but I don't think he was in mine. I don't remember him being there.
I don't
Yeah,
remember.
I think
Oh
that's
wait, no,
right.
no,
I
no,
think
no,
that's
no, no.
right.
It was no. It was Adam Friended that did. It was Adam.
I don't remember
He
that.
got in the chat.
Yeah.
He was
But
the
Adam-
super chatter,
Okay,
and
wait,
he
wait.
did get in the
Was-
voice chat for a little bit.
Wasn't that actually Adam Unfriended that was from Symposium that said that he sent that donation?
Yeah, unfriended. Yeah. Him. I'm sorry. I get the two mixed up.
Yes. So
In names.
so
Yes.
when
Unfriended.
I was there, basically it's myself and then eventually Dev comes in, but Dev is not basically holding me up on my collar to stand me back up, and he's throwing blows himself. It should have been a lot bloodier, where he should be in the corner. And that also, too, is to the point. It's like, well, I would have gotten in, but our bigger, stronger, heavier member... that sounds like a big... Our bigger, stronger, heavier man came in, so I didn't have to do it. It's still abdication. It's still abdication. You're waiting for somebody else to do it. And that's part of the problem.
Right.
Because
Right.
if we're going...
Well, it is.
Because
It is. We don't have nearly as much unity as they do. Where they will all dogpile in to, defend their weakest warrior in this case, because Irrelevant really was
one of the
making
weakest.
very good points.
Yes.
Yeah, but because they have such numbers, they were able to basically just steamroll.
I was way too frustrated by the steamroll at that point to jump in and help and be of any good use. I was just going to be pissed off. So
To me, that also though is a moderation issue, because there were numerous points where there were 5 people from Wix or All Relevant posse or whatever that were in there, just
Both
all
audiences, frankly.
talking at the same time, and Wick was just letting it happen.
Because
And it's
money.
like,
Because money.
I respect him, for building the platform that he has and holding these events, but it's like, dude, you got to use the mute button and have some organization to this. It's
you do
chaos.
need to cut people off sometimes so other people can talk. It's just
Or-
unfair.
Or when somebody is talking, don't just start to interrupt them because you want to read super chats.
Exactly.
Dude, it seemed like it did seem like he was the only time. I don't know, maybe this is my bias, or maybe this is me looking back with the opposite of rose-tinted lenses, but it did kind of feel like he would explicitly wait till you were talking to read all the super chats.
Correct.
It was terrible. It was terrible. I think what was happening is that the super chats were coming in at that time because there was a break in the action, or they were taking notes on something that Carl was saying because Carl was the new guy, and so all the super chats were going to be revolving around Carl. Wick should have absolutely waited until he got a period in. I do know sometimes that I do need to just cut in on you because you will keep going, which is a great strength.
True.
But sometimes, I don't know when to cut in because I feel too rude cutting in. But it be what it is sometimes.
The way that I view it on the issue...
I will say...
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I do think more bullet-pointed approach to making points would be helpful in that regard, because
we
you
discussed
can
that before. We've discussed that before.
you'll spray out 5 valid points at the same time. And then the problem with that is now you personally have to defend all 5 of those points at the same time. Whereas if you made 1 point, waited for a rebuttal, you could just defend that 1 point before moving to the next one.
Certainly. We discussed that before on the last broadcast.
Yep.
So that goes without saying.
Yep.
Now, on the
Okay.
case of the political ground shit, I can be able to give to you that the issue here is effectively a case of big bank take little bank. Because realistically, especially on the idea of, shit, I did not speak up because I was not a Carlist, but I was indeed a member of the Fat Man's Brigade. But when the Fat Man came in, I felt that I didn't have to say anything. What was that, Boomer?
I'm too far away.
What was that, Boomer? I didn't hear you. Okay.
Uh-oh. Oh, wait. Hold on. I think his internet blipped or something.
Are you okay, Boomer?
Yeah, my internet's getting weird.
Okay.
Can
Also,
you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You have to go. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go.
Godspeed, brothers.
Goodbye.
Have a good one.
Now, I can see to you on the
All right, see ya.
example
All
of...
right.
I can tell you and concede you on the point of especially the political ground space. There is no easy answer for this, because I've gone through this as a creator for the last 3-4 years when I started using audience engagement content.
Yeah.
Sometimes people literally are not fucking paying attention.
I don't know how else nice to say it, so I'm going to say it as bluntly as I can. Some people are not paying attention. Some people are casuals, so they are only like sampling the content. They are only interested in the big hype points of drama. So if there's nothing there that they feel that they can chew their bones on, not because there isn't content to consume, but because the content that's offered isn't what they want. They want something like Keto Casino, and what they get is somebody who's actually going in and explaining the problem instead of just leaving it up to be exemplified. Like, say, with Ian Joma being criticized by PPP and Andy Worski saying, well, this is just how the internet is. It shouldn't be, but it is. It should instead be the case of, this is happening because this. Simple, short answer. And also, even when you give those short answers, there are still people that don't actually understand what's being said because of the fact that they are not involved. And then it becomes that they adapt in a position and an answer and a response that doesn't belong to them. So then when they attempt to use that argumentation, it starts off with a YouTuber giving them the opinion, which then immediately is able to be countered by the fact that they don't know what's actually being said. So it becomes, well, I wasn't really paying attention, you're going to have to watch the content. And that behaves and belabors a bigger issue, because then the power users, which in this case, for this debate, for what we'll see happen later, the power users are people that they don't have to know anything. They just have to show up to go gang rape somebody. And the person who does know something, he might have 1 or 2 loyal people, but this person's got something important to actually do. Some people have things that are important in their lives that are more important than watching content and being involved in the live stream. And there are some people that they literally can't do it because not only is there something more important to do, but they can have the choice not to be engaged. They can choose to say, yeah, I like this content. Go ahead.
It's kind of the same. I mean, I'm kind of on that in that area too, because for me, one of the problems I have is, obviously, where I can't engage with nearly as much content as I would like to, because I'm in a management position, and I work 50, 60 hours a week. So what time I do get to enjoy with this kind of stuff, oftentimes I'm like, I can't engage at the same depth that you are able to, for instance, where you're full time basically on this.
It's also the case that in your position, because I think I know where you're going, it's that, okay, I work X amount of hours a week. When I get the time off to myself, am I going to directly engage in such a way where I'm going to jump into the fire? Or is it possible that I might review the content at my own leisure, doing what I would like to do, which then services a actual secondary function? Because it is not the case that everybody should be prepared to jump in like gang members and come out tooled up, ready to fight when the content creator tells them the call to action. That shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't have to actually happen, because that's not the point of the content of engagement of Cycle. What I'm talking about is the ability for people to even know that the content creator is making content. Half of that you can blame on YouTube and their fucking AI bullshit and reach and engagement.
I think it's demographics.
And
too.
demographics.
So one of the problems there too is, I feel like our relevant crowd are probably have a lot more free time on their hands than your crowd does.
Otherwise known as they're fucking freeloaders and losers. Or students.
Yeah, not to cast shade too harshly, but a lot of students or people just with nothing going on.
Yeah, so they have the free time in which to be the active agents that do what they consider to be an honest and truthful form of praxis. Whereas everybody else that's from an audience like mine, which you could say, rather than calling it a smaller streamer, it's a more concentrated form of community. For somebody who is as large as Dev, the concentration of people that are going to have the time to directly engage in that, it comes down to a matter of choice, but they exist and they are there. But perhaps they were unaware.
I think even Dev is kind of, while he has a wider audience, he still has the same kind of demographic issue where just from my interactions with other people in Dev's community, Dev's community tend to be a lot of people who are very, very highly engaged with the day-to-day of actually being a member of society. There tends to be a lot of people who are pretty well employed and have busy lives. So even I think Dev also kind of has that issue where he gets dogpiled too a lot, and he doesn't always get a lot of people jumping in on his side of things, because he has a lot of people like me in his crowd, I feel like.
I would say to that degree that part of that is the factor of him not being a good communicator, which I've already expressed to him personally, which was part of that whole thing where people were talking for me at his praxis before he then came to me and followed up after that conversation you and I had publicly. But that really comes to the amount of technically the same exact issue, just in a different gradient and also in a different scaling. Because what we're really dealing with here is the altitude and the magnitude of scale to which an audience could be expected of the most biggest power user to the most tangential watcher that has never seen the content before, being deciding and willing to jump into the mix and add their voice to the spectacle of effectively what is a one night only opportunity of a debate that can possibly shift people's attentions and opinions and values. So just looking at the people who are here for the PIP compared to the people who were there before, like the event before last, looking at the Papa Gut stream, I had a higher viewership than normal on one of the main platforms, being YouTube, compared to what I have tonight, which is like maybe 6-ish people in chat. But the people that are in the chat room are regulars. Phone call. Well, they are regulars that are in the chat. Of these people, if I was to expect any handful out of 100 to 300 people that were watching live or were watching back on the VOD that saw the content, how many of those people, if I was to pull out 10%, would be capable of jumping in? How many of them would be willing to do so? How many of them would have the fortitude to have the ability to last, as I can? How many of them would be willing to stand up and do it, even when it got discomforting? How many of them would have the availability to do it? And then at the end of the day, how many of them would regret it?
Well, and really, I think you don't necessarily need people to come in and punch in at the same level that you are at. Whereas you just need people to come in and reinforce, in small ways.
That's the point of what I'm talking about. Like the work, air quote, that we're discussing is the kind of work of upkeep that every kind of community does for its content creator. A content creator is not responsible for everything that a community does, but he is responsible for the culture that he enriches around the people that he's with and the way that they choose to enforce and upkeep and hold that tradition sacred. So you can have scholars, you can have hype men, you can have informers, you can have, I wouldn't say ruminators and gossipers, but barkers, or what do they used to call the newsboys? What was that word for them? Not newsy, but like, what is it, a barker? No, I might have just said the right word for the first time. Barker.
A barker? No, a barker's like a carnival guy. It's like it's like the I don't know, maybe that's what you're going for, like someone who's like
loud-mouthed person
trying to lure people into a ride.
Correct. Like you to use a different way to use video games poorly. Not to go along with what Fail's saying in the chat room. You don't need to have everybody inside of an audience and a community be DPS if they can be able to be frontline tanks or supports. But the problem that exists here is that the magnitude of the things that you're dealing with is that you do need to have some people that, when it comes to like the core, is capable of showing up physically at something. Because again, since it's a physical space, if you abandon the space, it can then be occupied by the other people. And then you end up with, well, it is the case that these people exist here, but actually they don't have the kind of vocal representation of the vocal minority as it would exist compared to the unspoken minority. And really, the unspoken minority has a lot of the power, but in a place where people are having their voices be heard, choosing not to speak is dangerous. Because the problem is that this is basically what created the narrative about how you had political conversations for 30 fucking years when the left was in control. The right was there, but they were only there to serve as a punching bag. They were a visiting away team facing the left wing's Harlem Globetrotters. Their job was to get dunked on nonstop to show how their viewpoints were the best view, the most ethical view, the most sensible. Because if they were to actually be a threat, they were moderated into silence and into irrelevancy. So you do need to have people in a situation like that come through. And that's completely contemporary. Like, that's in a nebula of other things discussed, but it's important to bring up. And I like that you brought that up as a point about Did I do my best job? Because, bro, that kind of thing will drive me mad. It will drive any content creator mad. Did I do enough to promote my event? Did I bring enough people in? Did I make sure that I made it well enough aware ahead of time? Because it could be the case that there are people who just don't fuck with it. There are just people who don't fuck with it.
Is difficult. I mean, that's just the matter of it. It is really difficult, you know, and then getting commitment is even more difficult.
Especially in a time period where we're already being algorithmically fucked with by people who clearly do not like open communication. Yeah, that is a serious problem. And unfortunately, it is the case that it is much easier when we're talking about material for a person to come after the fact than to be there at the moment. Because if you can't allow a person to decide the way that they engage, that you must mandate that they need to effectively be a foot soldier at all times, that's going to actually cause your reach to have less effect, because you're pushing people away. You're mandating that they have to do something that they inherently do not see as necessary to the part of the culture, that is part of the tradition or a part of the standards of what is be expected. But when it comes to the matter of something that's like a home invasion, when you need the police after a phone call where seconds matter, they're minutes away. It doesn't matter what happens then. It's what happens in the moment that matters best. So, like you said, if you could go back in time, and if you were to know the timeline that would happen if you did not act, would you act? Could you act? And maybe the answer would change differently. Because now, okay, because hindsight's 2020, and now I have information from an alternate timeline that didn't happen because I didn't choose a choice. If I choose to jump in now, would it change for the better? It's to the possibility and degree that it would. But that then requires the ability to communicate that towards other people that would support it. And I could say, especially on the matter of whether or not Dev gets dogpiled in this way, half of that is Dev's fault because of things that he has done. That goes without saying. But also, whether you bring in people like Madrybread, a big platformed content creator, you bring in people like Sitch and Adam, big platformed content creators, whether you bring in, even though he doesn't want to talk to her, Aiden Paladin, big platform content creator, whose literal job is data heuristics, the reality of what makes most of the marketplace go fucking round and tick. To be able to bring those people in, you have to communicate the shit to them and then make it something that you can bring to their adjustment. Because, sure, low-level content creators that are clouded or unclouded have a conversation and they're banging heads about a topic that might not be that big and serious to people that the answer should be obvious. They might not give a fuck. But in the interest of something that comes to an example of, here's somebody who clearly is correct, we can assess the information afterwards and find out that actually he was right. And yes, this big creator came in and tried to help, but they didn't move to the degree of energy in which to make it that, no, there's no debate about this. He was correct. You're just antagonizing him now. If you don't have that happen...
The problem is that there's always debate about it, you know, like...
Yes,
as much as it would be, as you know, as well, we're obviously very certain in you being correct on this, and have all of the data to show it. You know, the other side doesn't believe, you know.
Yes, the other side doesn't believe.
So it does have to be a debate. Like, it can't just be shut down.
No, I'm not saying to shut it down. Let me finish. What I'm saying is, when we're in this situation, in this scenario, where it is that you need to defend this space, the problem that I'm describing here, and the thing that I'm discussing here, is that if people can have a choice to be engaged and to then engage in this material one step further than just clicking like, clicking subscribe, sending in dono, sending in money, that they actually have to come into something and they have to use the voice that they have basically given to the content creator to voice for them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's now this content creator and 15 people he's tooled up against the person versus the individual content creator. The thing that you're asking for people to do is that you want them to get into this room and be a part of this content in a physical, material way that, due to the way that people actually consume content, they're less likely to do for this person because of reach, opportunity, or whatever, because the affinity that they have for it doesn't reflect the thing that they wish to invest in, or is not something that they would do at risk to themselves without either some type of benefit that comes back to them down the line, or some level of investment that is the equivalent of a once-in-a-lifetime moment that if you're not there, you're going to regret having been there. So, to try to express the point that I'm making here, if instead of single-player Carl versus Irrelevant, it was Curse for Stalt versus Irrelevant, Smug Alana versus Irrelevant, That new goth guy that's been showing up on the timeline, Jake Monroe versus Irrelevant. Short Fat Otaku versus Irrelevant. If any other person had been put in my position, would they have had active chatters that would have put their fucking reputation on the line? I shouldn't curse there. Fucking reputation makes it sound like it's bigger than what it is. Would they have put their discomfort, their representation, and their opportunity on the line to do something that definitively matters, and something that we can obviously be able to see in the moment is correct, and what they're doing is wrong, because we know that this is something that must be contested? Because if you don't do it, it will then be used as forward evidence of an argument that we know is false, from a person that we know was being disingenuous. But it doesn't matter,
if you
because
don't contest the space, you lose it.
Yes, that we know is disingenuous, but we can't be able to now do it without having to fight to get it back. And if the reason we can't get it back is because, I don't want to put in the effort, I don't see the reason, I don't see the point, then that's more of the rot that actually takes over the industry, which is the greater point that I was trying to get to there. You guys are kind of cutting me in, but I'm not depressed about it. But that's the point I'm making, right?
I guess where I disagree a little bit is that I don't think it's that people don't see a point. Like, obviously, I think most all of us, at least on this side of things, definitely consider this to be important and consider it to be relevant and worth the effort. I think it's, like myself, for instance, I'm hesitant to jump into a live, like, basically what is a combat arena. Wick's debates are, bloody.
Yes, they are. They're one step removed from internet blood sports. That's the reality of the matter.
I would argue that it is internet blood sports.
The problem,
it's hard for me. It's hard for me to step into something like that because, like, I don't have the depth of knowledge that you have, for instance, and I can hold my own conceptually. But, like, for instance, like, when we start talking about, like, specific YouTubers and things like that, I just don't have the wide breadth of knowledge to I don't know, roam on these kinds of topics. Like, I would have to keep it scoped in more to conceptual talk than to talking about specific content creators, So, like, for me, that makes it hard for me to step in because I genuinely may not have the skills that are needed to make a positive impact. If anything, could make things worse by maybe revealing ignorance which is basically just putting blood in the water.
Yes, I think in the general sense, the general point that I'm getting across here that we're talking about is that when we're talking about that ability to do something, certainly the antagonism that you can expect to find in the venue in which you're talking with is a factor. But in this case, especially with the presentation and the representation of people just watching the live stream, we don't even have to go to being involved. Just knowing that the content exists and consuming it and being there in the chat room when it happens. It comes down to you cannot make people and you cannot mandate people to engage in culture in a way that they are not willing to do, because first off, that will push them away. You will actually lose reach if you do so. But more importantly, just that they know that it happens, it can be the case that there are some people that they are still casual even in the space that could be concerned with it. Look no further than the anti-woke brigade. They care so deeply about DEI and wokeness and whether or not a game had influence added from a script doctoring company or a particular creator, but they can't actually tell you the reasons why they're not playing a video game other than repeated talking points that effectively come down to the equivalent of something like, say, somebody like Tactical Templar, who refuses to do real, actual work with his own art assets because he just abdicates all of it to AI. It's better, it's more convenient to him, because it's like fast food. They are only willing to engage in one part of it, and that's that I want chicken, so I'm going to go to Popeyes rather than going to the store and looking up a recipe or even inventing a recipe on the spot. Because why should I bother? Somebody else will handle it. And also at the same time of, well, am I going to get it fresh? Which is the example of, am I going to watch it live? Versus, am I going to reheat it later after it's already been pre-cooked and just buy a pre-packaged autopay? Which would be the equivalent of going to the store and getting the store's brand of fried chicken rather than freeze-dried something from the frozen food section. The factor of consumption in culture is that the way that most people actually consume nowadays, Boomer, is that they would rather do the second order magnitude. They don't want to necessarily be the people who are watching live, because we have technically stepped away from that in the generations. You could probably say that our generation, the people who are currently between the ages of 25 to, I would say 45, 25 to 45, we're the generation of people that consumed content literally at the advent of the internet. We consumed everything, we watched everything, we discussed everything, and we probably were the first generation.
I mean, there are a good deal of like I look at like the VTubers as being like a heavily live content oriented crowd, right?
Yes. Welcome, Lag.
But and I have noticed that the VTubers themselves, they do tend to lean right a bit, it seems, which is kind of odd.
I think it's because they
at least
lean
the ones I've interacted with.
Yes, like the ones that are popularized, they lean right because they probably are moderates and they're probably more libertarian on normal issues and assets. But the biggest ones that get recognized as like the front forward names, I know Leaflet is one because they've been one of the examples alongside people like Mama Oka that have directly engaged with left-wing figures such as Naira VT, which is a case example of exactly what most V-tweeters and non-cultured VTubers are. They're just normal lolcows that are now using VTubing as a way to reinvigorate and get a second life to invest into their contemporary politics or whatever. But it is definitely the case that our generation is the generation that started out watching live streams all the time and being engaged in every live stream all the time. And now as we're going into the older years of our lives, or we're gaining more responsibility, that means when we do spend time, we spend a significant amount of that time engaged. But when we're not, we will probably have to catch somebody on the VOD because we've got serious things to handle. It is the case that when it comes to stuff like this, that is a deficit to the desire of bringing them into a live combat arena, as you described. But it's also in the case of the content that they would rather watch the video than watch the live stream, or they'd rather watch the VOD of the live stream because then they're able to double up with what they're doing. So in your case,
right,
to say with you being intellectual for politics and investing in the world with real world experience, you might not be able to directly go into the live stream. And if you were able to go into the live stream, you might not be as capable of contesting verbally as myself or Dev could.
Right.
But you are somebody that I could go to for console, as I did, to then describe and ask and tell me, hey, here's what I want to know. Could I have done better? What could I have done better? And you're able to then give me that knowledge that I then can then incorporate into what I should do to then better change how I move, how I speak, how I act, interact, and how I should perceive this information. Because the reason I would go so hard on this is that I'm a result-oriented person. Because I am a person that has been reared to know that if I say I will do something and then I don't do it, I have broken my word to you. So, flipping that from the position of the person keeping his own word to other people keeping their word. Listen, don't hear me. Listen, don't hear me. To someone else keeping their word, if you are told something is happening and that it's important, let's use the most easiest way. Daddy, are you going to come to my recital? Dad, are you going to come to my basketball, baseball, soccer game? If you're told about something that is important to somebody else, regardless of the size of the person in question, doesn't matter if it's the most famous person in the world, doesn't matter if it's your fucking child, doesn't matter if it's your friend, your wife, your what is that word? Your heterosexual life partner. Your platonic life partner.
Your platonic friends or whatever.
Yes. Whatever it is that's important to the person. If you're told something's going to happen, you communicate multiple times that it's going to happen, and nobody shows up, what do you think that's going to tell the person when they're looking back at the data, and all they have is the data of the event, not even people in the room? They don't care!
No, that's harsh.
Yes!
That is harsh.
That tells the person they don't care. So then, that person is going to move off the information believing, okay, I shouldn't involve you because you don't give a shit. So they might not tell people next time, which then leads to a negative interaction loop. They don't tell people, I didn't know it was happening, blah, 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 blah. Let's go the other way. The person says, oh, they must have probably had other things to do. So they try to plan around the other people, right? Because technically that's what I have done, especially here for you. They plan around the other people.
Sure.
Instead of like being hard and rigid where it happens, the time is the time, and I'm not going to change the time. You show up or you don't give a shit. I change the time around you. What's convenient for you?
Right.
What helps you be able to
I do
attend this
appreciate that.
to make that possible? Yes, because that's what you're supposed to do as a content creator. I'm supposed to work with you, not against you.
Right.
So I bring, it's like the equivalent of basically car sharing. You're carpooling everybody together so that, hey, this guy can go, but he doesn't have a ride. Oh, no, that's no problem. Get in my car. I'm taking him myself. You bring people involved with
well,
it.
It's very much like you know, I can relate to like in my work life. You know, I have to work with a lot of different departments. You know, I interact with basically every other department in the company I work with, and a lot of times like I have to interact with the heads of those departments, which like you could kind of view you're being the head of your channel. You know, you're kind of the head of a department in that regard.
Yes.
You know, you oftentimes do have to reschedule, you know, working meetings and things like that, which you can kind of consider this to be one. You know, I mean, it's just kind of a thing of life. But that gets much more difficult when you go from having a one-on-one working session, or even like, you know, when we had Jay Funky in here, where it was like a you know, 3 people in, or we have lag here now. When you go to having 5 or 6 or 8, you know, it's kind of like wrangling cats, you know.
Yes, I've explained multiple times, especially when I've witnessed way that people congregate, especially in DevCord. It is very much wrangling retards. You build it and they will come and they will listen, and then they will give their opinions, but they won't do it in this context because there are plenty of people inside of DevCord. They're not even comfortable with being recorded, where they are present in a live chat with somebody else who might be broadcasting. Because there is, at least here, in my audience, there is an expectation that I am going to be comfortable with being on camera. So, if you're not comfortable with being on camera, please tell us so that we know. But know that this is happening, regardless. So, that can be a factor. But, overall, and I'm going to get to Bloody real quick, because Bloody is a person who's a part of my administration, who's himself a VTuber. He's in the chat right now. I don't know if he has the ability to come over to his microphone and join in.
I can't see chats, but
don't worry. I'm going to read
you're
it.
welcome to respond to chats.
I'm going to read him, because he's actually responding to you. I'm going to get to that in a second, but I'm going to finish my thought first. It is the case that when you're dealing with people that they want to build things up and then they will physically come when they witness other people occupying it, that factor is exactly the mechanism that I'm describing that is responsible for the way that specifically the way that I would say devs particular crossover with me and other people physically function. Because a lot of it comes down to spectacle and whether or not the person is going to go into the spectacle. So like I have links on all of the live stream connections, with the exception of X, which you can't do that have the ability for people to click the link, one button press, and they can come directly here into the broadcast. The door is literally open to them to do so, but they might not want to or have the ability to. That's whatever. But it's the case factor, especially with somebody who organizes audience engagement content, that if the audience doesn't use their voice, I can't tell what the fuck's going on. So if it's that, well, this particular person couldn't attend because I had a personal thing, blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, that is more understanding, but going to the example that I gave with what I was using as comparison, if your loved one tells you about something that's really important to them and you don't show up for it, you're not physically in the room when it happens, and certainly it's not that you need to be on stage with them at the recital, it's that you're watching. It gives the impression that you don't care, that then creates the negative psyop loop that has basically caused the metastasization of the space to decay. Because basically, no one shows up.
It causes psychic damage.
Yes, it causes psychic damage, because people basically don't see a place for themselves. Where there'd be somebody holding a sign saying, chuds and fat lovers here, for people that belong to Dev's audience. If they don't see somebody there that they recognize, it's like being a new kid at school. You don't know where to sit, you don't know where to go, you don't know who to make friends with, so you just basically go through as a wallflower until you either form a social group of your own, or you're able to find other people who invite you into their group, and thus now you have an identity that you basically can stake a claim on, that you could then go to war over and gang up and tool up for, if one desired to. But at least being in the room when it happens, so that when that happens, rather than being the person that's in the arena fighting, you become the messenger that's like, somebody go find this person. Carl's in a conversation right now, and these niggas are doing fuck shit. Quick, quick, andale, arriba, arriba. That energy.
Well, it's the difference between a sports team playing to a packed, you have sports teams, when they play games, whatever games they play, one side of the stadium is usually the home team, one side is the away team. If one of the teams looks up to their side of the stadium and it's empty,
Yes.
that's kind of disheartening.
Yes. And it's so...
To put a more current event on what Boomummer said, that's going to be like Indiana playing in Miami tonight. This is the national championship, but you're basically playing a away game against Miami.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to do as well because you're not going to have that big of an audience. So when somebody goes in, and for example, I know Bilsker, for example, was watching, and I was watching, if they're not commenting that much in the live chat, which I commented once or twice, and you're not seeing them comment, then for all intents and purposes, they're not there.
Yes.
There's no interaction.
There's no interaction, there's no engagement. And the problem is that we live in an attention economy, which is the other thing that I was trying to get to. We live in an attention economy. If you don't see it, it didn't happen, it's not real. And perception is what people wish to go with. And optics are effectively everything in that sense. So, the way that it would work normally, the way that I should say it should work normally, is that whether it be a crossover between a live party where everybody's there, or several different watch parties where everybody's included, somebody's eyes is on the event, and certainly lurkers not speaking up because they're just lurking and they're observing, that's not the factor that really comes in here. It's the factor of the people that are the active ones that are going to fulfill that role of effectively playing a secondary support. Somebody like Laglag in the event, from when he said, "Hey Carl, what should I do?" and I told him, "Go tell people it's happening now." He's serving the function of being that person that's going on delay. The event's happening. Carl needs our support. We need to go show up for him. And that is a factor that is important there. Because if the problem then becomes, well, look at you. Nobody supports you. Nobody supports your opinion. It's like, no, it's not. My nigga's over there in the corner right now. Woo woo! And you have people make noise. It's like, sure, you can claim that I'm wrong, but I am strong in my beliefs. I know that I'm right. And my people support me. And your people support you. This is just a case of you niggas are showing up in this room and overpowering me because you're the ones willing to show up. Which is demonstrative of the point that was being made greater by my argument that day, which is that gaming is a culture, a space, and a people. And it just so happens to be that you're demonstrating the corruption that's taken place in gaming, because the corruptive element is in the room with us. You're behaving and you're performing, for the Longhouse even, the behavior that would lead people to not engage in online culture. I wonder, would people want to play a video game outside of themselves, multiplayer, with people outside their friend group, if they could be expected to be antagonized the way that I was? Extrapolate that to single-player games, and you're talking about that in public. Extrapolate that to multiplayer games that are lobby co-op. But then somebody else on a place like Reddit, which, sure, Reddit, whatever, but Reddit, Twitter, YouTube, whatever, you see the same opinion forming of, no, you're coping, nah, you're a tourist, nah, you don't understand, because it's a culture that you haven't spoken to. And then, in the actual live service video game, you meet people who are not of your circle, and you're having this conversation, and you meet even the smallest bit of fraction, and they get the exact same treatment. Is that not demonstrative of a greater problem with feminism and gaming affecting the gaming marketplace and the gaming culture? The answer is obviously yes. And sure, it would be very helpful to have more voices speaking to it, but that is demonstrative of the greater problem at whole. And with Dev being a representative of one of those bigger people to show that, there is a problem that presents if they do not actually go hard to the paint. And it's not that I'm asking or saying that they need to be disingenuous and show up and lie, but I'm saying if they don't show with their authority on the matter, to speak with authority on the matter, as a bigger body, everything leads to an insult, as a bigger body would, if he doesn't take up that space to show that example, it's the exact equivalent of having to play underdog versus people who are showing up in a cult for the cry of, for the howl of the overdog, because they can just follow through with whatever. But I feel like we've been on this topic enough, so we'll push forward past this.
What did Bloody want to say? What was his comment?
Blood. The next thing I was about to address. So, Bloody, when you said about VTubers being mostly right-wing, his response was actually, no, most VTubers lean left, and the biggest in the North American space are right-leaning breakouts, like Leaflet, like Curse Gestalt, like Smugalana, like Pippa Pipkin. And I mean that they, as the new 25 to 30s, the partner, the significant others, and yada, 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 when I was discussing what I was talking about with the matter of if you don't show up for this person's content and this person is results-oriented, or they are looking at this as a, do they care about me, yes or no, and they didn't show up, so they must not care, so this puts me in psychic damage, blah, 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 whatever. He wanted to address that, and then he was adding on to the example of things like Hassan and his gaming stream number politics, when people show up for him to talk about and feed back an echo chamber of his dumbass opinions, versus when he wants to break out and do something different, he loses audience members because they're not really there for him and his culture. They're there for the politics that he's using to support, and also, technically, the wall count milking of doing psychic damage to him while he tries to support himself as a person who is a nomenclature and a thumbtack in culture. Because if Hassan was ugly and fat, he definitely would have lost a lot of his audience. If he was ugly and fat and also spent all of his time taking loss after loss after loss, instead of just banning people and having a specific struggle session approach of how he addresses chat room chats, where he will bring up the Chatterino screen and he'll be hovering over the ban button saying, no, you don't have the ability to speak. You're just a trans person. I'm talking on trans issues and I know better how to communicate in this space, even though you have the knowledge of the lived experience of this thing that you come from, and I'm just some fucking guy talking opinion. You should shut up. That kind of thing would definitely not fucking function. Oh, you're in the VC now? Okay, cool. You weren't at first, buddy. Also, you're a mod. You should be able to right-click yourself and move yourself in. See if you can do that. It is the case that when they're involved with places, you can actually be able to address that greater issue. Of the energy of the space doing it, because a lot of this problem, especially the thing that we're discussing, really just comes down to, is this person a magnet for attracting audience and for attracting reach and for attracting an immediate viewpoint and lens upon which to see things. And then the greater point of what happened afterwards, Boomer, where I said we should get the ball rolling and get other people to put this to other content creators, so that now that the event's over, let's show the case that, yeah, this was something bad that happened. There's no reason to do so because they're not coming through and doing it. They didn't really communicate that message. It was a falter. The call to action wasn't received and wasn't followed. So there's no follow up to it. So it might as well be a wet turd landing sharply in a forest out in the wilderness. And if I shit in the forest and I don't make a YouTube post about it, do people know that I shat in the forest? No. So you still have the issue of reach and virality and monetization and support or whatever and what have you. I've talked to some other people about this, and a lot of their concern is like, well, then you just post more content of yourself and you post more material and grow your audience. And it's like, that doesn't solve the problem of the thing that has already happened. But it does allow you to have information that you now use as context about how to go about a better strategy. Certainly you have to accept that as part of it. It's like, we lost the battle today. The war can still be won again. Should we have to come back to fight over this ground, we now have to fight an uphill battle that we wouldn't have had to fight before if you showed up and showed the colors of the banner then. So now that we know better how to do it, here's how we utilize the strength that we have and how to go better about how we utilize it. That's the best that you can do there, which is the entire point of the PIV, which is in tune with everything we're talking about. So that's still good. But I wanted to discuss this especially at length because you mentioned, did I do everything to make sure on my end that I did? And it's like, yes, I did. Unfortunately, in many places, we were let down. For multiple exigent circumstances, that is just the reality of grown adults trying to manage through life.
Well, yeah. I don't want you to think that I'm
not
positive this is like
no, I'm not.
It's
I
all
promise.
Carl's fault.
I promise you I'm not. I'm explaining something that should be evident from looking at it completely removed. When I'm discussing this, Carl is a third person that is being criticized. I'm his Interstar player right now that is criticizing him directly. We're speaking, I do this all the time. I view it as a point of example of we're talking about Carl in the past. Past Carl's who's being critiqued right now. He knows what should have been done better, so he's receiving advice from future Carl, future perfect, future present Carl, me, right now, us in this moment, giving the advice on the thing. I am not going to take offense to anything you say. That is the one benefit of me being a creator. I will never take offense to what you say.
So there is one big thing to talk about, and that is part of the reason why I think there weren't that many people, running to support in the chat is if you looked at that chat room, that was about the worst live chat I've ever seen humanly possible. They were like insanely toxic.
Extremely toxic.
That's what I was going to mention. So I dipped between both streams, and in both streams, again, over here, you had a lot of people that were listening and they were engaging on your channel. And that's fine, but that's a bubble all to itself.
That's a bubble to itself.
You want them to engage in the greater chat to give that kind of to give a push to what you're saying. But the problem is that who wants to brawl with Special Teds for an entire
True. Because you see that
is yeah.
The greater problem.
That chat was the short bus chat.
Yes, it was.
The shortest that you can get. Right. You had Broccoli Hair, who brought his low attention, low IQ, big yap audience with him, and they don't bring anything but a toxic vibe. That's all they know is just to come in and throw brawl and insult. Why would I waste my time? You have a grown man audience. Why would I, as a grown man, want to get into a comment section war
exactly
with a bunch of Special Teds that are just over here parroting his brainless opinions?
Exactly.
And the other thing, when you have somebody like him right there who's not actually going to use their brain, and this is something you also see in academic spaces all the time. My professors are telling me, be concise. And especially when you're dealing with a brainlet like that, the thing is, a long drawn-out point, even though there's a lot to get out, is not going to be as heard as a quicker point. Now, that being said, there's a room to balance that. You don't want to just have every point be quick and vague, because at that point, what are you really saying? And there's a balance to it, and that chat was not able to listen long enough.
You have about a 30-second timer with these guys before
you get the hook and you get out. Yeah, if you don't have a hook in that first 30 seconds, you're lost. It's done.
Well, and the thing is, once you exceed 30 seconds, you're basically on a new point anyway, as far as their mind is concerned, because their memory has been filled and refreshed. Yeah, they've lost the previous 30 seconds of thought.
Okay, so Carl, if you're looking at the live stream, Carl has the stream. He has a stream clip like right there. Every time that Carl would get into a mode, Carl would be animated like right there. And then you look to your left, and then Broccoli Brain is just like disengaged. He's hearing words, and it's like a hot fart.
He's hearing words. Right past him. He's reading the chat room. He's looking to see if his chat's on his side. He's looking to see if Whick's chat's on his side. He's not actually engaged in the conversation, because I said that I was never looking at the chat room, which is a part of the problem. Yes, this is definitely the case at the point. But the example that I'm trying to discuss here with the engaging in the spectacle here would be when Dev Unfriended sent his whatever number of super chat that he sent. The case and matter should be, because this is basically what happened with Cataclysm and Louis McClung and the entire commentary community coming to the defense of Danky Jabot to demonstrate that Louis McClung was taking him out of his tone and out of his context because he was associated with I'm Alex, the woman beater, and trying to say that you were also involved in this because you did a job for him as an editor, which is obviously bullshit. And working that chat room to be poised against him because it was very obvious that Louis Vuitton just wanted to get an easy prey to attack. What I'm speaking on here for a level of engagement, no, they don't have to always jump into the arena. They could have sent messages saying, nigga, this is cut. Carl's point was correct because thing that it directly addresses thing being said by the content creator. But then, of course, you get to the secondary problem there. It's like, okay, I have to engage in that. But do I want to give my money to Whick in order to do that?
That is my point. That's the other position. I have to pay this guy to pick up the microphone and put myself on the map to let him know, which ultimately at one point, yeah, I pay for the message, but how is that message going to be well received amongst the chat? Are they going to take that well? Am I going to have somebody just like, because again, I don't really care. My thing is I've always put my brand out there. So if you have something to say, come find me. I'm not hard to find. But will the average person who would agree with you want to do that?
Yeah. Smokes, you're a
Unlike
moderator.
themselves.
Smokes.
Yeah.
Hold, wait, one second. Smokes, you're a moderator. Right click on your name and pull yourself into the chat room.
I got him. Give me a second.
My bad. It's been a while.
Yeah, nigga, I know. Did you look at the messages in the moderator room?
Yeah, I got demoted. It's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
I've been going through a lot. I've been going through a lot. I quit smoking.
I would feel like this is a case example that reaches back to my point about there are people that are going to not be able to keep up on things because they have life things going on, and let's do not blame them for it. But again, put that mark in the ledger with what we just said. Let's move forward. Yeah.
You quit smoking.
He quit smoking. That's a good thing. I'm not going to be angry.
Smoking a cigar. No, that is good.
Serendipity.
I've been
Excuse me if you hear a lighter flick. I don't want to trigger you when my lighter flicks. I apologize.
The lighter flick doesn't do it to me. I've been having prophetic dreams about smoking cigarettes.
So as long as you're not having one of those Nebuchadnezzar dreams, I think we're good.
Yeah. So moving forward, the conversation. It is the fact, especially on the topic of how an audience ought engage, if an audience ought jump in on a special event that has a very important purpose to a content creator's career, such as reach, such as backing up a person who definitely could use a bigger friend that would help support them in a situation where it's very clear that by the mechanisms of how the event is working, that they are being dogfiled, that those people are able to express their voice and help come to the defense of this person in some way or some form or some fashion. There is no one way in which to support and engage in material. There are people whose jobs is to organize. There are some people whose best job is to be a voice for information and for conversation, to enlighten other people to context. And then there are people like myself and Devin, whose ability is to be called to create, or to be called to convince, or to be called to collaborate and to organize other people together so that they can be in the room so that the conversation can happen. Definitely we can agree in the case of Whick TV, it is not going to happen in the way of everyone's going to dogpile in the chat room. The Avengers of the right wing and the moderate and the politically intelligent are going to come in, and they're going to be like, yes, Adam Fendick joins the chat room. Actually, Carl is correct and irrelevant. You're a cuck. You don't know anything about fatherhood. Why did you attack him about fatherhood? In comes Aiden like, listen, I understand I have a whole thing with Dev, but I have to come in here to support my nigga Carl. She might be base enough to say NIGGA directly up, especially since the last time she was on with me, she was being antagonized by that one girl who tried to call her a tranny and said that she deserved that she deserved to not own a gun because she had gone through her suicide thing. But
I saw that. I remember that. Yes, that's awful.
But it's the case that she comes in and she's like, Carl's actually correct about the data heuristics. In fact, if you can't be able to tell us anything about how the business works when it comes to business, how are you allowed to ignore the reality that actually it could be market problems that cause a game to fail, or it could be politic problems that cause a game to fail? And both. And these clear examples that have been mentioned that you're not letting him get to because you won't shut the fuck up. In multiple case examples, kind of like that one guy that came in and it's like, hey, yo, nigga, I know you play this type of video game. I know you ain't got no room to talk. That guy actually DM'd me in the middle of the debate to try and bring that up, and he instead did the thing that I'm describing. He said, fuck it, I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna do this one thing, but he only did it for that one moment. He did it for the spectacle that he wanted, not for the actual spectacle going on, where it's like, nigga, you can't talk because you play this modern fucking video game made for a modern audience. You don't really have the ability to speak to what he's talking about because you are a tourist. That isn't going to happen in this way, but definitely for something like this BIP, this is where people could then engage with it and be like, damn, I didn't consider it, I didn't see it that way. Because I think the hardest thing is that it is very hard to teach people hunger, obviously. I say this all the time. It's very hard to teach people to have the hunger for the kind of discussions that should happen so that they can receive, as I describe it, the cock meat sandwich. A person who overstates their position, they speak at length about something that they do not actually understand, especially on the issue of culture, where someone says, yes, I'm going to be an elitist and say that you don't get to talk because I have more hours than you. Where's the big fucking gamer amongst us that grinds for thousands of hours in the autism simulators, in the ARPGs, in the online competitive games? It's going to come into the room and be like, here's my Steam account. Here's all the hours of my gameplay. You said you played what? Put it on the table. And put him in the moment.
On the table?
Yes,
but here's the thought. Just to add to that, Carl, you got to understand that you're dealing with a couple of different things. These are, I like to call the commentary that you engage in as post blood sports in conversations. And I don't know if you remember the blood sports community. They were just literally living gotchas.
Yes, I remember.
This is all that they knew. All that they knew was gotchas. We dug through your history. We found this one tweet from like 1,000 years ago. What's up with that, bro?
Yeah,
that you combine that now with the mogging community. We just come here to mog you.
Yeah,
that's the energy that I'm seeing.
Like,
especially on like one thing. For example, one chatter before the whole them bringing up the father thing, the fatherhood thing came up. Actually said Carl's probably a virgin, and I responded, no, Carl's a dad. You can't convince me that whoever said that in the first place wasn't reading chat and did not intend to attack you like that the moment I typed that.
And then when I reveal the photo of my child and I show it, the reaction of Irrelevant to say, "Oh, he went band for band." Yes, because that's what a man would have done in that moment.
You have an unqualified position that you just threw out there just to throw. You dumped all the poison in the well.
Like the moment upon doing that, which we should be able to get through the content to get there, but we'll speak on it real quick. The moment upon which a person makes that attack in the purpose of talking about a debate completely invalidates whatever position Irrelevant was coming from, because he demonstrably proved the case example of a space that is so antagonistic to outside critique or inside critique that they attempt to antagonize a person's stature and whether or not they are qualified to be a father, to be a man, to be in society. And the conversation is what has been ruined by feminism in gaming. And one of the things that has been ruined by constant political diatribes, especially from feminism, from the form of the Longhouse, is effectively saying men used to go to war, and that therefore this person's not a man, therefore they don't deserve to speak, therefore they don't deserve to speak to us. This is a man performatively behaving for said Longhouse, and that political theorem, demonstrating the toxicity that has ruined conversation. The space presenting as it is in that moment is a snapshot of the point. And should automatically be like, "Oh, nigga, you lost. Get out. Leave." And they should be ejected for having done so. Because that is way far across the line. Now, whether or not Whick does that in the moment or not, the energy is there. The point is there.
Well, you just hammered him back on his point. I mean, really, he made a claim. And again, this is basically an ad hominem. This is basically saying, okay, you're a virgin. You're an incel. You don't count. You don't matter, bro. You don't have any skin in the game. And then when you blatantly put it right back in their face, like, not only do I have skin in the game, I have authority now. You can't speak to me on this level. Then the energy is supposed to shift. You didn't go band for band. He threw a point out that was basically explaining that you don't have any credibility in this moment.
Yes.
You credentialed yourself, but quite literally, you put the big meat on the table and said, "I think that I have it." There's nothing else to say here.
The particular attack was about him telling me, how do I not know this obvious thing about how would Dad of War Ragnarok not appeal to men when it's a story about fatherhood because it's poisoned by the Longhouse, because a feminist writer is writing a man and she doesn't actually understand how men learn and speak to each other. Well, that means you're never going to be a father. I would beg to differ, because this is clearly my white chocolate baby, which means I was picked by a woman and I choose to be with this child. So I'm not only just a person responsible for fatherhood, I'm responsible for being his proxy to what fatherhood and masculinity will be for him. His viewpoint is now imprinted off me. So even with him having access to his biological dad, and even then, me and his biological father are friends, which that's an entire conversation for another time. I'm friends with him, so he now has access to two fathers. A responsible one, and one that would be a little bit more, to be nice, a little bit of like a child at heart. Let's put it.
Right.
I'm not trying to put him on the moment, because actually there was actually a family member of the family that was there watching the debate. That was there afterwards. If you remember the account name by the name of Landon, that was somebody that knows me personally. That's connected to the family, and him seeing that, it's like he's about to be a father too. Literally, another father saw it. It's like, nigga, that was some bullshit. But that's whatever. You were about to say something, Boomer? Boomer? You were about to say something. I cut you off. Oh no, his internet might be going out.
No, I wasn't. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
No,
Well,
I just
also-
switched to my inside set.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so
It's the kind of thing that people who have never had a fatherly role model don't understand how an actual decent fatherly role model takes it when you insult their ability to be a role model for a child, especially a son or daughter. It's kind of like it's like, you know how the relationship between a mother and a daughter is special?
yes.
Well, in the same way, the relationship between a father and a son is supposed to be special.
And a relationship between two men who are fire forged, and a relationship between men in general, as well as a relationship between women in general. It is literally the point that I brought up from Bass FCZ that was made by Zeus. If you have to spawn in order for you to now gain context about how you should move in the world, you are not capable of being a leader. And most of the time, a father by de facto, especially if they're supposedly the example of being a breadwinner, you are the person who has to lead the ship that now is the center for which morals extend from the nuclear family. And if you can't speak to that, if you haven't spawned, then every person in that room that doesn't have a child no longer has the ability to talk about anything that's being had in that venue. Because now you don't have any authority over what's being said, because you don't have any accountability to your mistakes. You can make infinite mistakes, and it doesn't matter, because lol, I'm not actually playing life on hard mode yet. I am still inside of the first job advancement. I haven't gone from undesirable, unwashed, salt of the earth chud to mother and father, who could still be an unwashed, unsalted, salt of the earth commenter, to the point where the discussion then floats around a definition of a nebulous factor that shouldn't actually be the standard of the factor. Now, it must be couched in, okay, you want to make this example? Show me your credentials. The conversation already started off there, back with the example about South of Midnight. If you don't play the game, you can't speak on it. So now, the example is, okay, you can only speak on what you've played. Let's talk about the myriad of games that you've played. Let's talk about the myriad of games that I've played. The ones that I can show and prove is my opinion, because I played it on camera. He immediately doesn't have the ability to speak. Because since we whipped and we looked at his VODs, and we know what the content he does, he has only been involved with gaming where he just basically stopped playing all video games on camera, like 2 years ago, where he was in fact at least a gaming casual tourist, but he was playing it on stream. He wasn't just doing political content. He actually played games. So closer to the example of when we last criticized the Black Hokage, who tried to put himself forward as a leader of the business and industry, but it's like, nigga, you only ever play nigga slop games. You only ever play ball, hoop, and 2K.
Sorry, that is a word. That is verbiage. I like that. Thank you.
Like he only
Continue,
ever
I'm so sorry.
Like he only ever plays ball and hoop games, in which I mean he plays 2K, he plays NBA, he probably might even play WWE 2K. He only plays seasonal releases. He plays shooters. He could play Black Ops or whatever. He could maybe, for the purpose of an ad sponsorship, play something that'd be out of his norm. Kind of like how plenty of content creators were supposed to be given a headhunting contract to play an ad sponsor read for Mind Eye, and people like CoCarnage ended up getting it pulled from them because the creators saw that they had a negative opinion, and they then canceled the contract literally seconds before they were supposed to play the video game. Hey, was that game's failure an ability to not find an audience because of feminism in gaming, or was it that they made a bad game? Who knows? But it's the case that you have people that are representative of this demographic that effectively cannot speak to the matter in hand because they're not a part of the infinitesimal amount of games being played. And if the greater conversation point that I'm making is that actually you're missing the forest for the trees because you're now speaking on what everybody must recognize immediately instead of the obvious point of you should be allowed to play whatever you want, and just because a game is marketed or is supposed to be positioned and pander to and focused targeted at a male demographic or female demographic, that there's more than just gender that is the targeter for whether or not you'd be involved in it. And you deserve to have the right to choose just as much as you do with content creators and their material content,
then being told that you're not allowed to speak unless you come from this particular diatribe of leftist jargon, as well as this in-group desire of tribalism that says, if you have an opinion different than mine, I will silence you on the behalf of my group. It's the equivalent of saying Allahu Akbar and genociding someone because you decided they were an infidel.
Right. I mean,
Yep.
they're putting you in a qualification box, which again, just to speak briefly, I've already done this exact thing you did, Carl. Hopped into a space with the dude. You try to break down the qualifications. I've got the pedigree to say that I've been playing this longer than you have, son. I already know what this is, and I'm articulating to you a particular point, and they get lost in the wording, and they get lost, and then try to like put you in little boxes. It's easier to put you in a box because then they can just put you away. And in a public forum, those people are going to mog you because they can just put you in a box and throw you away. It's simple. Oh, you're not a dad, so you wouldn't understand Dad of War. I don't think it takes a dad to understand Dad of War, but it would help to be able to understand that there's a lot of problems here, that they're defining masculinity in a very delinear way. They're not explaining what masculinity is. It's not being shown in the way that it would be normally shown. You know that.
Especially with only
You have both credentials.
especially with only surface level takes.
Saying you need to be a
Go ahead.
Saying you need to be a dad to understand Dad of War is the same thing as saying you need to be an actual hunter in order to understand Monster Hunter. It's stupid.
It's stupid.
Yeah,
And
it's
But that's the mental point they're trying to push on you. That's what I'm getting at.
it's really what it comes from. It comes from that the people that are, the moggers or the say like
Yes.
clavicular or Brock top over here that we're looking at, is that they don't really understand what masculinity is. Their idea of what masculinity is a simulacrum of it, to quote Sargon.
Yes,
it's a
it's a
simulacrum
simulacri.
of masculinity, because simulacri, that would be the plural, of
Yes.
masculinity, in that they don't understand it. They think it's all a physical thing game. You're a lineman protecting your quarterback, per se. They don't understand that it's an emotional thing. And what happens when you play God of War is, especially the most recent one, is Kratos is lacking that.
Yeah. Well, this is what I was going to say. Carl brought it up, and I think it's a good point. They're only seeing this position from the leftist longhouse view of it. They don't understand it from a greater I live this perspective, because just to make a quick cultural critique, they only live this life through the Peter Pan lens. There's a very vastly, I won't advance past this point lens that they don't ever get past, because they're, again, from the longhouse, nuclear family bad, you need to stay in your lane, that kind of thing. That doesn't really happen as often. So there are as many men who are maturing into masculinity. They are living in this Lost Boys kind of masculinity, where I have a dick and balls, and I crush box, and they don't really move past that to like being a father, being a responsible person, other than just like living this life, and that's it. That's it.
Or
they miss all of that.
Or demonstrating the difference of what masculinity is and what is considered bad behavior traits of masculinity and what is positive traits of masculinity. And showing the example that when you are focused on trying to pin somebody in a box, you can say, oh, they're just like insert content creator here, where they constantly go to filibuster to Asmongold but you're saying you disagree with Asmongold? Yeah, but Asmongold's not a father. It doesn't matter that he's not a father. Are you trying to put me in a box to say that I'm a toxic male? How am I a toxic male? What am I doing that is toxic? Oh, the way that I responded emotionally when you chose to attack me about something that would be personal to me. If you would, it goes through the various layers of, now you need to describe of what proper masculinity is that they never do. They go with the affability of a story context,
which when you speak on the story context, as was the interrupting point, because you need to be watching the content to get to these points, because all of this is at the end. A lot of this bullshit that goes through the debate is very much in the end section, but we're not going to skip through that to get there. But it is 3-hour VOD of shit. But I am willing to skip through some parts to get to the parts that are important. It is the case example that when you get to that point and you start trying to put a hamper on what masculinity is and is not, and what is toxic and what is positive, if reacting to somebody attacking your honor is toxic masculinity, then what is positive masculinity if this is an example of toxic behavior that should be addressed as though it was a joke? Is positive masculinity when I just simply turn the other cheek? Because that's not actually what that means. It's allowing you the opportunity for the disrespect so I may respond with the correct response in kind. I don't just let you abuse me, and that's what proper men do. Step up or lift from the British perspective for somebody like Carl Benjamin, for British Carl. It is the case that I should very much give you the opportunity, and then I demonstrate, you tried it. So now that I've demonstrated that you're a dishonest person, I now have the ability to say, so where do you have the room, and where the fuck do you get off on this? It's very similar to what happened to me with that one troll from Once Human, if you remember. That person kept antagonizing, claiming that because I have the ability to play 6 to 16 hours a day of Once Human when the game first launched, that I'm supposedly some troll who doesn't actually have a family to rely on, because this person is literally poisoning the well against me with people that aren't actually directly engaged in the conversation. They're hearing felicitations of rumor milling from people who are inherently not engaged, not involved. Something that kept happening was the fact that when this person would do this in the social context of that server, because there was a community server where all these people were involved, it was the case that this person kept behaving badly in this way that they never were sanctioned for their bad behavior when they were doing it. They were allowed to float around and behave poorly because they kept using expressions of passion as a result of anger. It was multiple times in this debate where he tries to, or multiple examples in his original content, which I found, but we've been waiting for an opportunity to work it back in when we were able to get back on back on track. It was the case that he spoke that it's something that you could be able to speak on directly from a case of passion, from the case of concern, and that the concern itself was robbed from people because of the inability for them to address this issue, because of people deciding that we're only talking about this piece, not this piece. We're going to talk about masculinity from the female view, not talk about masculinity from the male view. We're going to talk about this behavior case example from this particular view, not the case example from this alternative view. We're going to describe these things in a very fractured sense that we're going to speak on the pieces that help in my argument, and then everything else is just proto-assumed. So masculinity is when a father does exactly what a lolcow decides to describe is what a person would focus on. Not being able to be responsible and be there for the child, not being there to help them through their achievements and through their successes and their failures, not to give them the advice that allows them to grow into a functioning adult that has enough of the advice that a man should give to another man, that they're able to function in society and stand up on their 2 feet as a man, but the kind of advice that a child should be able to look for from their parent. The kind of thing that goes all the way back to child rearing, with the child wants to be comforted by the mother and it wants to be played with by the father. In their view,
Right.
because it's a simulacra, it's the simulacri, which is why I said the plural. Their view of what a man is an empty shell vessel, a blank slate that fills in the quality standards of what they need in the moment. Because that's exactly how they view men. They view them as a toy soldier to go send for an issue. We need men to go advocate for politics because there's a war going on in another country, and I need you to be emotionally involved and invested in this thing, but I can't decide to do it myself because it's enough of an important thing to concern myself with, but I'm only going to advocate as an inside boy. I'm only going as far as to use my platform to speak for the politics. I won't go risk my own body, which that's an even greater reach of the issue. Okay, you care so much about the issue, go fight in the war. I won't do that, but I will advocate that you should spend your money to go send it overseas, and if you don't, you are an anti-Semite, or you are a pro-Semite, Zionist as they call it. Like, it's very wishy-washy depending on the moment. Because it's bad to be a Zionist But we advocate and we invoke the Jews by saying it's because of the Jews as well as the market. But then when it comes to the issue of masculinity and fatherhood, the core concern of should you teach your child to consider all sides of information before they make a decision and use critical thinking skills? Yes, you should. Therefore, I should also go with the view that masculinity is how it's described by women when it performs a service to them so that they can effectively look to men as fathers. Because if you ask a man to describe his partner and what he wants in his partner, he's effectively describing a mother who teaches him. But then if you ask a woman to describe a man that she wants in her life that does the things that she wants, she's asking for a dad that opens his wallet for her. Type shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's this kind of depressive thing where when you get to think about it really, you kind of have to feel bad for the people, especially guys who kind of have that view of masculinity, because it's like on some level they learned it from men that didn't do their responsibility as men or as fathers or as like mentors.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. I mean, you're looking at just to speak to that point. You're looking at let's go with this. So you saw the Gillette, the best a man can be thing. You've seen like the Me Too thing. All these timelines have really kind of like dampered and thrown like masculinity into quote unquote flux. That it's not. But now you have a breakout where you have these people that are leaning to that side of the table, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Traditional masculinity, there's nothing wrong with it. It's never been in question. People still need that. It's just they don't verify it as the right type of masculinity in the right circumstances. They will flip it as this is toxic until you need that toxic to come and protect you in your home. All these things, it's just an identity crisis, and the people you're talking to either had ineffectual fathers, do not know what fatherhood is, or don't want to be defined by what it is to be a toxic male, aka a regular ass dude.
Yes.
Don't want to be defined by that.
They want to take the positive traits of what masculinity is.
So, the problem is that whenever people bring up traditional masculinity, they only bring up the negative aspects of it or the most warped aspects of it.
Yes. They bring up the negative aspects Yes, they bring up the negative aspects through their heightened lens to describe and critique it, but they never actually speak to the reason why that exists. Why would somebody react negatively for somebody telling them that they would never be a father, especially if they are a father? Because you are attacking this person's ability to lead. Because they are responsible for the most basic kind of leadership that would exist. It's a pride. Hold on. Let me finish.
Well, on some levels, they're attacking his pride in his child.
Yes.
Think about it this way.
It's both things.
If you love
they're trying to attack it.
They're attacking that love for your child.
Yes.
Yes, but they're also attacking it. They're also attacking his masculinity to make theirs seem more pronounced.
It's three things.
That's a correct answer.
Yes, it's three things. Let me finish. They're attacking the man directly to assert antagonism against his honor. That's the first. The second is that they're attacking his pride, because pride and honor are not the same thing. Honor is, you could probably say it as the pride is the offensive, the honor is the defensive, or the honor is the offensive and the pride is the defensive. They're attacking first his honor.
That's correct. Yes.
They're attacking first his honor, and then they're attacking his pride, and then they're directly taking an assault on his family by attacking a child who is outside the scope of the conversation. To then bolster themselves in their own position, which falls short, especially if the person doing it is themselves not a father. By doing that, you are creating. You are invoking the toxic quality of what is defensive aggression on behalf of people who are outside the scope of the conversation, and demonstrating the toxic male quality that is aggressive defense for the closest insular number that matters once you are outside the individual, which is the progeny, the family. And by doing so, Go ahead.
Yeah, and they're assuming that and worst of all, is you kind of get the feeling that I think and this is why I'm suspecting that they saw me say that in chat, is that in essence, they were trying to goad you with that. I don't think there was anything but them trying to goad you there. And that's there's a certain cruelness to it. And, you know, there comes to it on, they knew that was going to be the base reaction. And the move is on some level, you got to figure out a way to call them out on it and be defensive without giving them the satisfaction of what they were looking for.
I mean,
They were looking for a crash out.
In this instance, the definition of what we should look for, because we discussed this last time too, before Boomer had to go. The reaction that should have been happened there should have been, because let me take the thing off the screen, because I found the thing I was looking for. I should have gone over here. It's like, oh my god, that's so crazy. I can't believe a person would attack that. Oh my god, oh no, not my framed picture of me playing with my child happily. Oh my, oh no, what's this? Something along the degree of that. Because what they want is an explosive reaction. But realistically, the way that I see it is like, you said something that is false. I have the information to prove it is true. But they're trying to recover from that because I don't think the person who said that really expected for there to be evidence or proof of it. Because, you know, most people have pictures of their family members, but who's going to immediately have like an easy go-to example? Which I guess on one part, shout out to my woman, because her taking those pictures of me with him is the reason why I have those pieces of memorabilia. Because otherwise, I'd have pictures on my phone, obviously. But how cucked is the energy of pulling up a picture on my phone to respond like, bro, this is my kid. What are you doing? Versus, here's a loved frame picture from somebody who demonstrates the value my masculinity and my manhood has in her life. Here's a man who is responsible for a stepchild that he doesn't have to be a part of, that he accepts openly in this relationship with me, that I picked him for. That debases any attack that would do. And then choosing to go out about it that way wrings it out of the energy where it's like, oh yes, I was trying to piss him off, but it's like, actually, I demonstrated that we're comical. So yes, definitely one of the things I should do. But now that I found the clip, and I put it up here so that we can address this real quick. Back to the point that I made before, with his refusal to actually speak to the energy of it, the energy of what he chose to speak on effectively was the antagonism of, I shouldn't listen to anyone talking to me because it's just dog shit. Both Asmongold Gold shouldn't be listened to, and the blue-haired feminist that people would react to shouldn't be listened to. He tried, in this debate, to act like this post didn't matter because he thought that the only thing that mattered was the text that he said on his tweet, that he deleted, by the way, versus the actual material words that he said in the clip, which came from earlier in the VOD.
Exactly. The problem is this fucking animal does not realize he shits on everybody else, particularly women, for doing this exact concept that he's just brazenly like, yeah, absolutely, yeah, 100%. Absolutely. He shits on, like, these leftists who are online who are like, oh, I hate all these straight, cishet white dudes inside of my video games. That's bad. Right? That's literally what he spends 80% of his stream shitting on, is these people, every time he can. But it's okay when you do it? Why? Oh, it's just because it's me. Oh, okay, well then you have no actual moral standing. You have no moral ground whatsoever. You're just like, I prefer this and I'm right because I'm me. Okay?
Yes, morality.
Yes, that's literally the reason why I came at him the way that I did. He literally said, oh, this is a moral thing. And it's like, nigga, where are your morals? You're attacking somebody that you think you can antagonize because you have more people here to bully me. You're completely wrong on this. The moral grounding? None of you have moral grounding. You've 100% proven the point that I made. Even in the instance where it looks like I'm losing, I'm actually winning. But it's still my responsibility to actually make it look as though it is. Which is also what I would mention was the point of what I was saying when I went back to the Dev didn't actually do what he should have done. Because it's like, your entire position, based on the material that you put, that is the prompt that causes debate. This was the clip that I saw that was why I said, I will take him on a debate for this. I will debate him about this on this place. I will set this up with a third party, because I'm not going to give him the excuse to say I'm going to speak over him and stop him from speaking, and I'm not going to go to his place so he can cut my microphone every time I have a point that speaks that speaks to something he won't address. We'll have it in a third market, which apparently was the wrong choice. There's a lesson to learn. Don't have Whick set up things that require having people actually seeing eye to eye, because we're not going to move the conversation forward if the person won't respond to the point. This moral confrontation of attempting to put everything through a viewing lens of, oh, Asmongold thinks this, therefore you think this, therefore who are you to speak to me? Nigga, who are you to speak to me? Oh, he spends 80% of his day shitting on people. I don't. Am I allowed to speak now? Well, you don't have the moral quandary to which to speak to it. Nigga, do you? You and your people just demonstrated the worst kind of behavior that in polite society would have gotten you banned from the venue. That's not in the viewpoint of debate, but that's where you went. Why? Because you were trying to fight for the tribe. And in fighting for the tribe, you demonstrated the point that the political space has been in fact ruined by feminism and gaming, because you're trying to discredit me with something that has nothing to do with gaming and has everything to do with ideology. To the degree you're willing to stake your representation and your reputation on it, and you aren't even willing to follow through, because now, here come after the event, you've completely erased it like it didn't exist. You completely struggle sessioned it, and then you memory hold it. So now, if somebody addresses you on it, how is it going to be if you address it moving forward at another time? Oh, I don't have to address it. That guy was a complete loon crazy that didn't actually know what he's talking about, right? No, actually, in comes Dev, you were dishonest and you demonstrated his point by attacking him on venues and trying to ignore obvious truths in the marketplace that you would have addressed if you were an honest person, but you were not. You were dishonest. That's something in the commentation of what it probably would have looked like if it had been perfect. Air quote. But it's worse.
Carl.
Yes. Yes.
This is gonna be dumb, but you just said he deleted that. Did he really delete that?
Yes.
Like, this specific clip?
No, not the clip. His post.
You're kidding.
Yes.
The thing that he deleted that I'm about to show you, because I don't give a fuck about showing DMs. This tweet that he has here. I will debate anyone who breathes air and believes that women and feminists have ruined gaming like Asmongold believes. DM me. Posted 29th, 2025. I looked before looking at this tweet, going down his timeline to find it, and I said, it's not there. He deleted this. Because it was faster going down his timeline because he's not reacting to things. Let me double check let me not pull a puffa gut. Let me double check myself and see if it's physically there. Are you telling me that are you telling me that it's there? Is that what you're telling me, Lag?
Hold on.
No. I'm not even critiquing you. I'm just in shock that he would pull that.
Okay, so
that's not even
I wouldn't.
I'm in shock here.
Okay, so just to double check, just to make sure, we're gonna go together and look together to make sure that it's there on the timeline. Because I would consider this to be a case of embarrassment and also dishonesty that he would delete this tweet, which is the point that I was making. So I was making sure that you were telling me that actually, Carl, that post is still there. But did he actually address anything to it?
No, I'm not saying that. I didn't even look. I'm just in shock that somebody would be that low.
I mean, honestly, would you really say? But here we are. Here's a clip, January 1st. We're going back to January 29th. 31. Okay, so the tweet is actually still there. The tweet is actually still there. But notice how there's no mention about the debate after.
Wow, so he changed it.
Like, we have the lead up to the debate. He talks about, I will debate anybody who does this. There's no mention of the panel. No mention of the panel. Still no mention of the panel. January 2, January 2, January 3, January 3, January 5, January 6, January 7th. No mention of the panel. No mention that he went on to Whick TV. The only place that the content basically exists is Whick TV. He doesn't address it towards his channel whatsoever.
You know what the answer to that is, right?
Of course I do, but say it anyways.
It's not even about confidence.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not about confidence in this instance. Thank you. That's my point. He knew that it was not going to go. Let's put it this way. He was expecting to try to snag Asmongold into this fight because that's what he added him in his original tweet that I'll debate anybody, quote, at Asmongold, right? He wanted smoke with somebody who had a bigger platform so he can get the anti-audience. I've seen this with Mighty Keith and a bunch of other people. They siphon the anti-group.
That would explain his whole behavior, the whole debate.
Basically, he was glazing himself to try to get as many anti-eyes on him as humanly possible. I've seen this with another content creators. I've seen this in other spaces like the Comicsgate groups where if you hate Eric July, he bad, you get an anti-audience that will glom onto you, but they don't like you.
Yes, he wants hate watchers.
I've had the same conversation with like what was it? There's been other people that have basically McDizzle. That's who it was. McDizzle positions himself as an anti-Grumps person, anti all these people, but they don't have consistency and they don't have views. He's hoping that somebody, Asmongold, will come from on high to drag him up. Going toe to toe with somebody who is relatively at your level doesn't do anything for you. It doesn't. There's no virality. There's no real engagement. It just basically, you're just defending your position. So there's no point in actually like elevating that anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he didn't put anything up. He didn't really want people to show up to that. He wanted people. If Asmongold had responded and said, "I'll take you on," that shit would have been everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You baited a hook and it couldn't get you baited a hook to get a specific fish. When you got everything else, you did not want to put that achievement up.
Yep. Well, anyhow, I'm going to dip now because I do want to watch the College Football National Championship. But yeah, I mean, you know.
That's fine. We'll see you. But okay. I'm fast forwarding to the part with the panel because we've pretty much spoken over the entirety of the one-on-one that happened. But yes, we can see that the majority of a lot of what needs to be criticized from my performance happens when it starts opening up to multiple people going. So I have it segmented here to the point where we quoted, and I pulled out the clip of him being disingenuous from him effectively telling people that I'll antagonize anybody and I'm going to be a gatekeeping elitist against gaming in a culture where you really can't be a gatekeeping elitist. So let's go from there. That again, if you don't mind.
Well, before he does, $20 from Adam Offended to say, hey, Carl and the rest of the panel, are we discussing third and fourth?
We're actually right here at the point where Adam Unfriended actually ends up putting his $20 dono in the chat. I was deafened, so I didn't hear what you asked. I need you to repeat that. Also, as I was looking for the thing that I was looking for, I was deafened whenever this happened in this conversation. So I know that there was something that was being said. I asked him to repeat his point. He never does.
Based? Wait, what? Wait, that's so based. Why did you link in that?
For context of the chip, I was deafened, so I didn't hear what you asked. I need you to repeat that again if you don't mind.
Well, before he does, $20 from Adam Offended.
And right before he even responds to the thing that he was speaking on, while he's given the ability to try and pseudo-glaze himself, if you say, he immediately goes into the donor read. I think that you are correct, that every single time there was something that was being said for me, or even if I didn't even necessarily say something longer than 10 seconds, he literally finds a way to intercut in, to sparse it into donos. I don't know why he chooses to do that, other than he just decided that's what he's going to do. I don't know what better to do in that situation, where the moderator's just like, that's a great point you were making, but now $5 from Big Swatter, $4.69. Boomer, any ideas?
Yeah, on that one, that's kind of a that's a host problem. Again, I've seen enough of these places where they save all of the super chat conversations to the end.
Yeah.
But now everybody wants to like do it in the minute and in the moment, which kills the flow of it. But that's a format and host conversation. Really, it's really a host conversation.
I could only think that one of the few things that I could do is that I make it that the request is that all donations relevant to the chat room, if it's not a direct question, if there is a section for direct questions from the chat room being posited, is held to the end. Because this is much the case of what I mentioned multiple times through the debate of Smash JT versus Colin Moriarty. Like, the donos being read afterwards as a cope by Smash to cope over the fact that he lost in a significant way, where he was then put on the spot for clip chimping and then attempting to rage bait and also troll to get views onto his videos when he's very clearly monetizing drama. that's something that could possibly be done, especially if the intention from the opponent is to try to create a hate-watching audience to give him views. I could probably request that be built into
there
it,
could be-
but I don't know.
Maybe there could maybe be set times. Like you have like a timer, like 30 minutes. Like if it's gonna be like like this is a 3-hour stream, you could have like maybe like every at the top end of the hour.
Yeah, at the top end of the hour after a person's...
Maybe that's when you go over.
Yeah, at the top of the hour after a person's...
Instead of just like interrupting.
Yeah, like at the top...
Yeah.
At the top of the hour or after a person's finished giving the response to a point and they're about to move into the next segment of questions or line of questioning, or verse of the conversation, then doing it then, rather than what Whick consistently did, which is just in the middle of statements, both his and mine, because he did interrupt him sometimes, but he also interrupted me a lot. I don't know what to do in that case other than, like, if there's the conversation to be had in the future, it's not had at Whick. I host it myself, and one of my moderators is responsible for moderating it. I would not know what to do in that situation other than that.
I would definitely do that.
But
I would be fine with doing that because it doesn't make any sense, or whoever's available, because I don't think that that's a productive way of doing it. If you did it in segments, like, hey, we're gonna go for 3 hours. Let's do this every 30 minutes, where we have a small segment break so people can recollect themselves, and we can go through super chats, and then we move on to the next topic. If you break it out like that, that would make more sense.
Yes.
You need more structure in these type of long debates. Plus, I'm gonna be honest, Carl. You are more of a verbose speaker versus like Irrelevant, who is basically like
brain cells
he's
scattered.
Kind of like he's a Mr. Yeah, he's very scattered. I'm trying to think of a nice way to say it.
There's no nice way to say it.
He's very scattered on his thoughts.
Like
he's got spaghetti brain. He's a jab guy, right? He comes in and tries to throw like gotchas and jabs.
Yes.
And like he doesn't have a definitive point, and all of his points are basically moral points, so he doesn't have to really elaborate because they just get it, and that's it.
Yeah, the moral comparativity of it doesn't really make any sense if at the bottom of your morals is effectively a desire to try and misconstrue and manipulate and deceive me. And knowing the context, having watched his content, and then going and showing examples, because I did clip some examples from beforehand. Like, I clipped the example section where he said that Madame Savvy is a bot. This is not a real person. She's not a real person engaging in my post. So I'm going to go through all these posts and I'm going to call these people stupid and say that they don't know what they're talking about. And that was something I tried to get the ball rolling on as well. The intention to do that is inherently manipulative. You have no moral strength upon which to reinforce your points if you are not capable of being honest. And half of that honesty is coming to the stage with equal hands above the table, where you're not trying to do underhanded tactics, especially when you're then encouraging that even if your hands are clean, you've given somebody a dagger to try and stab somebody. It just doesn't fucking function. Because when I see that happen in debates, because I did an entire point that I described, because occasionally, especially with Dev, there will be points where somebody will address something, and I'll actually go through and say the direct point of what needs to be concerned. I had written what basically could be written as like a pipe bomb, as we describe it in conversations. I wrote a pipe bomb as a response to how most people view debates and how most of them do not actually have productive function in the moment because they exist to holler back opinions to the people so that they can get the blood sport, because it's 2 minutes of hate. When you allow people to give you money to basically say, yeah, that guy's a fucking retard, you're funding the space for 2 minutes of hate. Certainly, Whick's content is bringing people in for that energy. That is his job, that is his goal, that is his motive. I'm not going to be angry about him about that. And even as a person participating in it, knowing that full well that it's content, at the end of the day, what allows people to do that is basically the core of what happened afterwards when we were talking with those two people who then demonstrated the same inability of actually listening to the points being had. Because those two were about to be shown how he was speaking on his content. And they instead kept trying to speak over me with presenting the clip to them as I queued the content clip up. And then we went through it anyways afterwards after they left, because they abdicated the space in a place where they were given the ability to talk. And I said firmly, don't do that. Listen to what I'm telling you, because you're not actually listening. Because all they were doing was basically trying to, what's the word? Not niggle, but tone police the way that I behaved. and claiming that I should go and I should be more like Whick and be this way than be myself and allow people to abdicate and speak with their own cognizance as one should. And sure, yeah, I can be verbose, but you know the reason why I'm verbose, right? Because if I say directly, I'm going to be mean about reinforcing it. Because it's something that should be so obvious that there's no way that you're not going to notice it. This obviously is in contradiction. This is in contradiction with being a creator, right? I'm not supposed to be that aggressive. But it's so much simple that it's like, we're retreading ground that has been covered since 2014. How don't you know? Why should it be spoken? It's why I never mentioned the words Gamergate directly, or even using woke directly, but instead referencing the people that were responsible for those points at which it started from. I should not have to explain this shit. But if I do, and I take the time to do so, you don't get to call me verbose and say, because you talk so much, I don't have to listen. I get to slap you in the face if you do that. Because we came here to have the conversation. If there is no time to have the discussion, when will the discussion be had? Certainly, don't do that in a debate. Certainly, handle it better. Handle oneself and present the ideas better so that people can be able to consume them. But that is the way that goes. Like, it's much easier to do that in a place where I am in control versus a place where I'm not in control, but I must be a good sport. Part of that has to require that the rules are reinforced both ways, but they're obviously not. So, that is what it is.
Well, no.
Maybe what has to happen is that I gotta...
Part is that...
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'm with you on that, where basically it kept breaking your flow, so you have to redirect and come back to points, and it just kind of takes more time out of you. You're being verbose, and you're kind of explaining something. When a $5 super chat shows up, hold on a second. Look, really good points. That breaks your concentration and your thought process, so it just shuffles you. And it makes it difficult for number one, the viewer, to keep up.
Or in the example of when I broke down the example of Stop Killing Games, an example he couldn't defend against. He tried to gestalt his way through that. It's like, I have to explain this to you? You're going to say that it's actually feminists that destroyed Pirate Software and not him just getting ruined by the internet? So there's no such thing as self-destruction from an audience consuming you from the inside. There's never been purity spirals. Okay, weird. It's weird how I have to describe that to you, because your only frame of reference is the roaching clip. No, he wasn't destroyed by the roaching clip. He was destroyed by the second order magnitude that came from the roaching clip. Oh, he's an asshole. Go back in content. Go back in time. Spin the fucking sky like Khonshu. Oh, there are multiple examples of Pirate Software being an asshole. He's an asshole content creator. That's what ruined him? I have to explain that to you at length. The planets that connect to each other because it all went back to Stop Killing Games. You don't know that shit, and I have to explain it to you? While I'm explaining it to you, you're then interrupting me explaining it to you? Nigga, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. I don't know how else to describe that other than to be assertive and say, because you don't know this frame of reference and you're not actually able to speak to this matter, you yourself are dumb, and anyone else supporting your position from this position are also dumb. You need to go learn. You need to go research it. You need to go look correctly and go learn the background. Go watch a June the King video. It's nearly 3 hours long. When you do that, then you'll be allowed to debate. Come back then. Obviously, don't do that either. The PIP itself...
don't do that.
Obviously, the PIP itself is like, you don't know what you're talking about. And I told him that. You don't know what you're talking about. You only know what's on Reddit. You only know what's on LSF. So, of course, you don't know the greater context. You only interact with people in your group. You don't have any reach to the marketplace. You're asymptomatically and disembodied to the actual opinion of what's happening. You don't know anything about the industry because you don't care about the industry. You're more than willing to do the same thing that politics does, where they're willing to blame the rich people and you're willing to blame mercantilism or the Jews or whoever you're going to paint as your boogeyman. You don't know anything, and I can't have a conversation with you because you don't know anything. And you're not willing to discuss what you don't know because your bias is that everybody's an Asmongold viewer and they must be watching a grifter and they themselves must be grifters because of that. There's no conversation to be had there. So it becomes the point that I have to basically teach somebody and that person's unwilling to speak and to be taught.
But because the moderator happens to interrupt me, I have to then start. Either I have to restate the point, and you interrupt me. I'm not going to move forward until I state my point. I finish my thought, or I have to now play defensive and summarize a point that was already being summarized. I have to summarize a 60-second point in 30 seconds because you're going to interrupt me at second 29, and then I restate my point again, even in 20 seconds further, and then I call you a retard to your face for even attempting this disingenuous engagement. It's a fucked situation, and certainly one thing to do is to go into it and be calmer about how I choose to do it, and instead treat him like a joke. Probably. Especially from the point at this venue of the debate where it gets opened and that chat message from Adam Friended comes through. So let's play from there.
Yes.
To say, hey, Carl and the rest of the panel, are we discussing third and fourth wave feminism and how cultural Marxism, like Gramsci's ideas, is impacting gaming culture in the industry? Death has
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have no idea about any of the words that came out of your mouth. I
have no idea of any of the words that just came out of your mouth. What did you think I meant when I said not women in general, and certainly not always feminists that have political viewpoints, but specifically people who have been poised in companies that are responsible for speaking poison into the ear of the bean counters and the administrators that then made bad decisions that then wiped ledgers clean of cash? Who else would that be except for the third and fourth wave feminists? If you don't know what we're talking about, why did you enter into this panel to join in this multi-man after panel session? Just to be on camera? You should be removed from the stage.
Yes, but the thing that irritates me about their argument is that it's not just... They tend to use feminists as a catch-all term for what ruined game, when really it's just the opening of the floodgates.
Like, when I made the point about political enclaves, or enclaves in general, and he says, what, you think people haven't sorted themselves into groups before the advent of the greater open internet and its access in the early aughts? It's like, yes, they have definitely formed groups. But we have never seen people form themselves down political lines in such a way where they drew a line in the sand and created the 30-year struggle session of the right-wing influencers and right-wing media and right-wing ideas and right-wing thoughts and right-wing concepts being mobbed eternally by people who are completely disingenuous gremlins that say communism is when no house, socialism is when no healthcare, and having proper medical health care is when a person says, I hope your country gets free health care, that they're a Canadian, and what they actually are telling you to do is to kill yourself because this person lives in a country that has access to MAID health care, which is what was the acronym for MAID? Something assisted suicide. Medically assisted suicide.
Yeah. Death.
Like, It's a very catchy acronym that they had in Canada. I can't remember what it was, but it's medically assisted suicide. Go ahead, Bloody.
Sure.
I mean, you're right. I mean, we are living in a timeline where we have people that are living in such a tribal way that their oversimplified points score with people of the tribe, and they don't want to elaborate further because it exposes them to being lacking. And I'm going to say that in a nice way. They're lacking in a more confirmed worldview. Their shit is very shaky outside of their little covens, and that's where they feel the most comfortable. That's why he will openly go, I don't know nothing about that. You're arguing in the red. You're arguing completely in the red for feminism, and you're trying to score points with your audience. But let's be honest, you don't know anything about any of this. You don't understand the conversations that have been had before you came here. You haven't had any of the conversations nor gleaned into any of those conversations after you came into this space. You just have your position, your tribe, your group, and it's all insular talk. I mean, it's just a lot. These people are lacking in greater awareness, and they know that on a greater stage. That's why they go for gotchas and lowbrow shit.
Mm-hmm. And let's continue here.
It's just capitalists blaming Jews. It's just capitalists pointing fingers at Jews. That's all it is.
There's the Jew shit again. It's just capitalists pointing their fingers at Jews.
I don't think any person is going to accept that as an answer, because if it's just capitalism pointing the finger at Jews up for the death of the industry, who are the Jews? Who are the Jews that they're pointing the finger? Call them out. Who are the people that are capitalists that are blaming the Jews? Point them out. But do you have names? No. He just says it. And it's just...
It's a nebulous fact. It's a non-fact.
It's just abdication of the actual reality that there is actual consequences for political postulation. The chat found the acronym medical assistance in dying/death. MAID. That's what it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's abdication of the actual responsibility. It's blaming it on some boogeyman, like a rich man, like a rich politician, or a rich businessman like Elon Musk, and saying it's Elon's fault that industry's like this. Elon's fault that gaming is bad, and that people blame feminism instead of blaming people like him. And it's like, okay, but how? Can you explain it? And they don't, because it is in fact just red herring. It's some type of thought-terminating cliche that this allows any further investment into the conversation as a defense for the retardation that is their greater political point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like the man or the patriarchy. It is an overarching idea of nebulous groups that you can just throw out there that your base will just absorb and go, yes, yes, those people did it. It's like... But what do the Jews have to do with this conversation?
It's kind of like when they start talking about Zionism.
Yeah, it's a blanket statement.
Yeah, it's basically just a dog whistle for them to go, and it's the leftist approved dog whistle to go and start hating on Jews. But then they'll immediately, the moment you try to address something like cultural Marxism and its impacts,
you don't know what that means. You don't know what that is.
They interpret it the other way around. All of a sudden, they're big fans of Jews.
Basically, what you're saying is that it's a shibboleth, which is exactly the point that I was making about gaming culture. Gaming culture is a shibboleth. For the people at home playing the home game, shibboleth is a big $5 word that basically means cultural password. So their shibboleth is that when we say Zionist, this is the sign to start hating Jews openly. But when we talk about cultural Marxism, we blame supposed Jews in the business and industry amongst the goyim that's responsible for the supposed multicultural goy slop. And we say that this person is somebody who doesn't get the business and doesn't understand diversity, equity, inclusion, and its importance, because this person is supposed to be somebody who only plays big titty simulators. Meanwhile, as somebody who only bought something like Sengagara Peach Ball because I was half interested in the fucking pinball mechanics, I would probably not be somebody that would actually respond to and be interested with the greater energy of that particular material, because I have more cultural passwords that give me access to greater spaces that I'm involved in than those individuals, because I am actually deeply invested in the space through means which I've paid through blood, sweat, tears, and monetary acceptance. Because effectively, if they are only ever engaging in such a way where their cultural shibboleth is that we attack people who are not like us, who are not down for the subversion of culture, to allow us to turn politics into art, so that it may be an indefendable and an unspeakable sacred cow that must be accepted because video games are art. How could they not be? It's because I consume them. An art that is only meant to be looked at and only discussed and not consumed and shared is an example of a piece of material that serves no actual purpose. Then, when you talk about the actual industry and business and culture of gaming not being a place that you go to and a store you buy something, but a lifeblood that courses in your veins, unfortunately, they are the equivalent of a necrotic vampire. Literal energy vampires, sucking out the energy from the business and saying that it's completely healthy, it's completely fine, there's nothing wrong. Meanwhile, the product of the industry is more shit year after year after year, but I named 50 video games out of 500 of them. That means the industry is completely fine, and you can't explain how it's feminism in gaming, even though we're dancing around the fact that they're going poor and they're failing because of the political art, air quote, that you put into the video game. It's something that can be assessed, that can be digested, that can be dissected, deconstructed, reconstructed, and then presented for assessment. if you can't speak
Well, they really
to it. Go ahead.
They really don't. Well, they really don't want to assess the impact of feminism in gaming, because it would lead to them having to actually assess what the aims of modern feminism are, which really have nothing to do with the advancement of women anymore, but really have been fully infiltrated by, actual Marxist elements under the guise of things like intersectional analysis and critical theory.
Were you having an air problem there just a second ago, Boomer? You feel like you're out of breath.
I am walking around inside of my room, and I am folding.
Oh. Okay, that explains that. That explains that.
So,
Okay.
I'm just up and about.
I was concerned. I'm like, nigga, are you okay? I was concerned. This is not a gotcha. I was concerned. All right.
No. I appreciate it.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that if it's a problem of, they can only approach it at a surface level, and they have to reject it at a surface level, because if they peer a little closer at what's actually under the hood and impacting the actual, what is actually damaging the gaming industry, they're going to find a lot of things they really probably don't actually like.
They don't like, or that they can't address, because if they address it, they have to actually say, yes, actually, Carl, you are correct. Feminism in gaming has ruined, feminism in gaming has ruined the gaming industry, and feminism and women and feminine traits and feminine concerns have done irreparable damage that you can source and you can evidentiarily show. Even if you want to try to say, well, you presented these ones and we tried to reject them, you present enough information that it goes before a committee that then discusses it and digests it at the speed of AI. You have a council of 10 people that represent 5 different genres and 5 different business heads, especially if you look at the numbers that come from Zakana, and it's like, okay, yes, actually, there is a point. They would not want to address that, because that then removes power from their position and puts more legitimacy in the hand of the common consumer. Because realistically, the way that I come at it from, that I see it from, is that I'm advocating on behalf of the common consumer. I'm not doing it as somebody who's a supporter of Asmongold. I'm doing it as somebody who is advocating for the buying power of a natural person. When he says at that clip there that you don't have a moral quandary to speak, and also who should listen to you, we never listened to the back end of that, and I still have it here. Do I see? Did I click off of it? Am I retarded? Please tell me I'm not retarded, because I think I did. But there was a back end to that clip there that he had. Let me double check to see where it is. Yes, I did. I'm retarded. The back end of that clip there that he does not speak on, that is at the core of the reason why I attacked him aggressively as I did, is what he says in the last few seconds. If this thing ever finished buffering. Right here at the 20-second mark. If it ever stops fucking buffering. Why is everything buffering now? Come on, screen. Come on, screen. Let's just over real quick. Now I'm on this. Do I have to refresh it? Yeah, I'm going to refresh it. But it's what it says here at the minute mark that is the concern for me.
Me. Okay? So then why should anybody take what you have to say as anything more than just babble compared to this fucking random blue-haired feminist online? Who the fuck cares? It's literally a toss-up. It's they don't like white people, you don't like women. Why the fuck would I listen to either one of you?
So from there,
interesting.
That's the key lynch point for everything that describes the energy at which I approach this with. Because he says it's a toss-up. Why shouldn't... First, who fucking cares? The industry cares. The consumer cares. I think the consumer cares infinitely a lot about the fact that they get less content to consume and play because your ideology is poisoning it from the inside and trying to basically kill them with mercury and cyanide. And you're telling them, no, there's nothing wrong with my food. My food is completely fine. We don't poison people on purpose. While you're sprinkling more cyanide in my mashed potatoes. I think they care infinitely about you putting your finger in a pie that you're completely dead set on ruining. That's definitely in their concern. But then it's a toss-up. Okay, why should people listen to you over listening to me? So why should somebody not listen to the critique of Asmongold over the critique of Destiny, criticizing him in the moment? Why should somebody listen to Irrelevant critiquing Asmongold in the moment? Why should someone listen to Asmongold or Irrelevant from either viewpoint, representing the free independent viewer who might agree with a right-wing position? Because I'm not going to say that Asmongold's right-wing, but I think you probably wouldn't disagree with it. He's a populist at this point.
He's more right of center, but yes.
Yes. I would say I only use populism in the case that the majority of people from the right wing would use him as a representative of their viewpoints, being like, yes, that's what I believe in. That's what I want. That's what I asked for. That's what I voted for, type shit. Why would somebody disagree or be against the point of Asmongold critiquing the greater industry, and then Asmongold being critiqued by Irrelevant as a representative of the left-wing view, and then the abdication of it by saying, who fucking cares? It's a toss-up between you and supposedly you hate women, which I don't hate women. I love women. That's why I want to have sex with my woman. That's why I choose to date a woman. That's why I choose not to be gay. Present company not excluded. Mwah. Love you, Boomer. You hate women. They hate white men. And various times in this debate, I think he says white, and I never necessarily correct him, because it's like I don't even have to do the demographic of male and female to defend this. It's like you hate men, period. You hate society and men, period.
I think one of the problems is that these folks, they refuse to differentiate between women and feminism. There's like this idea that feminism equal woman, and like I would argue that modern feminism does not even work towards the goals of women. Like it's genuinely regressive.
Well, okay.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
I've been looking at this. Oh, go ahead. But to your point, and I'm going to be honest here. So there's 3 schools, right? And he's trying to like mash them all together. You have academia feminism, which is basically like the bell hooks, the Foucaults, where they create frameworks and institutionalize ideas, right? That is the Anita Sarkeesian energy, right? Then you have like, I'm gonna say jerry-rigged feminism, which is basically things that benefit me for 100, Alex.
Yes.
Right? And then you have like I won't even say old school. I would say it's more of a tinge of, it's new and old school from like 2006 and maybe to like 1998. I'm just going to be fair here and give them like a big broad brush. Where it's girl power, we're empowered to do things, equity and equality kind of people.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the people that are moderates within that space.
I'd call that like second wave feminism, and then I
2.5.
I think
2.5.
Yeah, and then whereas I kind of view the 2 latter groups that you talked about, like the kind of just basically like the gimme feminism and then like the academic feminism, I would both categorize as being like 3rd or maybe even 4th wave feminism.
Yes.
Correct.
Because I feel like they're both
they're
like
3.1.
Yeah. They're both kind of like I would say like the gimme side of it is, I don't know, I would say like maybe a low information adoption of the academic.
It's a trickle down.
I would agree with it. Yes.
Yeah.
They steal a lot from the academics.
Go ahead. Let me finish.
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
No, go. Oh, no, I was basically saying what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
Oh no, I was agreeing with you. It trickles down from academia into the lowbrow spaces, which is where you get the TikTok girlies that are like, ugh, when men, ugh. Or you should spend like whenever my nails need to be done, you should be on that. It's feminism. Go ahead.
No, I didn't want to interrupt you. I'll let you finish.
Oh no, it's just basically it's gimme feminism, but it comes from the academia space where it's all about basically both groups are about control. It's just that one wants to control within a sexual reproductive realm, and more like lateral as far as like within the realm of like controlling men as a whole from academia. They want to basically like exterminate masculinity at a level that they don't choose to deal with.
I would say that the academic one kind of empowers the gimme feminism.
Yes, that would be correct. It's a trickle down. It is directly coming from up high down low.
Right. It's the framework that it's jumping off of.
Yes.
So the ones at academia level are the Anita Sarkeesians who interject themselves into gaming. Their only goal is to destroy it from the inside because they don't care for gaming. They only want to use it for big bucks and corporate jobs and to be able to siphon away from like a man's work. That's it.
Right. Whereas I would say
that's
like
really
well, I would say the academic side of it they view this as a means of deconstructing the society that they consider to have been built by the old guard patriarchal system, which basically is the foundation of Western society.
Yes, which then leads into
it's not even equated it to white men.
It's what leads into.
I think that.
Go ahead.
Oh, go on.
Okay, let me start.
I was just gonna say, I think that if they applied their systems honestly, they wouldn't stop at just like white men. They would have to also, and they would eventually also attack Eastern masculinity as well.
Yes. So,
in the West, we're an easier target.
I'll put a pin in that. Carl, go ahead.
What it effectively is that the particular third and fourth wave model tries to pick and choose from effective tactics and rhetoric from the first and second to transmogrify it into a pop culture dissemination of their political position onto the marketplace, where they are able to affect it from first the institutions, where they then enter into the industry and begin to proliferate the concept through the business, which leads to the 30-year struggle that the left had on the struggle sessions that they did within corporate society, and then disseminated downwards, as you said, trickle down into society, where you see the same thing that was a particular metastasization inside of pop culture being utilized as a reference point for the social media apparatus, which was people effectively doing in therapy, taking the specific form of therapy language and the specific form of medical knowledge to abstract it onto their proliferation of their particular approaches for how they would discuss the matter on the political framework against their political their supposed political rivals, especially with the dissemination of what I'll borrow, rather, not steal, borrow. He's British. I'm just borrowing it like a cup of sugar, or his wife. As it was described from the online left eating itself from Leighton Observes as the pop leftist, effectively using whatever popular means, whatever popular modem, whatever popular apparatus, whatever popular reference, whatever popular simulacri for a layer of their viewpoints was best necessary and relevant for them to be able to amass power so that it itself became an institution that had effectively high priests and high priestesses, which is what most people would consider BreadTube to be. The most recognizable of those figures that clamored for that power position and then demanded and got it from places like YouTube to be considered priority creators that then became the de facto leads and heads that decided what was the rhetoric, what was the movement, what was the discussion, what was the frame of reference for the discussion, and what was the accepted terms and the verboten terms. Which then, when you metastasize that and you percolate that in a cesspool, in a greater cultural pot for as long as we did, you effectively have here the dregs of that runoff once it's been poured out of the mold. The first mold being used on the creators, and then the runoff becoming their audience members that are basically huffing the fumes, if not getting sick and high on the bath salts of the ideology at large, until it becomes basically a hodgepodge and a put-together, cobbled-together framework from the disseminated opinions of multiple people that they've consumed this content from, that it's become their worldview as much as it's become their material existence. And all of that then layers down.
Just to talk.
Go ahead.
To bring that up, I want to bring up something I brought up when you were actually having the discussion with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
That threw in the your chat, but not their chat.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the difference between. I'm just throwing this out here. So an Anita Sarkeesian, a Zoe Quinn, and someone like just recently Heavenly Peach. You remember her?
Yeah.
The girl that was playing, I think it was CSGO.
CSGO, the one that threw herself on the grenade.
They were sexist. Yeah.
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 And got upset about the backlash to it. And I commented on it. But one of the things that I took away from it was, why are you putting this through the lens of lowbrow feminism? You're trying to go, ooh, woo, they treated me badly. Ooh, woo, give me ass pats.
Mm-hmm.
And that's lowbrow shit. Whereas Anita Sarkeesian is in the corporate structure dismantling shit, but never building anything of merit and destroying it. So basically, both of these people are hitting shit with hammers.
Mm-hmm.
One's just hitting it at the fucking at the pillars. The other one's just smashing windows.
Mm-hmm.
So I brought that up just to bring up the fact that, like, who are you defending, and why are you defending them? And back to the point. Just as I was bringing it up a few minutes ago, they don't bring up black men or brown men or Asian men because intersectionality rules. You can't bring those men up if you're not of that pedigree.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they never mention those people. Have you ever seen them short out when they say do things to all men, and then they go, what about brown men? And they just have a glitch in the matrix. It happens at all levels of that structure. They short out. They can't. We can't effectively speak to that. Why? Oh, you need someone with more authority than you to speak on that. You need a black woman to come speak on that. You need an Asian woman to come speak on that. That's what it is. Okay, gotcha. We have to have someone with more. What's the word I want to use? Victim narrative credentials.
Yes.
To come speak on those subgroups. Gotcha.
A person presenting victim credentials that then enables them to say how this is now the reason why culture for gaming must now be further curtailed even more than it already was. Where mommy and daddy internet, and more especially the case example, since they were literally the ones that created the framework for toxicity. Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks, Jeremy Lin. Riot Light. I beat my wife. The desire to destroy what they perceive as masculine voice chats, voice comms, proximity chats, by limiting your ability to use chat rooms, by limiting the factor that you're being constantly monitored at all times for behavior that should not actually incorporate your online experience. There's no reason for me to be recorded by my software before I've started playing a game of Valorant if I'm not involved in the voice comms. I shouldn't be punished for things that I did not say into a voice chat to another person, but was uttered out loud in front of my PlayStation or whatever software I'm using to access the content. And certainly, I should not expect that when I interact with a person who's acting belligerently and intentionally playing poorly in a video game, that person can then clip that content, go on to YouTube, go on to Twitter, go on to social media, and then make a plea directly to Riot Games and their moderation and player behavior staff to then get a player permanently banned from playing all video games at that company. How is that not an example of feminism and certain types of bad faith women and men and transgenders, etc., ruining gaming if socialization is a part of gaming culture, but they have decided that, no, the parts that I don't like, I'm going to carve out and destroy because I decide that this is not something that should exist, when that's no longer even in the vested interest in a normal consumer. Oh, that's a great idea. Come play Valorant, a video game that if you say the wrong words to the wrong people, you're going to have your life ruined. Not cancel cultured, the fancy form of it. Not specifically cancel culture, but the way that they treat canceling as like, oh, people tweeted at your account. No, you called my business, you called my house, you called my friends, you took something out of context, you got me, you destroyed my livelihood, you made it so that I can't feed my children, all because of your emotional reaction to the fact I told you stop acting like a retard and get on the point in a video game. Damn, what a feature that I'd like to sell to somebody in a marketplace. Wouldn't you like to put that money behind it? Hey, is that also going to be covered by Nuvo? Is that also going to be covered by that new video game, High Guard, that has no ability to actually get me interested in it? And that this is yet another feature you play on top of it, alongside something as stupid as kernel level anti-cheat that isn't necessary for the purposes of maintaining who can play it and who can't? How is that not a case example of what's on board? Oh, just because you feel like it? That's not even a moral argument that you can be able to present, let alone an actual industry argument about how one should properly be able to manage problems. It just comes down to effectively a presentation that it's not real, I don't look at it, I don't see it, so it can't hurt me. Then when you're in the moment and it happens to you, it now becomes you having to play to the cultural dialectic that will best assist you. If you're trans, I guess you get a pass. You just get called something like the AIM community. When you're male, you have the worst uphill battle to fight. When you're female, it's two catty bitches going back and forth at each other, I guess. Unless one of them is butch and another one is femme.
It's a bot.
One is butch and then another one is femme, and then they get to play victim to all the people that are presented, and the argument gets picked up by the people who are willing to report on it. Because, damn, that happened all the time in Overwatch. Still happens all the time in Marvel Rivals, and definitely happens all the time in Valorant and also in League of Legends. The most toxic game in existence. And sometimes the reporting feature is a bot.
Yes.
But actually, usually the people who are doing this is the leaderships of the senior analysis team that responds to how they're going to address toxicity moving forward. They do it all the time with faces that they put onto the actual report of the game, which is another feature of gaming that people didn't really speak to the aspect of. Playing a live service video game that's updated frequently, so they actually engage with people who play the same game as them that are at various different levels of skill. Somebody who's a challenger level player versus somebody who's a bronze level player. And being in the same video game, playing at two different skill levels, but still being able to say that you are participating in the game. Use that framework to talk about all of gaming, and you get to the sphere of influence that we're talking about. And when it comes to the company, especially a company like Riot Games, where they decide you're a bad shitter, so you no longer get to play our video games, and we ban you for how you choose to speak, and then the people in the company are speaking the exact same way, this kind of issue becomes emblematic of the greater problem when something like that happens. I'm so surprised that never came up in the debate. Mainly because I don't think you would have been able to argue it, because I had those articles ready. I had names, I had dates, I had examples, and the fact that even the heads of their senior directory team, especially famously the Valorant one, I think the Valorant one was everywhere, ironically, a white woman, saying that if you behave like this in the game, we're going to punish you, we're going to ban you, we're going to silence you for using chat rooms. Oh yeah, that's a great way to encourage somebody to play this video game that requires high-tech skill and investment in communication. If I speak poorly to this person and I tell them, no, you can do better, you just weren't communicating, and this person acts that way, I should not call them out about that behavior. Certainly I don't call them a bitch. I don't call them a slur. But I say, bro, whatever, you're washed, you're dog shit. And this person then goes onto the internet and says, he called me a bitch and said that I should eat shit. No, I said you play like dog shit. I said you play poorly. I said you play bad. And that leads to my life being ruined. Why would that be a thing that gets me into gaming? Why is that something that I'd risk myself at risk for? That ruins the trust that a person has in the marketplace, especially when it comes to communication. That's not something a consumer would buy into. If that kind of information could be disseminated as a part of the same kind of online interact, because that's the reason that tool is there on most boxes. If you actually get boxed content with the actual review of the ESRB or PEGI or what is Japan's? I'm trying to remember Japan's. CERN rating for the video game's actual demographic marketing for online ratings not being rated by the ESRB. If you could put on the cover, if you play this game, you're at risk of a feminist destroying your life because you said she was bad at a video game. That's not something that a marketplace would pay into. And it's not something that they would go lightly about not criticizing or criticizing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I just like to bring it up in the context of irrelevant, because he's saying, well, he brought up the worst case scenario and he tries to throw Asmongold in there, that he hates women. I'm like, oh, buddy, So did you forget about Pink Sparkle? Did you forget about her? He does date women. I know he lives in a roach mansion, but he actually dates women. I'm sorry to tell you this. Maybe this is something that you just haven't been aware of. I still remember this man was over here taking Pink Sparkle to a restaurant, and she's in the car giggling with him. For a man that hates women, he seems to have some motion with them.
Or the example of
I don't know what to tell you.
Or the
again.
Or the example of not to cut you off, I apologize. Or the example of women like Natalie Casanova.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, like the example of women like Natalie Casanova, who is not just the reason my career jumped off,
yes,
because of how she attacked me in Plain Rock, but also how she attacked Siren Cove, the Bang Dancers, and the Bang Coordinator. She was a definition example of a person who tried to victimize herself as a woman after actively weaponizing her body to get her position on Twitch, which has faded, obviously. Completely quit, no longer even a person on the surface, and the only reason that was addressed like that was because of the culture of calling her out directly. And both myself and Draenrock having similar successes in doing so, and Siren herself, but especially the factor that it was really much to put a kibosh on when the gnome himself, Keemstar, came through and spoke up on my behalf, and thus brought the information to people's attention that then made them question her motives, which then completely created her attention. Because her simps couldn't fight back. Especially if you wanted to accuse them of only caring because, lol, this is somebody who's actually only looking at my tits. And it's like, bitch, I have a woman with titties bigger than yours. Like, I don't want this. I'm addressing the fact that you're using your body for attention. And you're then playing victim when people correctly point out that you're trying to manipulate them this way. But either way, we're kind of getting away from...
You're, again...
Yeah, go ahead.
That's why I was trying to bring it back. I was bringing it back.
But yeah, we're getting away from the core of the thing.
Again, but
go ahead. Speak.
Yeah. Oh, no. It was just the fact that Irrelevant basically tried to pull the blue-haired feminist, which would be the quintessential SJW archetype, which you can just call a Karen as of today, and try to compare that to Asmongold as part of some type of He-Man woman haters club.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like you're poisoning the well based on that directive.
Because he certainly loves women all the time. Isn't that right, Irrelevant? That's why you can't seem to have love with them. That's why you don't have a woman on your arm. That's why you don't have a child. Forehead.
But continue. I don't want to take any away from that. I just love the fact that the clip you brought up was basically him going, well, Asmongold just hates women, and these people just hate white people. And it's like, well, you know that's not, you're oversimplifying the conversation, and you know that.
Yeah, I brought that up on the debate, and he was basically like, yeah, but who's going to listen to you? You mean, oh, yes. The man who said, you are not a part of culture, you're basically a bully who's antagonizing people, and then you'd antagonize me like a bully with your audience and other audience members from the host's Discord. Yes, they should definitely pick you, the socialite tourist bully, over person with convictions and beliefs who can actually explain the point, but you won't listen because you just want to call me a slur. In the venue of the people that he would have to sell that opinion to, they wouldn't have this conversation with them. If we're talking about actual investment, should it be the case of you had to put a person from one view in with a person in society, with a person with an opposite view, and they're in like a venue waiting at a restaurant to get food, at fast food, they're not doing that shit, they're calling you a slur. If they do what they actually want to do, they're going to assassinate you. They're going to fight you. There's no discussion. They're not going to talk to you. But if they are only able to use words with you, they're going to tell you the reality of what most people would choose, and they would then choose based on the affinity of the behavior. Which is really that's really the demonstrable point of what's happened from my performance. The failure of the performance is that this gets used as a part of my argument. But I need to now demonstrate how best to use this as an example moving forward. And the best thing demonstrated there is this is the responsible part of what would be had from there. It's like, no, I'm not going to have a conversation with you, Irrelevant. How? Look what you did to Carl. No, I'm going to call you a slur until you get the fuck out of my house. Which is appropriate.
That is my entire point.
Yeah.
You've demonstrated that you are not willing to have a real conversation. You are only here to cherry pick and to try to, again, you try to bait bigger than what you could catch. And once you try to bait higher than your position, go ahead.
Oh, I was just about to tell you that I was just given DM information from Jay Funky about Ace having been on Whick TV. That's hilarious.
Oh boy.
That's hilarious. That's going to be content for later. But, excuse me.
I'm gonna go watch that.
By all means.
But yes, the way that I'm looking at it is that now you've proven yourself to you're just an irrelevant cog that's just gonna just stifle the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So my better answer is just to call you a hot slur right to your face and laugh at you, rather than take you serious and have any type of real conversation with you.
Yes. Which I'm pretty sure I probably also said was the point of what happened. Especially when certain people asked me in my DMs how I felt about my performance and whether or not I should have been concerned about winning over the audience and convincing them. Which maybe there are some people in the audience that are going to have an echo in the back of their head if they're truly able to have their own opinion. But in the general sense, I wouldn't be concerned about what the audience thinks of me. Why would I? If I gauged my performance based on how the people who are going to be antagonistically against me receive my point, that's only going to work if they're willing to actually accept that I have a point in which to argue, which I don't think would happen. I'm pretty sure we came to this position before. Even if I had correctly articulated myself better in the moment and was able to actively use this information in real time then, they would have still tried to find a way to disengage from the energy of what I was saying and attempt to find a way to misconstrue anything I said. Because it is not in their interest to actually evolve their position and take in new information and attempt to address and also properly build a framework of the opposite opinions that exist with them in the space when it comes to discussion of gaming and the mercantilism of gaming. Because they only have a one-track mind and a one-pace view, because they can't actually be able to argumentatively map the opinions of the people that they're speaking with against them, because it is in their purview to say everybody is a troglodyte, that they're a sightless lizard that live in a cave, that have no actual affinity to other people, and that they're what's happening.
They're not human.
Yeah.
Dehumanizing them, yeah. But not to take it too far away, and I want to kind of stay on point after this, but I wanted to bring this up. It is kind of the idea that how are you supposed to reach them? It is the idea of, like, let's just use Hassan as a great jump point. Had it not been for one button press and a dog yelp, the hypnosis would have continued.
Yes.
That's all it took. It's just a core feature of most people, which is an affinity to animals, being shocked into relevance. Literally, they're now changing their entire mindset on this guy for the most part, and it's not everyone. It was always people that were a part of the dogma.
Mm-hmm.
But until you saw something that went against your personal dogma, that broke you of the spell, that wasn't gonna happen. Where is your dog collar moment for this person in the debate? That's not gonna happen for you. Again, these people are always gonna play dogmatic and play tribal. They're never gonna break away. You can leave them with breadcrumbs, but they're never gonna leave too far from the tribe.
Yes.
So don't put that on yourself, is what I'm saying.
I'm not. I'm just simply pointing out the fact that even if that had happened, would they have allowed it to happen and then not start flooding the chat to make sure that I'm not capable of actually expressing that point to them for them to reach that? Which I'm pretty sure is half the reason many of them joined the chat room. But to that edge, I think...
This is true.
I think I should stop here for now because I actually do need to make dinner for my mother. I'm not sure if any of you guys have any things you need to particularly do, because I don't want to run out Boomer's time. Because we can then continue from here, because I think the greater conversation of the one-on-one is not important, but it's the multi-man that we need to probably discuss most of.
Yeah, that's what I want to get into, because that one was where I saw the tribal line start to draw, and I think that's the most problematic for you in that instance, where once you opened it up, that's when all hell broke loose.
Yeah. So let me take down the timestamp of where we're at, and we will find a date that works for Boomer, so that we can be able to have him back again, so that we can then break it down from there, and let that be the last part.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
Because I think
it might be a minute. I did just close on. Well, I can't say close because I haven't signed the mortgage paperwork yet, but I am.
Yeah, you are moving to a place.
I have signed the preliminary papers on buying a house, so I might be busy for a little while.
Congratulations, my dude.
Nice job, man.
Thank you. I am so tired of moving. This is the last time for a very, very long time.
Boomer,
so.
you finally hit the echelon of being what they call an adult in the adulting phase. You have about now beaten irrelevant. Oh, I'm kidding.
I don't think that's a very. I think compared to him, I don't think it's a very high bar, to be honest.
Yeah.
But no. But Carl, yeah, we can definitely set something up. Again, I'm doing my best to be around more, so you'll definitely see me pop in and try to help as much as I possibly can. So
I will pop in. I'll pop in here and there when I can.
Yes.
That's the best I can do.
So, the time currently now is 9:10, and we are stopped at 1:32:32. This is exactly where it starts going to shit. Though I don't think, since there is no actual... I think the problem is that we've just talked through it. There's no reason to hear what comes out of Irrelevant's mouth, because we already know. Because we discussed it beforehand.
Right.
Which is technically my fault. But it's actually okay that we did that, and it's better for me to just skip us to the part that we really have to focus in on. Because we've extracted the value. So there's no reason to hear the retarded point come back from him for us to have to restate it again. Because places that we did go to were very necessary for us to go to, especially with the example of audience reach and whether or not an audience has a moral responsibility and a moral compunction to move with a sense of urgency in the defense of their content creator.
yeah, basically.
I feel like that part of the conversation was necessary to be had, simply because there's nothing you can get from Irrelevant. There's nothing you can get from him. It's worse than trying to draw blood from a stone. It's like trying to draw the cure to cyanide from the poison he poisoned in the conversation so that you can consume it, so that you don't die of cringe of listening to somebody who is so incapable of speaking on the matter that he doesn't even have pride in an opinion of what should be a success for him. You're so incapable of taking pride in what should be a win for you that you don't have it on your content. Either that, or you know this doesn't actually help you look good. So don't promote that work that you did on Whick, because that doesn't help you push your political theorem.
I feel like you're being very generous calling what he did work.
Air quote work.
I mean, again, his name speaks for itself, I think. His point is irrelevant, and he knows that. I feel like that's a pseudonym that fits him the best.
I feel like it's the problem of him being a product of the dirtbag leftist movement created by Occupy Democrats and the likes of people like Hugo and Hannah, formerly Hugo and Jake, and now Hannah and Jake, because one of them transed out and became a trans commie. And definitely people like El Chapo Chop House and the majority of Reddit at large. The desire of basically trying to create a terminology or a pseudonym that allows you to basically go around the fact that people will call you irrelevant, so you just call yourself something, and you put a number on the screen that shows your audience of a chat of viewers of 0, which, sure, there's actually something there that I could probably discuss that I want to touch on before we leave. The idea of somebody who is streaming to 0 viewers. Someone that comes from Twitch, that knows what it feels like to stream to an audience of 0 viewers. And I'm not talking about you started up the stream and no one was there, and then about 30 minutes passed and then people started tuning in because you have an established audience. I mean, you literally started from 0. You are grassroots, no one is injecting views into you, you have not been rated, you literally stream to 0 viewers night after night, every night. Using a name like Irrelevant to mog the idea of nobody's watching me and hearing what I have to say, and being somebody who is a receptacle of representative, very milquetoast surface level takes, is a very interesting viewpoint from somebody who clearly came from a background of gaming. So just to put it on camera before we leave, let me bring up that stuff so that you can see what I'm talking about. You should be able to understand what I mean from what I'm saying, but let me put it on camera and not put it on my X feed, but currently has a woman with titties out and her legs wide fucking open. Jesus fucking Christ. There's too much porn. There's too much porn on my timeline. Oh my god! Elon!
It'd be like that sometimes.
He has to keep people there.
But since
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah, it really does.
it really do.
You,
It really fucking do.
this is a tragedy. Here's some big titty broad coming in and talking about, I can help your tragedy. Thanks, OF girl. I really appreciate you replying to this.
See, I don't follow.
Do you like women with 6-packs and gigantic tits? We all do.
See, I follow the Japanese artists, and sometimes the Japanese artists will be dropping link after link after link after hit after hit after hit. But that's what fucking whatever, man. I don't know what to tell you there. That's just fucking whatever. However, looking at these numbers here. Yeah, but first off, looking at these numbers here, projecting this on the screen for people at home, and then projecting this here for you inside of the server. When you look at irrelevance numbers, and you actually look at the reason why he would run to X or run to Kick as a platform to start putting his content, to hugbox it, this is not the view of the numbers of a person who's very happy that he was a partnered streamer, not a affiliate, but partnered, that has this as the viewpoint on a platform he doesn't even use his channel on, which I find is really ridiculous, especially when a platformed partnered streamer should probably have to actually maintain a certain level of viewership to receive what they have, and that if they don't do that, they go back to being an affiliate, because you don't have the money to give all those people that kind of fucking shares of cash or whatever. But here's numbers. This was his viewership and the content that he was consuming in 2024. Right? Actually playing video games on camera while still having his fucking political debate shit. And it obviously making up the majority of the content that he was doing. Over 552 hours. But you still played video games. Right? Then you look at the views of what he did in 2025. All the way through December. Non-existent on the platform, basically. Comparatively, the number up here went from... Nah, fuck you and your goddamn form review submission. The number here, between 24 to 25, he went from somebody who had the views representative of a person that could respond to the reality of his losses to somebody who had views that were not in reality of his losses. So the collective number from what I started the page out on, which was December 25, I believe. No, December 20, the entire year of 24. He lost 222 average viewers to a number of 47, ending on the year, for all the content that he could have produced. All of those numbers absorbed in 24 was this. Do the same calculation the next year, in 23, he's at 268 viewers. That's not nothing. That's what they would call a three-figure Andy. And look, the number, even though it's a higher proportion, you can still see here that he was spending less time doing just chatting compared to all the other content he was doing. And he actually spent a significant amount of numbers on Raid Shadow Legends for his gaming averages, apparently. Look, I'm not going to be angry about a person getting a bag, but I'm going to refer to the fact that you were playing fucking Raid Shadow Legends. But
the meme itself.
The literal meme itself. Then you look at his...
The game's so dead it only has 3 fanfictions.
Then you look at the numbers 22, 21. You go further in time. You go further back in time. His numbers actually improve based on the market share base to base, right? Because you go all the way back to his first channel first started, 2018. You can see he literally started out like any person would, grassroots, just literally gaming. And look with your eyes. Look with your own honest eyes. He has hours in Darkest Dungeon that could rival my own. He was, in fact, a quintessential gamer. But then you move forward...
The 700 hours of Vermintide 2 is just amazing.
But as you move forward in time, through the year, as he begins to increase his numbers, there it is, already, in the next year alone. The specter of just chatting, and also, League of Legends! League of Legends! League of Legends! 214 hours of League of Legends! Ah! But still, you could not say that he wasn't a gamer. He was in fact playing video games, even if he started spending time doing just chatting. But obviously, this is where the politics started. And then, year by year, as the audience grows, the number begins to increase in views, but the cannibalization, especially the inherent, is right up streaming to politics chat, versus the actual amount of it, completely begins to overshadow everything else. I would say.
You know what
Go ahead.
I'm gonna posit a theory.
Go
real
ahead.
Quick.
Go ahead.
Just throw that out there.
Go ahead.
The theory is that he was idle. Well, he was audience captured at some point when he was doing those politics streams or doing anything of the just chatting nature.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just me thinking that.
You're
getting a dedicated view base. Go ahead.
I would say, well, I have two things to say, but the last thing to say is going to be what I'm going to leave the stream off on. But the thing that I would say there is that I probably agree with you. He was definitely audience captured. Because how does a person go from being a gamer who is apolitically playing video games to becoming a priori politics all the time up front, but still having the time for gaming directly on his channel to, oh, I have to play video games in order to talk about video game topics? Yeah, nigga, you do! If I wanted to have a conversation with you about League of Legends, and I don't play League of Legends, so you have no frame of reference when I start talking about how it feels to be a mid laner versus being a jungler, versus being a top laner, versus being a backliner, versus being a support, we can't have a conversation. Just like we couldn't have a conversation here with your refusal to actually engage. Yes, you need to play it. And I need to know you're doing it on camera, and you've been doing it recently. I feel like that is a case of audience capture. Because obviously he started getting brought in, and clearly with numbers that grew like that, it wasn't a overnight sensation. His numbers are growing by a magnitude that is representative of being signal boosted by somebody. And we know who it was. It was Destiny. Did you have something behind that you were going to say?
Oh, no.
Okay.
You actually hit the nail on the head. I was wondering who gave him the nod, and you gave it to me.
Well, of course, we are.
Because nobody goes in that direction without a nod. No one goes in that direction with an audience of that type of change without a nod. Either your audience took you over or somebody else's audience took you over. But somebody came and took you over.
Well, yeah, we know that to be the case. He was showing up in live stream content. He was one of the many creators that actually did something alongside people like Dylan Burns that was going out into my state in Georgia and canvassing on foot. Like, yes, we know that it was Destiny. Because Destiny himself, intellectual person, he can obviously play things like StarCraft, but the APM of just lying by omission and saying things in a debate very quickly and also discussing things over people's heads, the literal father of ADHD jawline vibration presentation of arguments. There is definitely energy that has been siphoned from you and given to him, and in replacement, he has turned you into the exact same type of energy vampire that he is in conversations, that everybody else would be in conversations. And that you've now adapted yourself and been so drained of your original culture that you don't even have time for video games, when before you did and you were successful. You can't say it's because it's the era that you came from. How do you lose this number? Because as the future keeps moving forward, even with different video games being played, just chatting continues to overly dominate to the point that it's 95% of your content. Claim and say, well, that's because that's my content. Okay, that doesn't explain the growth of your audience, and it doesn't explain the shrink of your audience. Because the numbers here start falling drastically, which lead to him obviously hiding out on Kick. 23, same split, but you start seeing it open up back again because he basically completely stopped broadcasting. How do you go from over 1,200 hours of content to only 382, less than 400 available to you? And then the same calculation again, but now 2024, boom, gone. Where'd your audience go? Well, obviously this coincides with Destiny being banned, obviously, right?
Yeah.
47 views. Technically more than you would say exists consistently, but your content still just chatting, but you're playing other video games. But oh, I play Path of Exile. I played Path of Exile when it had an open free weekend. I could be able to speak about how good this game is. How can you? You only played 14 hours of it. It's technically a starter of a 20-hour campaign. The campaign is a tutorial. The actual gameplay is after in maps. You don't have any experience about this game. I put hours on hours. I know more than you. Shut up! But then, speaking to everything else, you go from playing video games still in some in some context, because 42 hours, excuse me, not 42 hours, but, where is Tekken on here? Tekken is the light gray, light green. Can't find Tekken, I can't find Tekken. I actually played less Tekken on that camera. 4 hours of Tekken.
Check.
I was about to give him a fucking kudos, but he actually has less hours on Tekken than fucking Black Hokage. Wow, Black Hokage is a better gamer and a more legitimate gamer than you. How dare you make me give that nigga a compliment? But you
Actually,
yes, go ahead.
so in the Tekken community, there's kind of this golden rule of 100 hours before you're good. And if you don't have at least, and if you play Tekken consistently and you don't have, and you're just not practicing almost every day and spending obscene amount of hours playing, because I used to play Tekken consistently, that it was pain, it was physical pain.
Mm-hmm.
He probably got up to like one of the blue ranks and then quit because he kept fighting kings, which is the average experience of Tekken 8 players, and then he quit and then never played again.
Interesting. And then, the actual Kaibosh here, his views crater even further, 31%. He then is only back to streaming, just chatting, and the only things he's ever done, Blueprints, Sid Meier's, Civ 7, a special event, which must be a panel of something, and the Bazaar, and then you look at his numbers now, for the last, we're not even out of this month, so let's say 30 days, the last 30 days of his views, just chatting, nothing but politics all the time. This is not representative of a person who's a gamer. And certainly with a name like Irrelevant, certainly there was a tongue-in-cheek nature, very similar to Shark03. Because I look at them like, here's what Carl could have been if he was a pussy. And then here's what Carl would have been if he was a disingenuous bitch. This is the example and emblematic of a person that basically represents the viewpoint of the ideological capture of men in society down the exact lines that was meant to bring in as many people as possible to become useful idiots for the regime. Like this, lock, stock, two smoking barrels is what happened with single-parent households, because most of us, if not childs of divorce, are childs of either poverty, latchkey kids, or childs of broken homes in some factor, some ways, in some part of society. It is somebody who is definitely brought into politics because his geopolitical standing was directly affected by somebody enriching and uplifting his life, that he's now able to make something out of politics. But the complete abdication of any actual camaraderie to another video game space, such as that as Tekken, such as that as League, such as that as actual games of the year that should be consumed and watched and disseminated, and the inability of recognizing the difference between that and name-checking video games that he heard about because he saw drama on LSF of it, or even, hell, being a part of a greater community of a Redditor, talking about other things that a Redditor would like to talk about. But the only way he looks at it is a predator, a consumer, who's going to a marketplace to pick up food, like, ooh, a debate, a fucking lol cow moment for me to monetize, another lol cow moment for me to monetize, and you're telling me you only did 27 streams out of the year? And your work within 2025 last year was 198 streams? You're telling me that you did a little over half of the broadcasts of the streams throughout all of the year for your ability to do work, and you don't necessarily go out and do tourism that often? You don't go visit people that often? You don't have views that speak that often? I feel like his title is representative of the viewpoint of what would have been. Words are hard. See, I got that Caleb Hammer problem. My brain speaks and thinks so fast that I speak over myself and I flub my own words. Your view and your name is representative of that metastasized, cancerous viewpoint of Redditors being audience captured by a bigger fish and then completely losing touch with the very people that you originally built your audience with and for. And then, when that bigger fish cannot benefit you anymore directly because they have been removed from the ecosystem that you operate in, that you completely become crestfallen because you don't actually have any true affinity for the space anymore, because you just view it as a way to extract resources from your audience. An audience that you don't even recognize because you literally say, I streamed 0 people. Versus the kind of community that a person who unironically streams to 0 viewers would actually build, where they're happy to be. The fact that they're just happy that you're there. which is the greater thing I was trying to express earlier, by the way. I wasn't bringing up the point of going on top of what you were saying, Bloomer, when you mentioned hosting and sponsoring events to be like, damn, Carl doesn't respect his audience because he just thinks they should be in the room all the time and be glazing his nuts. That was not what I was saying. I was making a point about, we're happy that you're here in the room
I know.
with us.
I wasn't suggesting that.
I know. I'm saying that for the people who are going to be watching it on the VOD later. I too have my hate watches that clip me out of context. I don't know why, but I do. Anyways. They're happy that you're in the room with them. It's the way that a VTuber basically reacts. Hell, even on a video game right now that's being featured on Twitch. The one in mind that I'm trying to learn, which is Eternal Return. Hello, Carl and his fat titty. How you doing? Even for a video game like Eternal Return... Yes, nigga. How do you think I keep my bitch? But yeah, even for a video game like Eternal Return, this category never has more than 200 viewers watching this game. Yet this video game has a lively player base, it has a lively audience, and it has people who are playing it and streaming it. And every single time that I've streamed this game, and I've had people that recognize that I was live and came in, every single time they said, oh my god, I can't believe there are people playing the game. We're happy to have you. We hope you learn to play. The sheer, utter difference of appreciation, acceptance, and desire to open up the doors to bring people in. Not necessarily without gatekeeping, but the sheer factor of, I love having people actually engage versus a top-down leftist paradigm of it's only correct when you do it the way we do it. It is emblematic of exactly how cancerous and how desolate the space in gaming has become for the conversation at hold. That the only thing that actually brings people around to discuss shit is the opportunity to bloody someone's lip and black eye. It can give somebody a black eye so that they can fight over something or fight over topics, even if it's by proxy in an event that allows them to engage in the blood sport factor. It is demonstrable of why I said what I said and presented my point as I did. Because if he was deeply in the culture, he would have never approached from that angle. Certainly, it has to be Asmongold derangement syndrome. Because why would you try to frame everything in the viewpoint of being an Asmongold viewer and an Asmongold watcher? That's, again, abdication of the greater space. It's like the setting of Nocturne. The entire world has been rebuilt by the idea of the conception. And you, as the inevitable eye of Kajisuchi, you're telling me my reasons, my faith, and you're looking for a sponsor to back your ideas up. In the category of fucking Asmongold, as a demonic sponsor of the idea of freedom, I should have the ability to decide to do whatever the fuck I want with my money. You, in the position of somebody who wants to advocate for the world of the true devil, with fucking, I don't know, will destiny be Satan in this case? Who would you say is the high priest and the high priestess of the left right now? I wouldn't say it's ContraPoints, and I certainly wouldn't say it's Destiny.
It would have to be Hassan, wouldn't it?
No. He's a laughing stock at this point.
He's a laughing stock. You know, there are people that would try to push him as the leader, but I don't know who it'd be.
Yeah, he's one of the people that actually got Mayor Mondani elected in New York. That was part of his advertisement campaign.
Well, no. Well, yes, he used him for PROs, and then dumped him much like an OF girlfriend as soon as like the PRO time was over. Once you got the solidified take. Oh yeah, I don't agree with anything he has to say. I'm sorry.
Yes, once he got.
You can't come to my party.
Once he got the endorsement. Go ahead.
No, I understand that, but but in New York, even after election, he still chooses to run advertisements with him meeting his son to the point where it was a major talking point in many news broadcasting stations in New York.
Yes, that's what he needs.
I talk from experience because I live here.
I know, we know. Well, probably not actually everybody knows, but I know that you know that we know that I know that we know. But it's the case that he got the advertisement from him. So he no longer... It's the equivalent of this ad was sponsored by Hassan Piker. He can use him for the optics, but once he solidified his campaign run and he successfully obtained office, he completely washed his hands of Hassan. He's like, yes, he supports my views, but I don't support any of the things he does. It's not reciprocal in that direction.
Well, if we're going with the nocturne, what was it? The nocturne method, then he would have to be Ball because of Ball's rule for the strong and etc. And
no, I'm not necessarily like using. I'm not using 1-to-1 for the demons. I'm using the 1-for-1 for the sponsors and who to be the backer of it. I don't know who would be the high priest or the high priestess of the left right now. I guess it would probably still technically. I basically think it would probably still be Destiny, even though Destiny's position isn't very well solid, especially with his court case still hanging over his head.
Well, the thing with Destiny is that Destiny fell off after. Destiny fell off with the right, left, and center factions, and the only people that he surrounds himself is with DDG, his own little group.
Yes,
that's really it. Hassan still has enough power and leeway in order to kind of get what he wants, say what he wants, and people still rapidly support him.
I suppose.
If we're not including Hassan, the best we got left is Pokimane. But
that's even worse. Yes, the woman who harasses her audience says that there's no man that is good enough for her, marries herself just like Anita did, and effectively bullies her audience by saying that they're poor, and that if you're broke, just say that, but probably ran her Mina cookie company for her white label product into the fucking ground. For argument's sake, let's use Hassan and his girlfriend that he tried to hide, Valkyrie. And by proxy,
yes.
And then by proxy, a bunch of other people too. Let's say that those are the demonic sponsor behind the true devil ending here of, the world should just decide that gaming is fine, and they're living in the dilapidated world left behind after you've destroyed it in that ending. The problem here is that the world in which he is advocating for is a world I do not want. I know for a fact I don't want it, because I like playing video games and being social. The world that he proposes exists is not true because he is inherently lying to himself because of how disillusioned he's become. He's not capable of leading people in any direction because of his unwillingness to admit that actually the world has been fucked with by his ideology and that there is a consequence for that leadership having been advocated by him. Because he basically said, there's no reason for me to lead. Actually, things should just be the way that I want them to be, that give me the best amount of freedom and the best amount of agility to make money off of it, and damn the consequences. Which is exactly what happens here when you choose to destroy the marketplace this way. You allow for politics to run completely rampant. You don't take accountability when your side goes too far. You say there is no such thing as going too far. Actually, it's all art, and you can't criticize it as such. You end up in a space where people like this are, yes, I would say Denims is definitely a priestess, but she's not a high priestess. She's a handmaiden. You end up in a world where the people in a player base like Eternal Return are a better representation of the greater marketplace and how people actually want to be want to participate in it, rather than people who are supposed to be gamers in title and name only, that effectively don't talk to anyone, don't hang out with anyone, don't speak to anyone, don't socialize with anyone other than themselves, and when they meet other people with differing viewpoints, basically become leeches or become hostile berserkers who are trying to clobber that person to death and are arguing for the case that they should do so to everybody else by either proxy or directly by example, especially on the idea of using something like infinity migrants to push their viewpoints through. Because then, of course, they bring that idea and that topic with them everywhere else, and it becomes the fact that their life represents their politics. But they are so angry about their politics and how it actually has affected them that the disaffection of their viewpoints effectively becomes their political reality. By that I mean, nutty professor style, nigga, this your future, this your future, this your future. But it's completely barren, there's no one to hang out with, there's no woman, there's no child, there's no family. It's just you in Space Jam. Space Jam 1. Manacled to your fucking ankle, debating somebody for the rest of your goddamn life. I don't want that. Nobody sensible in the marketplace, not even in the gaming industry, not even the feminists like Alana Pierce, want that. How do I know? Dispatch! She would rather go from being a games journalist and talking about games to making them. Whether or not I like her performance or her ideas, she's creating. You are abdicating creation. Ergo, you have no room to talk. I hope that came through clear. I needed to land the plane there for a second, and it needed to be clear. That's the reason why I'm making that point. The entire basis of Nocturne as a game is that you are bringing in a silent protagonist that is supposed to rebuild the world based on the ideology that he chooses to back and the sponsor that backs it. He doesn't want creation. He wants destruction. He just decides the form that it will take is a form that is convenient to his ability to accrue money. However, even his own contemporaries...
Also, Insaniac just dropped.
I don't know who that is. Especially then, even his contemporaries in the media space disagree with his viewpoint that it's all supposed to be just mercantilism and blame the Jews and never question anything and it never happened and it's not real. Even other creatives believe that it's still good to create. Whether or not their viewpoint is right is an entire thing that's out of the scope of the conversation. That's an entirely different conversation. But they're creating. He doesn't want to create. He just wants to regurgitate and deconstruct. And then you attack somebody that is advocating for the opposite, and you effectively do the worst thing you could do as a demonstration of your refusal to actually create. You attack them and their ability to assist in the creation, or rather the rearing of something, that will then be responsible to then adding their voice to the collective and their buying power to the collective of what then decides the rest of the business moving forward. Like, when that kid gets access to my video games and he's able to buy more video games of his own and then play them with me or his other family members or his friends, you're not going to be able to control that voice. And that's just one of many. There's an entire marketplace that's hearing the ideas here. And his has no moral quandary. It doesn't have a moral quandary and it doesn't have a actual market quandary. Because his morals basically go where his insults lie, and his market value is non-existent because he's asymptomatically interacting with the marketplace. To put that into perspective, he is buying and selling like a stock market exchange on a guild house inside of something like WoW, or inside of something like Path of Exile. He's buying from the marketplace asymptomatically. He's claiming no affinity to anybody but himself, and he's only interacting with himself privately from a league. He is then describing himself to the marketplace as a part of the voice of it, but he isn't speaking from outside of his bubble. So his voice never reaches outside of his elitism. So then everybody disregards him, and he doesn't actually have any real power. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boomer, thoughts?
I'm sorry, I was distracted.
But no, I'm kidding. But no, my thing is that it comes down to the idea that you are looking at there's a hierarchical structure that is destroying pretty much everything. And I love that everyone who turns their nose up at it are complicit in it, and they know they're complicit, but they don't really care because they know that there's going to be someone that's going to push back. And they're always reliant on them to push back, even though they diametrically and what was the Keffel's word? Ontologically hate them.
Diametrically.
They know that someone is going to cut.
It's supposed to be diametrically.
Yes, diametrically.
Like, I ontologically would only really matter if they're actually speaking in the quandary of, like, the inertia of how the business works. Because deontological isn't the word. Ontological would be load-bearing. But they don't actually care about the load. They care about the weight of the load. Like, they don't care about the morals of the position. They care about whether or not they can use it to convince you to believe their argument. Which is the equivalent of using the religion of a religious person to convince them to go along with their political views.
Right. Now, here, just in that particular thought process, and I'll just leave it at that, it's a simple thing. They know that the quote-unquote chud market will keep gaming alive because it's the lifeline that keeps gaming at the highest levels at some points. It may not be the highest levels since, like, 1985, but it's pretty damn high. And they know that as long as those people exist, they will keep gaming from like completely collapsing, and they would have nothing to really enjoy. They know that. They know it right off the bat. They know it, and they are sitting there fighting it. They know that, again, they need the chuds to keep the market alive, and as long as the market stays alive, they have something to talk about.
Yeah, that's the plastic crack theory, that they'll be able to bitch for as long as the money keeps flowing in and flowing out. But if nobody buys the plastic crack, then they don't have a space in which they can then film themselves bragging about how they won, because nobody cares, because nobody's here anymore.
Yep, that's exactly it. They are hoping that somebody keeps building structures while they deconstruct and destroy the shit. And as long as there's someone to keep building the structures, they have a job. But the moment that they let the entire thing collapse, it's over. What are you going to bitch about? You just have to pivot to the next thing. And the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing.
It's the Tolkien quote, so that evil cannot create, can only corrupt what good created.
Yes.
What good created.
I would say this is definitely the reason why the response that many people have had, including myself, as a criticism of this, is that you have to build the parallel society. You let them live in the old broken world, but you build the new one away from them, and you keep them the fuck out of that world. Because the correct response there...
It's a Demolition Man.
Yeah, the correct response there is that once you have rebuilt that world, not necessarily that you're doing it to create a perfect utopia, just a workable system where people can be able to actually function and be able to relate to each other the ways that we are already intending to, that we were prevented by either industry or by some mechanism of control through conversation and communication. When these people come around trying to do it again, this would be where the people would have witnessed the thing that happened in the old society, or witnessed the thing that happened in the old event. It's like, you come around, you come here to my audience. It's like, I'd like to be engaged in this Carl content, please. It's like, last time weren't you here? Didn't you put your feet on Carl's couch, call his wife a bitch, and make his son cry? Yes. So why do you think you should be allowed to come into the cross community giveaway to get a prize? Because, like, isn't this what we're supposed to do? Being kind to one another? And then you're just like, I'm gonna be kind to you and give you a piece of my foot up your ass. How would you like that? You basically.
I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. I mean, I'm in 100% agreement with that. It's just the idea that, like, Demolition Man explained it best. The Edgar Friendlies of the world, separated from the sterile, broken but pretty society, the utopian society to live underground, just to be free. It's not perfect,
yeah, the underground,
but at least they get to be fucking free.
The underground people are living a much better life than the
They live better than you above ground. Yes, thank you.
I'd
rather be an Edgar Friendly. Fuck that.
Yeah, the worldview of...
I will say that it does kind of speak, though, to maybe the idea of it may not be good. This kind of tells me that it's not even desirable for, like, certain hobbies to blow up and get big. Like, it's like you know, kind of like what you see with Warhammer, you know, where it's blown up and it's gotten big, and it's kind of warping itself into something awful that nobody actually wants. You know,
let's see, Warhammer, Yu-Gi-Oh.
I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh was already long since gone, and that was made not by, like, a destruction of the base, but specifically Master Links. Congratulations. But to speak to the greater example of Warhammer, you remember multiple times on that content, especially at the end there where he started showing off his book, he kept mentioning the fact that he was supposedly playing Warhammer. But I wonder if he actually does, or if he just claims that he's a part of Warhammer, because he's a part of one of that group of people that were going in antagonistically as part of
the female custodians group.
Yeah, all part of Wokehammer to specifically try to brag about claiming ground from the other people. It's not something that I'm in, so I can't claim any kind of weight to throw my weight around. My weight is being thrown around in the factor of telling him that you don't have the right to be an elitist. If anyone has the right to be an elitist, it would be someone like myself, and I don't want to do that. I'd be a veteran, a tired, grizzled battle veteran with the scar over my eye and the scar unironically on my shoulder to say, listen, son, real war changes you. His desire to, like, brag about that. And it's like, that's very surface level. What part of Warhammer do you like? How are you playing it? Where are your figures? Do you want to show them off real quick?
Like, I feel like that would be enough, and I don't think he would do that. Because I think it very much was still performative. Like, he was mentioning it by name to be performative, the same way the rest of his content was performative. There's a weight there. I wouldn't want to say moral weight, because the moral weight of gaming, number one, gay, cringe, lame, dumb. You shouldn't have to have morals in order to speak on this. It is the actual quality of the performing of the hobby, the consumption of the hobby, rather. There's a weight in the consumption of the hobby that should be self-evident of itself when you are a part of it, that shows a reason why gatekeeping matters, and would also show why a shibboleth is necessary to password lock the culture away from people who would contaminate, infect, and then reappropriate it to claim that they were always a part of it from the beginning. The Bayonetta superposition, as I described it. Many people would probably better recognize it by the Kuko Ryo comic that Dev has tried to promote before. But it's that desire of, ew, this is a nasty, disgusting thing. But actually, I like playing it. But also, I don't like the people around me that are playing it. So we're going to steal this thing from you, and then we're going to say, actually, this was always ours. There is a self-evident requirement and a self-evident truth that people that actually like doing the thing, such as gaming, they're going to participate in the nerd arguments. They're going to participate in the deeper discussion. They're not going to skimp over the details, even if they briefly gloss them, because those details are what make you a gamer. If you don't do that, if you supposedly constantly play multiple video games, but not enough to actually get past the surface level, that is the definition of a tourist, and that's the definition of a tourist who needs their timeshare revoked. And if you then say, but if you only ever play one game, you're not a gamer, because you should play games, plural, that if you don't actually have the ability to even invest your time in one video game seriously, should you ever have the right to question somebody else's credentials if you're all over the place and you don't actually have a place to call home, or a place to call your own, or a place to say, you definitively belong here, you earn the right? Because I would be willing to settle the ground of, okay, you say you play my games. You say you have the hours to do so. Because in the example I showed you with Darkest Dungeon, he is definitely he is a strategist autist. He likes doing what we do. I'm willing to accept you as a part of this, but we're not granting you the rank of council. You don't belong on the council chair. You will be one of the citizens, and you're allowed to be dissentful of the opinions of the council. But it's my opinion, of the member of the Nerd Council of the Grand Strategy Autists, that you're not allowed to decide which direction we go, because your vision for the future leads to destruction and manipulation and corruption. And mine, while it might not be best, at least the worst they'll do to you is call you a slur and tell you to fuck off. In your world, they'll probably kill the both of us. Metaphorically speaking. Or maybe literally. I don't know. It depends on if he happens to ask for migrants to come to my state. But I wanted to leave off on that before we left. Because I feel like this is what happens when you allow the poison to spread through to where it can eventually rot and decay a person's mind. This is what happens when you fully get audience captured by people who are not willing to have the conversation, and if you're not willing to hear critique about yourself. Because you end up being that. And then the people around you become that. And it's like, oh no, okay, so we have to choose, right? We're going to choose between Carl and we're going to choose between a relevant in this moment in his audience. Who do we want to be around? Because let's say Whick is completely removed. Whick is just the stage where this discussion is happening. Who are you going to pick? You're going to pick Carl, or you're going to pick Irrelevant? You're going to pick Team Idiosyncratic and Disillusioned, or Team I think we have a shot here? Or Team Nappy Negro? Who do we think has the best argument for how we should move forward without having to address it based on people insulting them? I think it would probably be my side. Maybe my job is that I didn't advocate that well, which is what we're here to correct, and we'll come back here to do next time. But I would not ever argue that anyone should ever accept Irrelevant's opinion or his result of what he thinks. Because surface level takes, surface level diatribes, if you apply that to politics, those people aren't even effective for your political message. Not even for your political future.
Because they'll do the same thing that somebody else did. They'll advocate it on somebody else who's stronger and more relevant. They'll just continue doing the sloganeering and the sloppy assistance, and they'll never really put their money where their mouth is because they're not asked to. The worst that they're asked to do is to basically call somebody a slur. The worst that I'm advocated and asked to do is literally put it on my back and keep it alive for other people to enjoy for the future. And that's definitely something that I would stake my reputation and my honor and my life and my pride on. I don't think he'd be willing to do it when it came down to brass tacks. Because if it was a tie... Because I think the problem is, what is it tied to? If it's tied to something that's non-monetary, I think it's possible to keep it alive. If it's tied to something that's monetary, you can't, because you'll stop doing it once the money runs out. Do you think that's wrong or right?
I think that's correct.
Bruno, what do you think?
I'd agree.
Smokes, what do you think? He might be smoking.
I'd agree with that ultimately.
There he is. Okay, that's what I think is the problem.
I'm not smoking. I'm trying. No, don't you start that.
I was joking. But I think that's really the prime.
My face.
I'm out. I think that's really the takeaway that I can really have with anything that I could have learned from myself. Because when I was criticizing myself fiercely and hard, I was being a lot more brutal with myself than I probably should have been. And the one thing that I came away with is the entire course of the conversation pretty much is on the case of honor. If you don't have the honor to be truthful about what the industry actually is, and you're constantly trying to put words in somebody else's mouth to try and claim that it is not destroyed, it is not ruined, you're not living through a fantasy, and you instead try to paint this picture of this thing that it must be the case. If people visit the content outside of the argument, go to his channel, go to my channel, removed from the event, how are we carrying ourselves through that goes along?
I gotta go, guys.
Go ahead. Go. If you have to go.
Have a good night.
Goodbye. Because we're at the end. We're at the end anyways. I'm giving final thoughts. If you go to the content after the debate, and then you analyze how this person is living their standards, he's right back to doing the same shit, trying to make money off of doing TikTok debates against people who don't have debate skills, and then occasionally getting his shit pushed in by Andrew Wilson. Or other people he's debating. Or being made fun of by other people who are in the culture who know what he did and witnessed how he's performing. Meanwhile, you go to my channel, am I living my standards? I'd probably say that I am, but that doesn't mean that I can't do better. But anyways, return here to discuss it later, ladies and gentlemen, where we will discuss the matter at a later date. Same Carl time, same Carl channel. I need to go take my ass to go cook dinner now. I will see you all next time. Shabbat shalom, goodbye. Say your goodbyes, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.